begin with the swearing in for me as re-elected as County Commissioner for another 4-year term.
Okay, is
And
this where
Janice
everybody, is this
O'Connell,
appropriate for you and you in terms
the
of...
county clerk will do the honors.
What I'd like you to do is repeat after me, and after the word "I," repeat your name. I
Mary Pat Flynn,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts
to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts
and support the Constitution thereof.
and support the Constitution thereof.
So help me God.
So help me God.
I
Mary Pat Flynn,
do solemnly swear and affirm
do solemnly swear and affirm
that I will faithfully and impartially
that I will faithfully and impartially
discharge and perform all the duties
discharge and perform all the duties
incumbent on me as a Commissioner for Barnstable County,
incumbent upon me as a Commissioner for Barnstable County,
according to the best of my abilities,
according to the best of my abilities,
and understanding agreeably
and understanding agreeably
to the rules and regulations of the Constitution
to the rules and regulations of the Constitution
and the laws of the Commonwealth.
and the laws of the Commonwealth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
I
Mary Pat Flynn,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States.
that I will support the Constitution of the United States.
That's it.
Great.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Jan, very much. Thank you, everyone.
Are you going to spare us the inauguration speech?
Yes, no speech.
Right?
Well, just that I'm thrilled to be reelected because there's great work here in the county, and it's work that I truly enjoy, and I enjoy working with all the people. I'm glad that over the last 4 years we've had a considerable degree of transparency in the work we do by having our meetings televised. It not only achieves the objective that we had originally when we decided to do that, which is making sure that the county is far better known than it had been in the past, that people understand. And there's always two sides to every good thing. And sometimes that transparency brings questions and comments from people, which are also very helpful, and ways in which we can do a better job in communicating the work we do. So I'm pleased to be here. And with that, I will call to order the meeting of January 2nd. And our first order of business is to swear in the Register of Deeds for Barnstable County.
Excuse me, we should do the Pledge of Allegiance.
Well, I was going to do that after the swearing in. So I'll get on the other side, and you can
okay.
get on this
Right.
side, and we'll do it again. Okay, I
John F. Mead,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts
to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts
and support the Constitution thereof.
and support the Constitution thereof.
So help me God.
So help me God.
I
I, John F. Mead,
do solemnly swear and affirm
do solemnly swear and affirm
that I will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform
that I will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform
all the duties incumbent upon me as Register of Deeds for Barnstable County,
all the duties incumbent upon me as Register of Deeds for Barnstable County,
according to the best of my abilities and understanding,
according to the best of my abilities and understanding,
agreeably,
agreeably,
to the rules and regulations of the Constitution
to the rules and regulations of the Constitution
and the laws of the Commonwealth.
and the laws of the Commonwealth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
I
John F. Mead,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States.
that I will support the Constitution of the United States.
Great.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good.
No speeches.
Yeah, no speeches.
Yeah, back to work,
Okay.
back to work.
You got work to do.
There you go. Thanks.
Okay, now if you rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, and if we just take a few moments to remember all those who serve our country, both here and abroad, and those who have given their lives for us. Okay, thank you, and Happy New Year to all of you here and everyone at home. And we look forward, as I said, to a great year. Is there any public comment? Any public comment? No public comment. Okay, well, we did take the swearing in a little out of order, but that's okay.
On agenda.
Today, the next item on our agenda is to discuss and vote to consider the date and time of reorganization and election of officers, and also a vote to extend the current commissioners' appointments through January 9th. However, we have received an opinion from County Council that says while we can defer appointments, we cannot defer the organization of the electing of officers for the county commissioners, that the charter requires that this be done on the first Wednesday, the business day of January. So County Council has informed us that that action we have to take today. We cannot defer, but we can defer and we can vote to extend all other appointments until January 9th. So I would look for a motion to defer the appointments until January 9th.
Just to clarify, Bill, the question came up because Sheila's not here about swearing in and when it has to take place and blah, blah, blah. So we asked Bob, try to sort of look into it.
No, I did read his opinion.
Under the charter, only both the chairman and vice chairman have to be done on the first business day of that.
I would suggest, however, as a point of order, that we
Reorganize first.
reorganize first. In other words, have the election for officers, and that way there's no question, in my opinion, as to the extension. And I'd also like to suggest, as part of this conversation, that we do extend the appointments indefinitely, because I think that will meet the requirement of the reorganization statute. So with that, I'd like to nominate Mary Pat Flynn to continue as chair.
I'll second that.
You have to.
Well, actually, you don't have to second a nomination.
Well,
I do.
There you go.
whatever, then I will call for the vote. Those in favor?
Of course, yes. You can vote for
Opposed?
yourself.
Well, I know I can vote for myself. I don't have a choice. It
No,
takes
you
two of
don't.
us
That's
to
right.
affect actions today. Okay, so that is a unanimous decision. And now we will come the nomination for vice chair. So I'll nominate Bill Doherty for vice chair
Thank you.
and call for a vote. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None opposed? Then the vote is unanimous.
I won't call for a speech for that one.
This is so weird.
That's so disappointing.
A
Thank you.
question?
No, I may be recording portions of your meeting today. Just
Oh,
want you to be aware of
thank
that.
you.
All right, I would like to make a motion that as part of our reorganization, that we extend all of the appointments on an indefinite basis, and that way we're not, I don't see any reason why we wouldn't continue in the appointments we already have.
Okay.
So therefore, my motion is to extend all of the current commissioners' appointments indefinitely.
Okay, I'll second that. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. And that doesn't mean that we can't take up, as time moves forward, or if the committees forward us to.
We can all
forward
look
to
at
us.
each other to decide whether or
We
not
can.
we're performing to the best of our ability.
Exactly. Okay. So at 9:15, it's 9:10. So this is an important discussion, so I'd like to wait just 5 minutes until we can make sure that everybody who wants to be here will not be
Okay.
late. So maybe we could take a look at the summary of actions for today.
And just for clarification before we start, I believe all we're discussing is a remediation. We're not discussing the protocol that's been recommended.
Well, yeah, we'll take that up when
Okay.
we introduce it. So, the first item would be to a motion to approve the minutes of December 19th.
I can support that. Okay, yes.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. And now a motion to ratify the actions of Mark Zelinski, County Administrator. And there are 5 items here that relate to administrative actions.
I believe these are all administrative actions, which would lead me to ask you, Madam Chair, that we consider a resolution or consider putting on the agenda a discussion of transferring the administrative responsibilities that fall within the management and operational responsibilities of our staff in that way. And I would suggest that we do that when Sheila returns
Yes, yeah.
on the 9th.
Mark and I had a conversation. We met
Yeah.
the other day, on Monday, and went through a lot of these issues. And this is something we have talked about for the last 4 years.
Yes, we have.
And have not done anything about it.
Mhm.
So, yes, we will have that on the agenda. Probably not the first Wednesday that Sheila's back, but the following Wednesday. By the way, Sheila is not here, and obviously you all know that, and she is attending a family wedding outside the country. So that's why she's not here. And
Okay, so with that, I'll move the summary of items.
and I'll second.
Can I just note one thing? I
Yes.
just wanted to bring to your attention is item number 3, and there is a letter to Frank Posniak, who's the executive director of the State 911 Board. And what that is a letter in support of doing the Regional Emergency Communication Center for Barnstable County. We're asking each of the towns to provide a similar letter. Theirs is really called an attestation. It's really not quite a commitment, but it's really a letter saying that they're in favor of doing sort of the single communications center approach for Barnstable County.
And that letter does not indicate where that would reside, right?
No, it's just a general letter of support for the concept of doing a single 911.
No, there's no
concept.
location specified, is
No
what you mean. Yes.
specific location, exactly.
And the next, just for
Well,
clarification.
while we're still on that though, I want to mention that I think almost all the towns have written those letters of attestation.
I know last I talked to Sean, which was before the holidays, we had 8 in our
8?
hands,
Mhm.
and we're working on
On
getting
getting
the
the
other
rest.
7. Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so, and I believe that this is a matter we have discussed at great detail in the past with regard to this particular issue in
Which-
on
this-
9/11.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it has been our concern that the benefit of having a consolidated 9/11 would benefit the constituents in Barnstable County, and I think that that's that is the main reason why I can support it.
Mhm.
So I have nothing else in here, so I've made the motion.
No, that, okay, then I seconded the motion, and all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? None opposed? Unanimous. Okay, now the next item is a discussion regarding ordinance 12-09, an ordinance of the Assembly of Delegates, and also an ordinance that received 2 open meeting law complaints filed against us, the county commissioners. So I wanted to comment on that because under the open meeting law, if a public body, of which the commissioners is a public body, receives a complaint of an open meeting law, and if the public body is advised that there were violations of the open meeting law, that there is an opportunity within 14 days of during a public meeting to have a discussion of the complaint and why it occurred and what remedial action that the commissioners or the public body may wish to take. So that is what this is about today. And we have had our county council review the open meeting law complaint. And what appears is that the commissioners did not follow proper protocol in the manner in which we handled this particular ordinance that came over from the Assembly. And I wanted to, first of all, explain exactly what occurred and how this ordinance was disapproved by the commissioners. It appeared during a meeting on December 19th, and it was clear to the commissioners because as we have been discussing our strategic plan, one of the things that we have been looking at are the recommendations from the special commission regarding the separation of the position of county administrator and director of finance. And that has been on on our, in our discussions since we've received that. We, when this ordinance came through from the Assembly, creating a position of Director of Finance and Administrative Services, that was a little bit different from what we had thought about, because the charter does specify that there be a county administrator and that there be a director of finance and that there be a finance department. That is already in the charter. The addition of and administrative services modified that to some degree. And there was a time when Mark Zielinski was hired, he was the director of finance. And then at one point, he later became the county administrator when the previous county administrator left. And then at that time, those positions were combined. The county administrator and director of finance positions were combined at that time. Mark has an employment agreement with the county for a specified time that states that his responsibilities are in fact county administrator and director of finance, and his compensation reflects that, as well as his duties and responsibilities that are outlined in the contract specify that that is what he does. So in looking at the ordinance, there were a few issues that the commissioners had from discussions regarding the special commission that a lot of this discussion occurred. It wasn't a specific discussion related to the ordinance, but it was very clear to us that if we were to follow the recommendations of the special commission, that we would in fact separate the positions, that we would have, the recommendation was a county executive, which could or could not be different from a county administrator. What really makes a position different are the responsibilities, not so much the titles. You can have a title, but it's really the meat of what you do is in your job description, not in that. We never got to the point of discussing should it be an executive or an administrator. Can the executive responsibilities be included in there? We've never gotten to that point in our discussion, but we will as we develop our strategic plan, which we are beginning next week. So first of all, we have a contract, we have a legal obligation. So we cannot, it's not appropriate unless you negotiate with an individual to make changes, but to make one change without considering other implications to that change does not, in our opinion, make for good management. And so when this came before us on December 19th, we received a letter from Mark Zielinski on the 19th that approved the ordinance. And that was never, and at that meeting, by the way, Bill and I were the only two at that meeting on December 19th. Sheila was not here, she was late. So it came up during the meeting, but actually it was not on the agenda, nor was it listed on the summary of items. But it was something we knew we had to respond to, and we received the letter, and it said we approved the ordinance. Bill and I didn't pay enough attention to the letter, and we just simply signed it. And then later, then we adjourned the meeting, and Bill had to leave because he had another meeting somewhere else, and Sheila arrived. And as we're going through those, you've got the signatures, so we're going through all the signatures, Sheila and I realized that that was the letter approving the ordinance, and we had no intention of approving the ordinance. We wanted to disapprove it because, for all the reasons I just stated, it's already in the charter. We already have a person, the position already exists in the classification plan, so we didn't need to have an ordinance to do that, with the exception of the ordinance included administrative functions that were not spelled out very clearly in the ordinance. The other issue we had with the ordinance is that it didn't specify what the funding source would be for a position, because it's different from what's in the charter. It wasn't the same because it added administrative functions, and also because it was already there. So then we looked at it and we said, oh, this isn't the letter. We wanted a letter of disapproval for the reasons I just stated. So we gave the letter back to Mark and said, would you please redo the letter and make it a disapproval rather than an approval. That was not at a meeting, that the meeting was over. We thought it was an administrative issue, it was a misunderstanding because we had intended all along not to approve it for the reasons I just stated. So that's what happened. And the disapproval letter went over to the Assembly, and in the meantime then we received 2 open meeting law complaints regarding that. And let me just specify how those complaints, where they fall into the open meeting law. The meeting law requires that all meetings of the public body be open to the public, that it's deliberation by the public body with respect to matters within the body's jurisdiction. And it also has to be preceded by notice to the public. So in our agenda, there was no notice to the public that we were taking up that letter of disapproval on that day. So that is a failure on our part to properly notice that we were going to do that. So it appears that on the basis of that we did not satisfy the requirements of the open meeting law. So a complaint, an open meeting law complaint may be, the terms used in the open meeting law, seasonably filed. In this instance, 2 complaints have been seasonally filed. These challenge the lack of notice of the proposed action and the absence of documentation confirming that the ordinance was discussed during the meeting. Because the burden is on the government body to comply with the open meeting law, it appears that the complaints are meritorious, and we agree with that. So after the complaint is seasonably filed, the public body may act within 14 days to review the allegations in the complaint and take remedial action if appropriate. So in the context of those facts, we're not discussing the specific language of the ordinance, we're discussing how the ordinance was handled by the commissioners. In the contents of the facts, it appears that remedial action is appropriate. The county commissioners have posted on the agenda for their meeting on January 2nd regarding the discussion of the ordinance 1209 and the open meeting law complaints. That has been properly posted today, and I have just outlined the reasons why this happened, why it was not proper the way we approved or disapproved the ordinance. And so one of the options that we have is to vote to adopt a protocol relating to consideration of ordinances passed by the Assembly of Delegates and action by commissioners on prospective ordinances pursuant to Article 3, Section 3-8 of the Charter. And a protocol of this nature could include a requirement that the commissioners review ordinances under Article 3, Section 3-8 only at a public meeting where consideration and discussion of the ordinance is preceded by a posted agenda item in accordance with the requirements of the open meeting law. And that is exactly what we will do. And we have asked Mark to work on a protocol, and we expect to receive a draft of that. Well, we already have a draft of the protocol, but one of our members is not here, and we believe it's very important that all 3 commissioners have the opportunity to review the protocol. So it will be on our agenda next week, the protocol to prevent anything like this occurring in the future, and it will spell out very clearly how the commissioners will handle any ordinances that come from the Assembly in terms of compliance with the open meeting law. So, Bill.
The only thing that I did not hear in your discussion is that we do have a responsibility to notify the complainants of the remedial action that we've
Right.
taken. And that is a responsibility to notify them directly rather than using the public
Right.
notice we have here.
It says here, in the event that we elect to take remedial action today, it would be on the agenda because we are required to notify the parties who filed the complaint of the remedial action and to forward a copy of the complaints and a description of the remedial action to the Attorney General The complainant may subsequently petition the Attorney General suggesting that the remedial action is inadequate. The Attorney General possesses jurisdiction to resolve or further investigate the complaint. So,
So, as I understand it, you're asking, you would be asking, I guess it would be me, to make a motion that we vote to take the remedial action that was outlined in this discussion.
no, just to take remedial action,
Yes.
and that we take it up next week at our meeting. We take up the
protocol.
protocol for the remedial action that we plan to take regarding ordinances. This is only regarding ordinances that come from the Assembly.
And as I read the recommendation from council, our vote to, that we are taking remedial action today to, let's say, to accommodate the open meeting law complaint that's been brought to our attention meets the letter of the law.
Yes. So you could make a motion that we, that we vote to take remedial action regarding the complaints that were filed, and that we establish a protocol for handling complaints, or handling ordinances from the Assembly, and that we also notify the complainants that at our meeting next week, we will be voting on a protocol that we expect will resolve any further issues and will be clearly in compliance with the open meeting law.
Okay, so this is a two-step process. Step one is to vote for the remedial action today, and step two is to vote for the process we will use in the future in order to, let's say, to respond to these kinds of ordinances. That would be the sense of my motion. I don't know if that fits the language.
I think it makes sense. I'm sure,
Karen just said, today we're really voting to take remedial action, and that at our meeting next week, we will have posted the notice, and the remedial action we are taking will be posted with the notice, so that everybody will not only see on the agenda that we are planning a discussion of the protocol, but the proposed protocol will be attached to the agenda. So the complainants and members of the Assembly will have an opportunity to see the protocol before they even come to the meeting, as will we.
I think one thing, Madam Chair, that would be very helpful is to allow me to use this, Bob Troy's discussion of that issue, which you read from, to let me send that out as a response. So, because it's very clear, it's very concise, sort of explains the issue. So if I can do that, that would be very helpful.
You mean send the response out?
It needs to go to the two complainants. Plus it also should go to Jerry, because Jerry's asked for a letter. It also should go to the Assembly, because the Assembly's asked for sort of a clarification on this whole issue. So if I can send that out, that would be very helpful.
I think that would be very helpful, because it's really the basis of what I just said.
Exactly.
It's the basis of our understanding. Let me just say something else too. We as commissioners over the last 4 years have been pretty much following the practices of the previous commissioners who have held this position. Now, obviously, during that interim period of 4 years ago and now, the open meeting law changed. So some of the practices that the commissioners had that we adopted, we find occasionally that they may not be in compliance with the open meeting law, and when we're truly aware of it, we correct it. This obviously was an issue that we obviously were not aware of it, because we certainly never acted appropriately as we should have, and now we are going to correct that. And now we are going to make that policy absolutely compliant with the open meeting law, so that that will not occur again. But it's also a wake-up call in a way. It allows us to take a look at some of the other practices that we commonly use in executing our duties, and to make sure as we go forward to always think about the new changes to the open meeting law, and that how we do our business is compliant, and we don't find ourselves again in a situation like this.
Part of the, I might just comment,
Yeah.
that part of our problem arose out of the fact that there was a time constraint with
Yes.
regard to, let's say, responding to the, under the charter, that particular ordinance. And although it's not excusable in terms of what we're required to do, it does offer a reason that might mitigate what we did do.
And it also was part of our discussion all along under the special recommendations.
It had been.
It had been all along, so we had a clear understanding of the way forward. And this was sort of like something that came through that didn't really, it didn't exactly fit what some of our discussions were in terms of the way forward because of two things. It added administrative services, which was a reorganization of a department, and then it also didn't have a funding source. But the other thing we have too was a memo that we received from council back in July, on July 18th, which was sent to the Assembly of Delegates, which actually deals with, at that time it was called Ordinance 12-06. The numbers change as it goes through the process with the Assembly, and where it says the Assembly seeks to create an administrative services and finance department that encompasses the management of all financial and support services. And then it goes on to talk about the powers and duties under the charter. And council's advice back at that time was that the language of the proposed ordinance makes it clear that the intent is to modify the duties currently assigned, this effort requires an amendment to the charter. Therefore, his opinion was that it was tantamount to a proposed amendment to the charter and had to be considered pursuant to Article 9, which would be, it would have to be voted on at a biennial state election and approved based on a charter change. So we did receive a copy of that as well, and even though it was months ago, it's
That was all
still
part of the
all
consideration.
part of our thinking.
Okay,
yes.
and just speaking for myself, when I signed the disapproval, it was something that I supported. It was not just an automatic signing of that.
Okay, that's, yes, Leo Kukunis.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. A couple of things. First of all, in your discussions, you kept saying the date December 19th. I believe you wanted to say the date November 11th is the date that November 14th, I mean. You said a number of times December 14th. I don't want to confuse the viewers at home. Or December 19th, yeah. Is that correct? Because I think the meeting that you are alluding to was November 14th,
Right.
which is the meeting that you actually took the action on that we're here discussing today.
Well,
Here's the agenda for the 14th, and that's the one. We got the letter, the Assembly got the letter shortly after that. So I believe, just to clarify,
well,
if anybody's following at home, I don't want to
No,
make
that's
things maybe more
what Bob
confusing.
Troy says. He says November 14th.
okay, I'm sorry then.
I just want to,
Thank you very much.
because people at home are going to be, or
Please
anybody watching
correct
this
all
is
that,
going to go, wait a
November
minute.
14th and not December 19th, okay.
I think
Okay.
what had happened was that the complaints came in
On
at a
December.
later date.
At a later
Yeah,
date.
I believe so.
So, please, I stand corrected, November 14th, yes.
I'm going to try to keep my comments to the open meeting law violation and not the ordinance itself. I do agree, and I think it's obvious, it was not on the agenda, and I do think it was quite an important situation, and it should have been agended. More so than that, I'm a little disturbed at the fact that the chair went on at a lengthy discussion on the reasons why you decided to take this action. The other member of the commissioners that are here stated that he had also opinion on it. I think it's very difficult at the best when you have a three-member board and two of you are together in the hallway or in your offices and you're discussing things. You have to remember you're in violation of the open meeting law. You're the majority of the board. I'm more disturbed at the fact that you guys had conversation about this ordinance, had a position on it, reviewed documents, had an opinion on it outside of this room. Because quite frankly, I don't think you should. I think you should save all those debates and all that information for the public. People in this room should be able to hear what your position is, hear what other documents that you're looking at, and be able to correspond.
Well,
Not this instance is a scratch of the surface, because once again, I heard it said that this has been a process that the county commissioners have used. There was a file that you sign papers in that was quoted in one of the newspapers. If that's the case, maybe we need to look at it even more depth of procedural things, not just the ordinances coming forth from the assembly, but out of the things that you guys may be not realizing that you're violating open meeting law by having discussions in your offices and by doing actions.
if I may, Leo, I appreciate that comment, because it's one that we always have to be aware of. But our discussions regarding the position, the county executive and the director of finance, were all in open meetings when we discussed, we had several meetings where we went through all the recommendations from the special commission, and those discussions occurred at this table in an open meeting.
And that's
So
fine.
they're not private.
I have to say, Leo, they're very cognizant of sort of about, getting together out in the corridor or even at the desk in there, because they realize that as soon as you get two people with a 3-member board, you've got a quorum. So I'd have to say all of the boards that I've been associated with, including this one, are very cognizant of that issue. And so we're aware of it, and we try to avoid it at all costs.
Well, it didn't happen for the discussions on this particular ordinance.
No, it did, it certainly did.
It did. It absolutely did.
This
A public
particular
meeting-
ordinance was
No,
talked
the
about.
subject of the the topic of the ordinance, which was creating a finance department and separating the positions, not the ordinance itself. The fact that
Our
it had.
response to the ordinance, that was never talked about.
Madam Chair, where it didn't, and this is where our remediation is taking place, is after Bill left. Bill had to go to the Cape Light Compact, and Sheila came in, but the meeting had already adjourned. That's the issue. You're absolutely right on that. That's when this whole problem was created. I agree with that 100%.
The only other question I have is, you mentioned that ordinance 1209 is going to appear on your next week's agenda. Did you say that, or did I hear that
The
improperly?
protocol for dealing with how to deal with
Okay,
ordinances.
so
in
but
the
you're not
future.
going to be taking up ordinance 1209 again?
No.
No.
Okay, then I misunderstood you. Okay,
Okay. Thank you, Leo. Anybody else? David?
What is the status of ordinance 1209?
It's passed.
I believe it passed. Yeah, you
Yeah,
overrode their disapproval.
they overrode the veto.
It's settled.
Correct, but you also have the July opinion from county council indicating that action,
Well, it's
was
a
not
violation of the charter, basically, so.
and that is kind of the crux of my question.
In my opinion, council's response to the July action of the assembly had to do with the formation of a department, which in his opinion required an amendment. That was subsequently put aside, and I believe it was voted down at the assembly. This other action, which was just the creation of a particular office, or let's say renewal of the separation, was a different matter, and the response and all of the things that are associated with it, have been outlined in the discussion that the chair has had explaining.
We need to move on
Yeah.
this topic.
I would hope
Janet.
that the discussions you did have would appear in the minutes of these meetings this summer, when you discussed how you were going to deal with the recommendations.
Oh, yes, all of our discussions regarding the recommendations that we had in open meetings are all in the minutes.
And you
Yeah,
did
but-
just have reference to this particular issue.
There was a recommendation that there be a county executive and a director of finance, and yes, we did
And that
discuss
was
that.
discussed.
It has been. discussed in general ways, not in terms of how to implement it, because we knew it would, we already have a person in the position, so you have to, you have human resources kinds of functions that have to be adopted in order to deal
Yeah.
with the
But that-
change like that.
Would be reflected in the minutes, that concern?
Well, our minutes are not that detailed, Jerry.
Well, that's my issue.
So you kind of have to go back to the
Yeah,
video
I would like
tapes
to
and look
add to
at
your
them.
consideration
Yes.
more detailed minutes.
Well, if you look, the open meeting law does say that the minutes should be sufficient to let people know what the general discussion was about. So that someone looking at it, and if it says ordinance 12-09, that the minutes should reflect enough information to let a person reading them know what was discussed. And any, of course, vote that is taken has to be clearly specified in the minutes, any vote at all. So now we can review our minutes. We're going to be reviewing everything now in terms of how we do things. Because as I said, once our meetings became televised, a lot of these issues came up. And making it, helping the public understand more about what we do and how we do it. Because a lot of what we do has been going on for a long, long time in the past. And once you start deliberating these issues in public, it takes a whole different context. And because the idea is to help the people, not only who are here, but the people who are viewing it, understand what we're doing. And and this was something that we did without any understanding, the viewers or ourselves or anyone else. It was not a good thing. And it happened, and we regret it. And we're going to move on, and we're going to continue to review the way our agendas are put together so that they're very clear and that they really state what the business is we're going to do under that particular item. And we're going to take a look at our minutes and make sure that they are more in keeping with the requirements of the open meeting law as well. So that's very important to us. And the other overarching goal we have is communication. And that's not just for us, it's for all the agencies and departments of the county, including the Cape Cod Commission. And our objective this year is to develop a communication plan for the entire county so that it's that when there are important things that are occurring, they get out to the public right away. That what we do is available to the public in a way that's important, that is concise, that people can understand, a way for the public to respond to us, and a much better communication plan. We do a lot of good things in this county, and we're just barely taking
Very
the top of
encouraging, right.
the cream off it. Yeah, so we really need to do a better job, and we will. And we need to do a better job with the assembly, too. I think we have a much better, we have much more of a need to communicate with them more, to include them more in what we do. And that's part of our strategic plan, is to do that.
I would like to say that, Leo, forgive me, I should have welcomed you here because I haven't seen you here in a long time. So welcome to our meeting, and I certainly encourage the other members of the
It's hard for
assembly.
someone who has a 9-to-5 job to
Yeah.
just go 9 o'clock meeting.
Well, that's all
that's
part
it.
of it. What's that?
Another thing we're looking at is the times of our meetings.
Thank you.
And we want to make them consistent so that we meet at the same time. Well, not through the budget. We have to get through the budget process because that's going to be a day thing. But we have to look at what is the best time of day for us to meet when most of the public could be here if they choose to, and if people who want to watch it can watch it. So, and that it's consistent, and it be the same time. Every meeting happens at the same time. And so that's our goal for this year as well, so that we don't have all these, well, this week it's 9 and next week it's 4 and it's 1 or it's noon or whatever. It drives us crazy too.
And by the way, I do appreciate the fact that being a farmer, Leo, that you're working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, or as far as what goes into doing that. So your sacrifice of your time and energy to come here is greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
Anything else? No? All right, then let's move on. Thank you all, and thank those who brought this to our attention. I think it has had a positive result, and hopefully we'll all do a better job because of it. So our next item is the Department of Health, and I can find the agenda. Here we are. We're a little late, but
Well, George, here you are with your 22 regional programs that are serving the needs of Barnstable County. For those who might say, do we ever have any regional programs that provide services? And here they are. Well, that's good. And I don't know,
I'm
they're in
gonna have to get
competition
my
with the
budget
co-op
out.
extension, right? As far as what Bill Clark puts out. So
Yes.
we have two, very important departments that are doing their best to deliver services to
Way
the
too
people
much
here in the county.
all right, George Hoyfelder, Director of our Department of Health and the Environment. Welcome.
Thank you. You'd like a sort of quick
Yeah.
overview?
Yeah, that would be very good.
The broad overview is
broad overview.
sort of the enhancements that are requested are in three major areas. One is public health nursing, and in particular, sort of the screening and wellness. Realizing that probably the best benefits to both sort of quality of life as well as some economic savings are in continuing and beefing up our screenings for the general public and of course the municipalities. So some of the budget request increases in that area reflect that. Public health nursing, to increase the public health nursing presence, which as you understand is a more community-based and is really targeted at folks who are, to get them into their doctors for more attention if the screening indicates that there may be a problem. So really, some of our increases in that area for equipment, for instance, given the demographics in the area, the osteoporosis issue, our bone density instrument we're looking forward to obtaining. We presently lease it, and it keeps going back and forth, and by the time we add up the cost of the instrument as well as all the shipping back and forth in between uses, we figure it's about time that we obtain one for the department.
Can I ask a question? How
Sure.
does that work?
Well,
In terms of how someone gets a bone density?
well, bone density, the
You don't
instrument itself, we actually perform the test. The foot goes down there, it's a little squishy figuratively and literally, and it actually measures the density of the bone and shows whether you fit within a norm or whether you're outside a norm, and gives you an indication of whether you should be talking to somebody about enhancement of your diet or some medication, something to prevent the wearing away of the bones, which in our elderly population, of course, saves broken bones. Even in our younger population can do that, particularly if it's picked up early. So that instrument is part of one request that we have in there, as well as increasing the nursing presence. Presently, we have one public health nurse on staff. We have about 10 or 11 in the stable, I say, that are employed. They are not full-time employees. They're per diem, and they're public health nurse trained. So we'd like to increase their presence in the town, and I would like to use the present public health nurse I have to gather more grant monies for getting those screening programs out. And she's been very sort of successful in that regard. Yes.
Since was it Rita Mitchell?
Yeah,
retired?
Rita Mitchell retired.
Yeah, okay, since she retired, we've only had, was it filling?
No, we've had Deidre Arnfordson, who has
So
been
Deidre-
on our staff permanently.
Okay.
So she filled in for Rita and really has taken the program to some new levels because she's gotten out more with outreach to the, particularly the food pantries, things like that. They have a nurse at a food pantry to do some preliminary screenings, as well as the sort of Ask a Nurse program, which has been very successful, and she's done some of that on grant monies. The other place with really enhanced effort is in the screening for skin cancers and trying to keep our youth from going into tanning booths because, for obvious reasons, as well as understanding what the danger is. As you know, about 12 of the 15 towns and Cape Cod have higher melanoma rates simply because we're always out in the sun. And requires a little bit more aggressive outreach. We've used interns from universities to set up programs to get out on the beaches. All of this has taken and moved our present public health nurse more into sort of setting up these things as opposed to her being out on the beach herself, which of course everybody would enjoy, but she sets the programs up, and we also understand to reach the youth on the beach, you can't use old farts like myself or older folks. It usually takes a young person out there with the right language and the right sort of postures to be able to reach them. So our public health nursing, we're enhancing that. The other area of sort of enhancement is emergency planning. This year in the budget, which might be a little confusing, is we're shifting and creating emergency planning as a cost center. So there are very few increases with a few exceptions. Sean would like a couple of things for emergency planning. We're asking for a 10-hour-a-week position to start to coordinate the IMT. This is the emergency planning team that is activated when there is an emergency, that coordinates all of the agencies to get help to the towns and to sort of help coordinate some of the activities around the regional shelters that were created. So that person, 10-hour-a-week position, would help Sean take the little bit of the administrative burden off of that, the incident management team. In addition, he's asking for a vehicle. The present 2005 vehicle we would use for the laboratory for the pickup of samples. We had thought about the best way to sort of obtain a vehicle for that purpose, and this seems to be to retire one that we've had and to request one for emergency planning. The final area, sort of broad area of increased activity, is the laboratory. We're sort of reaching a point at the laboratory where we need some part-time help. I have some very qualified people that are sort of being wasted somewhat in some of the administrative tasks to do with moving sample results through and out to the public or to the people requesting them. So we're requesting 2 part-time positions in that area, one being an analyst and the other being just somebody who can move the paper from point A to point B when people have samples they bring into the lab and need the results in a timely fashion. Right now I'm using staff that otherwise could be used on, let's say, higher level tasks, those being the analytical tasks. We're getting to the point where we have some very sophisticated instruments, and the requirements on those for quality assurance are increasing. So for me to sort of, in lack of a better word, waste staff for more paperwork moving and take them off analytical tasks, not only is inefficient as far as money, but it just wastes the instruments that we have. We've asked for a little increase in the funding for the service contracts on instruments. Each year we look at all of our instruments, look at the expertise of those who can repair those instruments, and make judgments. Really, it's guesswork. We sit there and say, what's the risk of this instrument breaking down? And we've pared that down as much as we can. However, one of the instruments, those that are looking at some of the pharmaceuticals, some of the contaminants of emerging concern, we don't want to let the service contract on that instrument go, because that's a high-value instrument, and as you've read in the newspaper over the past 4 months now, I've seen almost continuing letters to the editor, as well as articles by Silent Spring, articles by folks who are from the Sierra Club that are concerned about the contaminants of emerging concern. I don't believe we ought to be on the back seat on that. We ought to be in the forefront of that. We've gotten a number of grants through the Alternative Septic System Test Center, which have zeroed in on the issue for us that wastewater disposal on the Cape, although there is a huge issue with nitrogen, to fall asleep on the contaminants of emerging concern would be a big mistake. So the vision for the laboratory and moving forward with the laboratory is to have a regional facility that is top-notch and can analyze for these in very quick fashion, because these things that we do will inform our decisions about wastewater management on Cape Cod, regardless of what the nitrogen issue is. It's a big issue, and we've been involved in that. As you know, the test center has been at the forefront on doing a lot of the research and understanding of nitrogen issues. But we also understand that these issues, which involve endocrine disrupting compounds, compounds which people are concerned for causing cancer or disrupting the environment through endocrine disruption, we don't want to be in the backseat on that. So the vision is moving forward in that in all areas. We've obtained a couple of DEP sort of seed grants for that, and we want to be able to back that up with some of the analytical capabilities. So that's reflected also in the budget.
Are you still invited to national conferences because of the progress we've made in that?
Yes.
And also, I think you've been identified as a primary source for the outcomes of your test center.
Certainly that. I mean, we've been, for nitrogen, and now we're emerging as, not to overuse the word, but for contaminants of emerging concern. We're doing some really forefront research on that, simply because everybody knows what big pipes do. There's a lot of money at it. There's a lot of people understand it. It's very easy to monitor those because there's one big pipe. You go to the end of it, you take the measurement. But for septic systems, there's very little work done there. We keep in touch with all the research around the country. There's 4 major points, and we believe we're one of them. And we are uniquely situated to be able to provide information on that front, ourselves in Florida and some of the work that's been done in La Pine, Oregon. So, yeah, I'd say yes.
Yeah, and in the test center, are you yet testing for the, what do you call them?
Contaminants.
Yeah,
of emerging
contaminants
concern.
of emerging.
Yeah, we presently have 4 DEP grants, 3 active and 1 pending. One of them is we have been recommended to EPA for a grant for something called the YES, yeast estrogen sensitivity test. We believe that this will offer very quick screening for endocrine disrupting compounds in the environment. We want to do some surface water work as well as well water work in that area. And yeah, we've been doing this for 4 years, and right now we're just about to publish another paper on certain septic systems and their removal of these compounds. And again, these are mainly, as we have been always in the posture to do at the department, these don't slant the decisions one way or the other. These provide information to inform decisions in the local level. So our goal is really to be the providers of the best information so the best decisions can propagate.
Now, wastewater treatment plants that treat to a tertiary level, they don't handle those contaminants.
They handle some of them, and some of that's fairly well documented. And we keep in touch with the research that says what are the best treatment methods for those. And those are out there in the published sort of arena. But for the most part, treatment systems, large treatment systems, were not designed for that. And if they are to be designed for that, they will have to know this information.
Yeah, and then the other piece to that too, I'm thinking, is water.
Drinking
we
water.
think about the emerging contaminants in the wastewater, but just in the groundwater, because it's all going into the groundwater and people drink the groundwater.
Correct.
So I'm thinking, like for instance, in Falmouth, it's discussing a
Treatment plant for
a
drinking
filtration plant for drinking water. Will that remove the emerging contaminants?
It will remove some of them.
Some.
And that was the subject of your discussions
Right.
with the consulting company. There are some technologies that remove pretty much all of them, but as you can imagine, as they have not only imagined but realized in California, those processes are very expensive. So most folks in the field realize that a lot of it's prevention, and we will work with, and Bill's program over there to keep the waste out of the stream, which is all the unused medications, is huge. It's huge, and as a model. Ours is somewhat like that because there is no way to prevent it from wastewater. We all emit hormones in our waste. We all take some sort of drug, even if it's just ibuprofen. But all of those go into the wastewater. So really, it's multifaceted here at the county. The service is the prevention of getting it into the waste stream. When it is in the waste stream, because it can't be prevented for, our goal is to understand what is it that can remove it if it needs to be removed, and also to introduce into the discussions some sort of really balanced discussion about what are the real threats, what do we really need to look out for versus, well, so what if you have extra caffeine in the water, what does that do? Versus, okay, now you're talking about some hormones. Listen, on the Cape, there's many people in cancer therapy. There's very little understanding of what that does to getting into a septic system or even into a treatment plant. And that's why my vision for the laboratory and for our efforts in that area are to be at the forefront of understanding what's out there, and with the complementary activities at the base as well as the rest of the staff figuring out, okay, what does it mean? Of course, the Cape Cod Commission's looking at that, Bill's group's looking at that, Silent Springs looking at that. We're just part of the effort, and we want to maintain part of the effort. But one key part of that is the whole detection piece. You're looking at things down to the nanogram level, 10 to the -9 or femtogram. That is like finding a postage stamp in a combined land mass of California and Oregon. That's the levels that they can be detected at, and that is the levels at which some of these have impact. We really need to develop here, I believe, at the county, the ability to do that, because otherwise it's very expensive to do. It's very sort of touchy as to where you go for that type of analysis. So we really want to maintain at the forefront, and that's reflected in some of our budget requests.
And we should continue in our education too, is
Absolutely.
the idea of people taking their unused medications to the fire station or the police station, or to dispose of it in a proper way and not into the
And
to
you
the
will hear
wastewater
from
system,
Bill,
or
I'm
even down
sure
the
he
kitchen
has
sink.
some of that in his budget.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
he
does.
started a great incinerator program, which now some of the drug take-back programs, and I think we continue to work with him hand in glove, really, as far as the efforts go.
Yeah, pharmaceutical return is a very important issue nationally, and I know that NACO, they're very concerned with the contribution that more pharmacy is rated from medicine cabinets than practically any place else. I had some questions on the FTE. I guess a part-time employee. I know that that Sean does a lot of things.
Yes.
Okay. I noticed that when I read this request for emergency planning, it seems to follow a FEMA model that I've seen in the past, where you have a coordinator that essentially identifies the resource of available volunteers, continues to populate the volunteers, and also provides some intermediate training. And I would suspect that that's implied in this
That's
request.
exactly what it is. The incident management team, as was supported through the Regional Emergency Planning Committee, evolved to the point where it is a very active team. In fact, we sent members down to New York, and you've heard that discussion with Sean.
Right.
Well, what's involved in an IMT is making sure everybody's up to training, everybody's got the most recent training, understands what their responsibilities are, knows all the notification protocols. Well, this was one more thing that got added to Sean's plate. And Sean, as emergency management coordinator, as you understand, has the REPC to oversee, and all the emergency sheltering piece, coordinating that piece. He's also stretched with the 911 issue, which is resolving that over the next couple of years. And this was one more thing that, in discussing with Sean and looking at it, I said, this is one thing that could break the straw that breaks the camel's back. Because during an emergency, you really need somebody who's right there, knows, okay, here's the availability, here's their respective training, we made sure they get the training, and can call out sort of action when it's needed. because we've used it here in the Cape almost in every hurricane storm, and it gets better as we use it. The one thing that I took away from Sean's discussion in New York, but is the New York experience of the IMT is we're not as prepared as we think we are, and we always need to keep beefing that up. So I want to use Sean in those areas that he has the highest expertise. And again, not waste him on somewhat of an administrative task to make sure everybody in the incident management team has the right training, has all these things, and they're ready to go when they're needed. Because in some way, the incident management team, as it's formed, is somewhat apart from the regional emergency planning. It's an entity of its own and is part of our overall emergency response, a very important part. So I don't want to let that go to sort of being off his plate for a while, and then all of a sudden you need it, and you can't activate it as quickly as you could, or it isn't, people aren't trained the way they should be.
I look at this as $15,000 for getting 25 people to work on a regular basis for the good of the community.
Right.
And I'm familiar with the ICS program, haven't gone through that training, and it is very important to understand that what is identified here is a continuous thing. What is identified in the ICS is an organization that is put together to respond to a specific and unique emergency, and that once the emergency is over and after the review of what happened, then it disbands and you go on to the next one. So Sean's work with the REPC, which is specifically with the public safety professionals here in the Cape, is very important. And I would hate to see that diluted because he wasn't able to recruit and let's say and support the need of having supplemented volunteers to do that. Now, how does this affect the medical services?
Medical Reserve Corps?
Medical Reserve Corps.
Medical Reserve Corps is indeed something even different. That is overlaid onto the emergency planning, and what that is a cadre of professional people who can come in, and particularly on Cape Cod, the Red Cross, for instance, on our shelters the last time, did not staff any medical people. They didn't have them. The Medical Reserve Corps had them, and they're the ones that staffed the regional shelters during the last storm. So that's a very important piece, and it's specific to the medical needs at the sheltering. If you can imagine, a shelter has a lot of aspects to it. One is the medical. What if somebody comes in and needs oxygen? What if they need medication? What if they're diabetic, right, and they don't have their stuff with them? Or what if they have, like me, thyroid, and they forgot their thyroid medicine? Whatever it is, there needs to be that medical component. There's even the pet component.
Yeah.
People aren't going to leave their pets, so we have to accommodate, certain shelters accommodate for pets.
What about the animal control piece as far as volunteers?
That's taken by another association, which is not a part of the county, but is certainly coordinated by the county. And we've pre-stationed like cages at certain shelters that are set to do that. And they have their own set of volunteers that come in, but who coordinates them? Well, the REPC coordinates all of those actions. So you can see that the components that are part of the county are the Medical Reserve Corps, which we have somewhere around 400 volunteers, quite a few of the medical, and that in itself is a task to keep those folks updated and ready to deploy. There's the incident management team, a smaller but very important group because they coordinate agencies from the MAC, or the Multi-Agency Coordination Center, when an emergency kicks up. And then there's the REPC in general, which is the REPC pulls together all the transportation people, pulls the pet people, pulls the Medical Reserve Corps, works with public safety, works with transportation. All of that piece gets coordinated. So that's what your REPC does. Its components, there's two which are at the county, the REPC in general, but the Medical Reserve Corps and the Incident Management Team. So those two are definitely part. Now, you do understand that the REPC was set up for also a headlights on activity, which is Tier 2 reporting, making sure that anyone who uses hazardous waste or material in the county above a certain threshold is registered. The police and fire know what's on their property. They're properly documented so that we don't have firefighters rushing into a place and they don't know what the heck is in the building because somebody didn't register it. Those headlights on activities, sort of by Amy Wallace, is the registration of 300 to 400 of those every year to make sure they're filling out their paperwork and everything is up to date with the things that are stored on their property. So the activities of the REPC are broad and wide. They have emergency as well as lights on activities.
Also, you'd mentioned looking at the tank, the buried tank situation on Cape Cod.
Yes.
Seems to me that 20 years ago, I thought we had addressed the...
We did.
Yeah.
We had a program, it was very unique in the country really, for residential UST, or we call them RUST, residential underground storage tanks, which we hoped weren't LUST, which was leaking underground storage tanks. But we lost that acronym because it got a little fuzzy there. So right now, the Attorney General last year had a fine that they gave out to somebody and said, hey, we don't want to throw this in the coffers, we'd like it to go to use. So they awarded us $70,000 to put up a revolving fund. And since we have revolving funds, that being Kendall's program with septic, we had a good track record for managing the money very efficiently. So that program is for any homeowner that slid under the radar who now says, gee, I really ought to get this tank out of the ground. They can contact Amy Wallace. We can arrange a loan to get that out of the ground, zero interest loan to get that tank out of the ground. I thought it was a very creative and useful use of money that was otherwise fine money, which wouldn't have gone anywhere but into the state coffers. Not that they don't need it, but I think we could use it for good cause.
That connects to the tobacco program, which has been of long standing, and we haven't always seen the money that was awarded for the tobacco program go into the general fund. I believe we had a full-time, we still have a full-time.
We still have a
contract.
full-time and a part-time. The primary activity of the tobacco control program, and it's grant funded into our department, we oversee it, is primarily for sort of youth access issues, keeping youth from tobacco. So there are a lot of sting operations, there's a lot of outreach and education, particularly because the tobacco companies have gotten very creative in marketing certain things which are still contain nicotine, but are not considered, the hardline Camel cigarette or whatever. It's their sort of products which still deliver nicotine, however, are not considered cigarettes. So there's been a reshift in the activity to help assist towns in the regulation of those particular things and keeping youth from them, as well as looking at public housing. That was a big issue last year in trying to make public housing smoke-free.
Okay.
So,
the next question comes up. We have a lot of people that go out in the field to look at things. We have the. I know this is more in co-op extension with Bill Clark, but you also mentioned rabies protection. Do all of our personnel that go out in the field, are they been vaccinated for rabies?
no, there's protocols for those who are working directly with animals for preventive rabies vaccinations. However, we don't. Our staff doesn't have them. We do maintain, however, at the county vaccinations for people exposed to rabies, the series. These are typically given, and very typically given, in hospitals. Somebody's exposed to rabies. Our major efforts in that area are outreach and education, as well as coordinating the task force and actually assisting in the distribution of baits in those areas. These are baits which actually vaccinate the local fauna and like raccoons or fox. They take up the bait, they get vaccinated, and that has been shown to reduce the incidence of rabies. So that's what we do. We do this in cooperation with USDA. But you're right, we do have a number of people going out in the field for that, the hoarding task force. We understand, for instance, a little bit aside from public health, hoarding has been a huge issue that ties up resources in a town to the point where we felt, in working with boards of health and working with public safety also, that it was time to coordinate the approach to get people who have hoarding issues that then sort of move into the public health issue, to try to get them assistance and resolve the problem at the town level without huge amount of resources. Because right now, it's always complaint, 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 and it keeps coming back to town, and they keep bouncing around trying to figure out, well, whose responsibility is this? Well, okay, it's garbage, so we'll call health. Now it's not garbage, it's just clutter, who do we call? Well, that's zoning. And so what we've decided to do, and Lee McConnell is the person who's the head of that, she has pulled together a group of both human services people as well as public safety, as well as public health, and said, okay, how do we address this issue when it comes up so that we can resolve it and not just keep bouncing it around until it wastes everybody's resources and time. And that's pretty much in its infancy. There is some grant money that we obtained, and we'll be coordinating some efforts with other agencies that are very familiar with the various issues surrounding hoarding. And I think that that's worthwhile getting into because it used to tie up a lot of health resources also.
And also, my wife used that to upgrade all of the appliances in the kitchen, because once we cleared out the kitchen, after I cleared out my closets, you know, and believe me, Lee McConnell's was it the partner, the therapist?
Yes.
She pulled such a guilt trip on me, you can't believe, and it was very subtle. Now, I'm still cleaning out closets, you know, it's still, you know, still.
It's good, you're still in therapy.
Still in therapy, and I want to say that, you know, the therapeutic liaison has been created, and I'm making progress.
It's good.
I have a question on the vehicle.
Yes,
During the conversations we had with Sean
yes.
and I forgot, an AmeriCorps volunteer who was with
Okay.
him down in New York,
Yeah.
New Jersey, they talked about all these vehicles that were around, and it was not difficult to find a vehicle to drive. So I was just wondering if there's any opportunity, maybe through FEMA or some other agency, to get a vehicle.
Well,
rather
we always
than-
keep our ears to the ground for vehicles. In fact, we've obtained some that are specialized vehicles. They're large,
I saw
large
one of
bulky
them. Yeah,
vehicles, which we can put radio equipment in. But I think the vehicle that Sean is requesting, and I support totally, is a vehicle that can be outfitted with radios for this area, and is not a large equipment vehicle, but mainly to get him around to the various spots. So that's the request. We have obtained a number of vehicles that, again, have more specialized and gas hogs, but so we don't want to use those just for transporting one or two people around, but they're mainly for equipment or for setting up things. We have older vehicles for transporting, for instance, the notification signs, things like that.
Yeah, I'd say both Sean and George, and then Wayne through the dredge, they have these sources that they
Yeah,
sort
that
of
they
find things, but sort of the regular old vehicle, or those are harder to find.
Yes.
Because I have a list into them, like a generator and
Yes.
some stuff like that, but some of the regular stuff's hard to find.
Well,
There's one other thing, and I believe we talked about communications for ourselves.
yes.
But communications between your department and the Cape Cod Commission is something that's very important. There seems to be, let's say, a parallel nature of interest in terms of application with regard to, wastewater management and water quality. And in your budget, I'm hoping that you have money for exercises. I know that the Cape Cod Commission in time past has published a hazardous, let's say, a response to an event that would be a natural event, and I know they're integrated into the Regional Emergency Planning Committee.
Correct.
That
Yeah.
may be a place where some coordination, let's say, or communication could begin. I'd like to suggest as a goal in this year that perhaps a presentation to the Cape Cod Commission board about what level of support and I'm going to suggest the same thing to Bill Clark, that what level of support can be expected from your department, from health and environment, might be a very important piece of education that would go a long way for, let's say, for the board of the Cape Cod Commission to understand exactly how the possibility exists of the Cape Cod Commission and our departments working together.
I agree.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
So if you could, perhaps...
Being a member of the commission.
Perhaps as our representative,
Yeah.
perhaps you could arrange to have, to work that
Yeah,
out.
I
I'd be
think it
glad
would,
to.
yeah.
Okay.
All right, I have,
Go ahead.
I have just a couple things. I mean, you talk about modifying the septic loan program
Yes.
for businesses.
Right.
And you had talked about that with us once before. Is that something that you can now, you think, can move to?
I believe we
Is there
can.
a way you can use that interest money to do something like that?
Yeah, I think it's clear that we can use the interest money. I think the process I'll need some assistance on, but I prepared a document, didn't think it appropriate for a budget discussion, which basically outlines what we'd like to do. In short, we'd like to use it for small mom and pop operations to be able to assist them in repairing septic systems. So this helps the sort of the economic climate when people, small business has, this is a big hit to do a septic system. To have a 20-year betterment loan might assist them. The other area we'd like to shift to is to be able to position ourselves for when towns decide that there is a nutrient management strategy involving on-site systems that they want to implement right away, as opposed to waiting for systems to fail. In short, all our money that we get from the state, that we get loaned from the state, can only be used for failed septic systems. Well, if you have to wait for everybody to fail, that's 20, 30 years, and if somebody really watches their P's and Q's, indefinitely, a septic system can last indefinitely. So if you had somebody who said, gee, I'd like to, the town has identified this is a nutrient management area, and they may even want to use composting toilets or some alternative means and say, well, we'd like to do that. Well, a composting toilet, for instance. You can use your existing system for gray water. However, we can't fund that through the loan program to have them put composting toilets in because the system isn't failed. And if we call it failed, they can't use it. So there's a catch-22. So what we'd like to do in two fronts, we'd like to change the loan program to allow, within context of local comprehensive wastewater management plans, to allow the update of a system prior to its failure, because that way you save a lot of capital you've already buried in the ground. Before it fails, you save it and you can reuse it. And the other piece to that is you get your nutrient issue addressed in a much more timely fashion. On the other front, we'd also like to suggest to the state, and we'll be doing so, that there are septic loan credits that they give, the $6,000 credit to replace a septic system. That also has wording in it which indicates the system must fail. And we'd like to adjust that, or have the legislature adjust that, to say, or replace systems in areas where comprehensive wastewater management plans have identified it as advantageous to do so with upgraded systems, or some wording of that type. We believe that the failure piece fit a nice thing years ago, because it was really to help people in a very desperate situation obtain money very quickly. However, on Cape Cod, as we're seeing, as towns look at their nutrient management issues, if they have to wait for every system to fail within an area, and they don't want to go in just with the hammer and say, you're just going to change them out, then this will be a helpful way to get the whole transition between old Title V's and more appropriate treatment systems into an area, if that's what's called for. Again, I want to stress that our department, as well as I'm sure Bill's, we don't tell people what to do. What we want to do is give them the tools and they're available should they decide within their communities that's what they want to do.
Now, is that a language change that you would ask the delegation to do just for the Cape, or do it statewide?
I think it should be done statewide because phosphorus and other areas that are have nutrient issues should do it. But as far as our loan program, what it will take is the process, I'm not a lawyer nor do I pretend to be, it takes a process by which money should have to be appropriated. That is there because there's roughly, I think, $300,000 that the septic loan program has from interest. Now, they could re-loan that, which is the intent, to re-loan it out to people, but it does not bear that same requirement that those systems be failed. So, but that money, to my understanding, would have to be appropriated by the assembly. That money that we already have would have to be appropriated for that purpose.
I think the intention, and when we've talked about it in the past, has been that there is a hit on small businesses that have to respond to, let's say, these kinds of issues. So the question becomes, is it an economic development issue as far as supporting existing businesses to, to have this, ability to do that? And now it turns out that our most recent election to the legislature is Brian Mennel, who is on the Economic Development Council, as far as I recall.
Yeah, see,
So-
Cape Cod Academic Development Council.
So perhaps, that might be someone who we might approach to be a champion for, for the legislation change that you want here in
Yeah.
Barnstable. And of course, you've got David Vieira, who's very familiar with what you've been doing in Falmouth in your other responsibility as, as a health agent. So
Is that-
perhaps we can.
Is that something you want us to work on?
Sure.
Okay.
I understood the legislation might be a little bit trickier simply because, as you know, anytime you're going to grant somebody a tax credit, that's a revenue issue, which then has, I believe, a whole nother process at the state level to review and make sure what the impact could be, because really, it could be substantial. If you offer somebody a $6,000 credit to replace your system, that's a pretty good incentive to do it. But it's $6,000 less over 4 years that the state will have in their coffers.
However, there has been examples of going concerns that have not been able to continue because of septic-related problems.
Absolutely.
So I think that, that part of our responsibility is to look into how we can help those businesses that could benefit from this to, to take
And actually,
advantage of it.
this is a new legislative session, so there's some deadlines in January that we would want to meet to get a bill like this filed.
The other
Get a
thing,
list.
Yeah.
we just met with the Water Pollution Abatement Trust and DEP on the septic betterment program. And the other issue that we'd like to see in terms of the legislation is the ability to charge a bit of an interim interest
Yes.
rate, sort of a, you have the choice of 5, 2, and
0,
0.
2 or 5, right.
And so we're concerned that charging 2% doesn't cover our costs. We've looked at that, it's a really kind of close. So we're charging 5% now, but we've had people that can go out and get a homeowner's loan or those type of, loans cheaper than us. So you see a lot more people paying down their septic betterment because they take a loan out through their home equity or whatever. But if we could charge somewhere between the 2 and 5, which statutorily
Oh,
we
now
can't do
we
now,
can't.
that would
Right.
be very
So-
helpful.
There is a
So we
number
can
that
cover
would
our
balance our
costs,
cost. and
But
we
pass
can't charge
on some savings on the interest side to the homeowners.
So we need to move on that.
I did have a question, George, going back to your emergency planning salary piece. So you say 10 hours per week. Is that sort of a consistent 10 hours per week, or is it going to be some weeks where you have the shelters in operation, it's going to be more full-time? And how do you find a person who's willing to sort of just do 10 hours?
I believe it's 10 hours a week consistently because there's a lot of offline activity or off-emergency activity that has to be done. And that's those administrative things such as, okay, what's your availability, what's your training, where can we put you if we ever get the call? So in discussing with Sean, he said consistently 10 hours a week. And where you get somebody, I don't know yet, but it is sort of a market out there where people are looking for work, a lot of people part-time work. And as you know, we have a wealth of retired public safety and police and fire that retire down here. As the population does do that, a lot of those folks coming out of the fire and police services are very well trained in ICS, understand certain things, and I think there'll be a well qualified sort of semi-retired type person who would be very good at this position.
Given how long the REPC has been in existence, there's a whole cadre of people that
Oh,
have
sure.
been part of that would.
Even retire, we've had quite a few retire out of the REPC who still live on Cape Cod, who still volunteer their time. And indeed, this, I imagine somebody in the position will be volunteering sometime also.
I have another question. Under your, one of your goals regarding regional programs, it says maintain the ability to provide technical and logistical support to towns in the event of personnel emergencies.
Yes.
What does that really mean? Like,
Somebody goes out, we have right now, we have Wellfleet maternity
Oh.
leave right now.
oh,
We've in the past, we've done Orleans where there was a tragedy with the health agent that we covered in on the time, or somebody has a family emergency. So the basic thing we do, this is our stock and trade, is to have qualified health agents who could walk into a town hall and it would be seamless. The permitting process, the review for Title V's, the perk test, the deep hole test, anything that's required of the health agent, we maintain our staff, senior staff to do. In the off times, because there's not always a public emergency, each one has a specialty. Sean, of course, emergency planning. Marina has indoor air quality, environmental health and safety, and she's starting to work with programs with the towns to reduce their liability for insurance purposes. And then there's people who have water quality specialties, myself is Title V. So we maintain that ability, so all our certifications are up, so that if somebody at Mashpee the director has to leave, we can walk in and say, okay, we could review all those plans. And like I said, right now in Wellfleet, there's maternity leave, so we're covering all the plan reviews for the town of Wellfleet.
you probably know more about what goes on in the county than we do, or anybody else.
Well,
I mean,
our
in terms
agents-
of the towns.
Our agents are in the field a lot, and even in the area of public health emergency, which is,
That's
we are
different.
fiduciary agents for, $300,000 grant each year, writing the town's emergency plans, public health emergency plans. So in doing so, you get to know everything that goes on in the town. You get to know where the police, fire chief, their numbers, wherever. There's a lot more communication that's taking place there. We coordinate that for the Cape and Islands. So even know quite a bit of what happens out on Martha's Vineyard.
When you make your presentation to the Cape Cod Commission, I would like you to emphasize how much in touch you are with the individual communities. I think that's something that's not well appreciated.
Well, the county health department is a unique model. We have staff here that can help towns very practically and logistically should their staff not be able to do it. We've just recently completed the mutual aid agreement with every town on the Cape and Islands is signed now. That was unheard of. I mean, our agents can now cross borders if they have to and if the town managers want them to. But our department has a unique responsibility in every town because we can go to every town and by their Board of Health response can say, sure, we can be your agents for the day, the week, the month, whatever you need. And in some we have very formal agreements. For instance, we have Orleans right now. We have a formal agreement with them where we assign an agent 2 days a week to their town. And as towns look at their financial constraints, some of them are looking and saying, maybe we should have the county do this.
Now, you're working with Orleans, and Orleans, of course, has just started a nonprofit to look at particular application issues with regard to, let's say, wastewater management, and also the installation of a central, I guess, in their downtown area, a
Centralized
wastewater treatment. Are you working? Are you available to them to?
We're always available to them.
And have you heard from them as far as any requests for support?
Well, requests for information primarily, as you know, we track all the performance of their IA systems in the town and present regular reports to them on their performance.
I was always very impressed with the town of Orleans. They put together a booklet called Blue Water. I don't know if you, I think I brought it in here because I know we were talking about it. But in any case, what that pamphlet does is identify some of the things that have been done in other areas. The blue pages, it's a very, you've probably
I've
seen
seen
it.
it, yeah,
Yeah, it's something that, to their credit, they had gotten a hold of. I guess this document is basically one that has been copied from another one that was very, was very useful. And I give credit to the town of Orleans because they've taken this practical approach to dealing with that problem.
Can I ask you a question, George? We do the Orleans thing, we have a contract with them, and then you do sort of these sort of temporary fill-ins, sort of independent on the time frame of the temporary. How come we don't see maybe more towns clamoring to do health agent services on a regional basis? Why do you think that is?
Well, the Board of Health, this is opinion now, totally opinion. Board of Health is a very good control point for a lot of things because they're a very powerful board and they like to maintain their own agents and their own sort of control. We have always sort of operated as like, what they call it, you can take it if you want, if you don't, sort of a cafeteria style. And that model has served us very well, so that now Wellfleet, for instance, recently has signed a contract with us for particular services. When it trips beyond a certain time, when they say, oh, we really like you and we'd like you here a lot, then I talk to the town manager and say, at this point, I think we need to enter into agreement. This isn't just covering so-and-so went for 2 weeks vacation, you want us here all the time.
Right.
I think you'll see more and more of that, but I think the reason they don't hire or don't have the county do their full-time responsibility is they want their own agent. And what we are is, when the agent says, I don't know anything here about indoor air quality, I'm getting these requests, they love to be able to say, just call the county for that response. Or if somebody said, gee, we have a hoarding issue, let's get together the task force and address that particular thing. So I think primarily it's local control, and it's one of those things where, as you know, Title V had evolved to a point of local development control, and that sort of feeling has never gone away, that it still maintains some of that control. So regional services for inspectional, as you know, we do all, in the summer we send inspectors everywhere. They love that because they say that's a seasonal thing that it's nice to have the county to do. Or beaches, they don't want to divert their primary staff to collecting water samples, so we do that. And we get the support from the state to do it for them. So I think, in short, they look and they say, this is nice, we can pick and choose, and they get grant money for us. But, that's what we're supposed to do. We look at that as our service to the town. Anytime we can get the town's money to do a program across 2, 3, 8, 10 towns, we're fine. I mean, very rarely do we get all 15. We usually get 8 and up. But I think they're happy with the association the way it is. And until something dramatic happens in a town, I mean, I'm not saying that a town might someday say, look, we're done. We want the county to do everything here. But I won't hold my breath for that one. Because we do a good job in those things where the health agents really can use us. And the primary service, which exercises their local control, is always in place locally.
We had problems with geese following fields, Canadian geese, because the weather was mild here. More recently, we've had problems with the beaches that have had pollution contributions from 400-pound animals called seals, who in turn were a food source for sharks, who in turn were having the effects of the excrement that comes from the seals themselves, plus the body parts that are washing up on the beach. I have a great concern that we're not really addressing what I'd call the opportunity for appropriate management of this particular problem. I passed on some comments from one of the kids at Cape Tech, and it was in the paper, on that. I just wonder if you've gotten any feedback from health agents with regard to their concern about the increase in fouling of beaches and closing of beaches because of the contribution from the seals.
Well, we haven't seen a huge increase in the number of closures of beaches. The seashore, when you see one at the seashore, which traditionally has none, all of a sudden has some closures, that always turns the attention to, okay, where is it coming from? And sure, you have a 400-pound mammal defecating directly in the water or close to the rack line, then that's always, I'm a big believer in Occam's razor, that if you cannot properly discount the obvious solution, then don't discount the obvious solution or the obvious problem. So I don't know what the answer to that is, and it's certainly well beyond, I mean, I'm not a wildlife manager. At some point, I believe that people, we the people, this free home of the brave, will have to make a decision on managing resources to optimize a certain desire to do something, because isn't that what it's all about? It's all about how do you manage it to get what you want out of it. That's how we manage resources. At some point, should that be identified as the cause of closures that are unacceptable, then there will need to be a shift in public policy. Will I make it? No. But I'll tell you what we will do. We'll provide all the information from which somebody can make a good decision. And we monitored 350 beaches across the Cape. They have used, recently Woods Hole has used our data to determine that seals are not an issue. My comment on that would be it's a very blunt instrument to prove a point that maybe needed to be proved, but I don't know. But in any case, it's a blunt instrument. We still monitor, we'll still make our data available. It's still a huge service to the towns to do that. And when asked to investigate further, we will.
George, are there, speaking of beach monitoring, are there legislative changes that you might suggest, since we're putting together a list here, to deal with some of the issues you face with sort of the whole beach monitoring,
Yes.
testing, and...
Right now, we have Bethany Sadlowski of our staff is putting together a summary of all our beach data. We believe that there should be instances where one number doesn't close a beach. One number doesn't close a beach. Because when one number does close a beach, you've closed the beach when you should have had it open, and you've opened it when you should have it closed. It is, in the same terms I used before, a blunt instrument to obtain an end. So we would suggest, and we'll probably try to support that with data, that certain beaches that historically open the second day, in other words, the second number always 99.9% of the time turns up clean, we're going to suggest that they adopt a different policy for those beaches. They came a little bit forward years ago when they said, okay, you can reduce the monitoring if a beach has been historically clean. However, when you do monitor, if it shows bad, you're going to have to go back to that prior monitoring. I thought that was a very weak attempt to address the issue. One, it didn't address the issue. It only said don't monitor so much. Well, why would we not want to monitor? What you want is you're monitoring to show the desired end. Should it be open or should it be closed? So I say keep the same level of monitoring, just use the data more appropriately. And that's what we will. We're putting the documentation together now. And I know that Nantucket, because we do Nantucket's monitoring, has really wanted us to do this for a while. It's just a matter of staff time and allocation, and we're starting to put that data together now. What we would then suggest is we could come up with a list of beaches, and here they are, and these beaches should never close on one number, but should wait for the second number.
So maybe
Kind of
DEP,
like the water testing?
Pardon?
Kind of like the water testing?
Yes.
so maybe DEP needs some convincing first?
It wouldn't
or-
be DEP, it would be the Department of Public Health, which
DPH.
oversees the beach closures. And we've approached them a couple of times before, and I understand their constraints. Their constraint is EPA has a mandate that they give to the states. If the states disobey the mandate, then
Their funding is...
their funding
in
gets
jeopardy.
bye-bye, and they may come in and try to take primacy.
EPA versus clean water versus other things that are, above our pay grade, but the continuous monitoring opportunities that can be provided by the internet, I wonder if that would contribute to, let's say, a more statistically, not just significant, but more statistically appropriate guarantee of the actual accuracy of our measurements.
Well, it's not the accuracy. The measurements we make aren't as precise. The accuracy isn't the question. The issue is, do the data that you presently collect mandate that you take another look at how you respond to that data, or those data? And that's what they haven't done. There's this test that we have to do, mandated, and we have to respond when there is a certain number. And that is the premise I would challenge and needs to be challenged, because most of those measurements, most of those tests, most of those requirements came from where there was a large sewer pipe somewhere in the vicinity that they had to make sure there was enough dilution, dispersion, die-off before it presented a public health threat. On Cape Cod, you don't have discharges. All you have is leaching. And so you need to look at things a little different way. We know, for instance, I can give you 5 beaches that dollars to donuts, if they go bad one day, they'll be good the next day, 100% of the time. And if that is the case, and we all go on probability, then it should be that that beach never close on that one number, because it's going to be good the next day. And you've closed it for the day you've had it, should have been open, and you've opened it. The day I took the test, it was bad. 24 hours later, when I read it, is when I got that indication that the day before was bad. So it's fundamentally wrong.
Yeah.
And we've been up on the research, we're using this. In fact, part of some of the lab enhancements are to look at the new EPA methods coming down the line. But we've even looked at those new methods and said, that's great if you only have 5 beaches to do, but if you've got 350 beaches a week to do, logistically, you can still not do what they want to have done. And that's where we've been providing a lot of input. We're in touch with people across the country who are developing the methods. The woman in Wisconsin who does it for Racine, and you say, you've got 10 beaches, we've got 300, how are we going to do this?
There's an issue that's connected to this, in my opinion, and that's the agricultural issues with regard to concentration of, because we, like in our cooperative farm, over here, we're starting to see, animals being raised for, for slaughter, so there's a concentration of animals there. In some areas where there's a higher agricultural activity, there's also a concern about fouling of water supplies because of that, and since we are we do not have a reservoir, we take groundwater, that's a concern. And another thing that's related to that is, are we doing anything for measuring stray voltage with regard to those substations that are found around, around farms?
Oh, that's a wide range of topics, Bill, but first, the animal waste issue, we are working with Extension on a couple of projects at the test center, actually, just sort of move toward best management practices for animal waste management, because there's this sort of feeling out there that you can't have so many animals per acre or whatever. We're doing some actual measurements to figure out what is that and what are really some of the opportunities. Some of the waste is really fertilizer that can be harvested at some point in novel ways weren't looked at before, other than just, hey, bring a truckload of manure over. We're looking at some of the leachate issues. We're looking at how much deposited on the top really gets to down below. We're working with Extension Service on that, and a sort of team of folks they have. I believe Leo is on one of those teams. So we're looking at that particular issue. As far as stray voltage, boy, you got me there. You finally got one that, I know what stray voltage is because I've felt it before, but we are not looking at that issue at the health department. But if you'd like, I can add that to my budget.
I did want to mention the health lab renovations. We're renovating the old gym for the health lab. Stephen Tebow and George and I have been meeting on, there's some, I guess I'll call them some unanticipated need up there, some that's been anticipated that we thought was covered, that wasn't covered. We're going through a laundry list of things that we're sort of not quite prepared to bring back to you. It is very possibly that we're going to have to go back to the assembly for a supplemental, which I would think is the way to do it, because we'll need to do it sooner rather than later, because we want to get these guys in there. Once we do that, we'll bring that back to you and have a discussion about that.
Well, I think this is the time when we're pretty much done, but I'd like to,
Yeah.
before you leave, George, I want to say that I've had the opportunity to interview several of the people who work in the staff, and they are consistently at the top of their game. Their passion for what they do and their knowledge has really been amazing and outstanding. And I think that you deserve all of the kudos that come from being a leader in an organization that is as effective and is, let's say, as committed to doing things for Cape Cod.
Thank you.
Yes, I would.
I'd echo that. I'd also say that Sean has been instrumental in moving this 911 thing forward. Anything he wants, he can have, as long as he keeps on that task. It's been really good. Yeah.
And I just have one other question. We look at the expense side of things here, but
Yes.
we don't, at this point, look at revenues versus expenses. But all the grants that you receive and the fees that you charge, do they all show up individually in your budget line?
Yes,
Oh, yes.
is the answer. Yes.
Okay, well, I just wanted.
Well, what I'll do is I'll prepare, and I didn't do it for this week,
Yeah.
but maybe next week or one of the subsequent weeks, I usually prepare a budget revenue
And the
overview
revenues,
for you,
yeah.
and go over
Because
all
that's
in
helpful
detail.
when we look
Yeah.
at this as well.
I think there's a couple of opportunities in George's. The lab, I think, is one, especially once we get the move up there. And some of these other things George has already talked about in terms of the lab. There's some opportunities for some revenue enhancements there. And I think sort of the regional service, I think towns, I think they, in the back of their mind, sort of know that in order to do this sort of more broadly going forward, it's going to be fee for service. And I think that's a very good threshold, George, that you sort of have is, we can sort of cover you temporarily, and that has different meanings at different times. But once you get to a point where it's sort of where you want us here every day to do the same thing consistently, there's a fee for service.
And we've looked at areas, for instance, Bathing Beach. We know that's a drain for businesses. We were doing those all for free. And we said, wait a minute, we have to somehow implement, at least to recover our cost. In every program I've got, IA tracking, the beach program, we start looking at how do we recover at least our cost if this is a business. So we're not getting a lot of profit. In fact, we offer the business, we say, look, if you can have somebody take the sample and bring it to a lab cheaper than this, please do it.
And that's
But
the way
none
it
of
should
them-
be, cost versus the benefit, not
Well,
increases just
And
because
it's
of an
the
increase.
test center
It should
model, which
equal
is
the
that
cost.
everybody goes in there to try their wares, they pay a fee, and it offsets our cost of that test center.
Right,
We've done that. So as we move forward and look at some of these services which should be charged for, we will, but most of the services to the towns themselves, landfill monitoring, bathing beach monitoring, we get a grant for that each year. We actually bid on a state contract and get that each year. Those things, my goal is to recover as much of the cost as we can. When we move up into the laboratory, I believe, I may be wrong, but I believe in 5 years the lab will pay for itself. But we're at the wit's end there as far as we can't push any further. But once we move in there, we'll have the space. We can have people write grants for other projects in there. We can start looking creatively at how to recover our costs. And I think we'll do it. I think 5 years out will be, I look at my budget each year, and Goldman has done a terrific job. Those revenues keep coming up each year, but I know that there's a plateau he can't go beyond simply because of certain constraints, some of which are space, some of which are people, some of which are instruments. But I think with him, he's been an excellent lab director. Moving forward, we could chart that course to saying, okay, at this point, maybe we want to be self-sufficient here, where it comes in. Particularly some of the instruments we're using, they're not even, I just checked with the state doesn't have one of these instruments that we have, and they say, well, maybe we ought a joint project with them to see what revenues we can get from them because they're requiring to do certain things. So,
when Bill, just a minute, when Bill made his comments to you in that, I know that we share that same level of confidence in how you manage your revenues versus your expenses. You're very cognizant of that, and
Thank
we
you.
appreciate it. Leo has a question for you. Leo?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. A couple of things. First of all, did you guys have documents handed to you today that you were referring to?
Oh, no, we've had these for over a week.
Okay, because the public asked me if there was something available for them. I know I'm gonna get mine when I get my budget book, but I thought I'd just tell you that a couple of members of the public were looking for it.
This is the budget request.
Yeah, it's their package.
Good, thank you. A couple of things, if I can, real quick. On the bone density machine, you made
Yes.
a statement that you're thinking about buying it, you're presently leasing it,
Yes.
and you're thinking about purchasing one. Is that, for a machine that we don't use a real lot, are we also thinking about having to add then in the cost of a service contract for that?
I've looked into the service contract, the servicing of it. There's very few service components to it. And they just own this machine that they have not really serviced in 5 years that they've leased it to us. And it's true that under the past 2 to 3 years, we've used it in a limited way. However, we're definitely planning on expanding the use of that because that's an extremely useful tool to get people to look at this issue prior to them actually needing it. So in the past, we've leased it for the mass municipal, the health fairs. And we've sort of, because of their lacks in wanting it back each time, we've taken it out and used it in the community more. Now they're being very tight about, no, we want it mailed back. It's right after you do it, we'll pay the shipping, but we want it mailed back. So now we're saying we don't have it where we were using it. We want to expand the use of it. So that's why we're going for it. It's $10,000. Its service component each year for the first 2 to 3 years will be $0. After that, there'll be some calibration involved, but it won't be a tenth of the cost of the instrument.
Okay, I'll have to ask you more questions about that later, because I do know there are a lot now becoming available on the Cape also through just the health services. It's an important issue. A lot of women are having it done on their yearly checkup. They're telling men to have it done on their yearly checkups. So it's one of those things that I think we're going to be seeing increasing machines on the Cape anyhow.
I think you're correct. I think doctors are going to start investing in them.
In regards to the new vehicle, my notes just show me that I think you only have 2 vehicles, right? That are directly to you. One of them is 13 years old, and one of them is 7 or 8 years old.
No, we have 3 vehicles. One, the old pickup truck, I think that's a 98. That we don't use much anymore. We have the present emergency vehicle. We have a pickup truck which we use for landfill monitoring. So we have 3 vehicles.
And you're considering purchasing a new one?
Yes.
Would that be a pickup truck or?
That would be a SUV for emergency planning, so it would be closed in. It's either a pickup truck with a cap or closed in.
Because I know last year I think we increased your line items for vehicle repair.
Right.
We're probably looking to keeping that the same, or we're going to be looking to keep that, even adding more to that?
Correct.
By the
No,
same would mean that additional increase
I
though.
think we'll keep it the same,
Right.
but of course, everything's open to discussion.
You guys talked a little bit about revenues. Do you have any idea how the revenues are going at this point? I noticed that, again, in my notes, looks like we've been going down in projected revenues and been adding in the county general funds to cover that.
For the laboratory?
Well, in the documents that we get, they're really not separated. It just says department revenue.
He's looking
It's
at
a total of about
summary.
850,000. So
Usually that's
would that
grant
be-
dependent, Leo. Usually it's the grants that fluctuate more. Actually, the lab revenues, I think George has said, and I think he's correct, they've been going up consistently sort of year from year. Not greatly, but
Right.
they've sort of been going from the 350 range to the 450, closer to 500 range.
Right, yeah,
I'll split those out. I can
cool.
split those out for
In
you.
my notes, I have them all combined.
Right,
So you
exactly.
think we're pretty much holding our ground then?
Definitely in the laboratory going up. The grants, as was stated, it fluctuates, particularly the federal grants have been taking a little dive lately.
One thing that's gone up, tobacco's gone back up. We were
Yes.
at 190 for a few years there. That's when we only had one person, Bob Collette, on staff. And now they've been back towards the 150 range.
A lot of that revenue is, if I may, a lot of that revenue is allocated to our receiving it though, is that right? I mean, we had the tobacco revenue, for
It's also
instance, which doesn't go into
use.
our.
You can't use it for
Right,
anything
right,
else.
right, right. That's why we have, because some other people have asked me about our coordinators. I think we have listed as under tobacco.
And
The tobacco director and the tobacco health educator, I mean,
Yeah.
both of them are relatively, I think they add up to about 90
And
grand.
it's
But
dependent
that-
on money. If we have around 150, you have the person and a half. If you don't get 150, we go back to the one person sort of thing, yeah.
the other thing with tobacco is we've been asked to increase our coverage for some of those towns that are on the fringe of the Cape, Wareham, Marion, Carver, Plymouth. So when they increase the funds, sometimes it isn't direct increase to the
Right.
county's benefit, but it keeps us going.
George is also using grants to cover medical reserve corps.
Correct. Jean Roma,
Yeah,
her salary is covered by a medical,
Exactly.
by a grant, and has been for the past 3 years now.
Thank you. I'll have my
Okay.
next bite of the apple. I'm sure I'll
Oh,
say
yeah.
it a couple of times.
All right, George.
Okay,
Thank you very much. That's been
Thanks, George.
great. Maybe we could just take a little break.
take a recess, yes,
Take a little
for
recess
5
and
minutes.
then, I'm going to bring this meeting back to order at 11:15 a.m. And now we're going to take up,
Facilities.
Jerry? Here, go ahead.
It is.
Jerry,
Religious comment.
we're back in order again. And now we're going to take up the operating capital budget for the facilities department. And we have our new facilities manager with us today,
This is Stephen Tebow.
Stephen Tebow. Well, that's not hard to forget, your last name.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
that's
easy.
become a very famous name recently, huh?
Yes,
Good. Well, welcome, Stephen.
thank you.
So, however, they are very informal about how they do their budget. So if you have sort of an overview that you want to do, that would be fine. If you want to go item by item, that's fine too.
Basically, the line items really haven't changed much. The capital would be probably the biggest change that I see.
Sure,
I don't know
yeah,
if you want to jump right into those.
sure. I think that's the way to go about it, sure.
Okay, yeah, so let's start with that.
Probably the biggest thing that I see that needs to get done in the upcoming year would be the roof of this building. I do have pictures if you guys want to take a look.
Yeah, that would be very helpful.
Just, I do apologize, I didn't realize how many people were going to be here, I just have a limited number of copies. The roof is just, it's way past its time. So I'm just concerned about, obviously, the roof fails, we're going to have a
Are there
lot
any
more
leaks
issue.
now?
There is one current leak. We do have it kind of patched. The problem with a roof, as we all know, if we had a roof leak at your home, is they spread very quickly. Once you get underneath those shingles, it'll just continue to grow. Unfortunately, there's not much we can do about it besides replace the roof.
So it's not a membrane roof, it's a shingle roof?
Shingle roof. It's on the main part of the courthouse here,
Is it asphalt or cedar?
asphalt.
Asphalt.
Yeah, it was originally slate,
Slate.
and then it was taken off, near as I can tell, it was taken off in the 80s and replaced.
The
So it had-
1880s or the 1980s?
Sorry.
So it hasn't been replaced, what, in 40 years? Or 20 years? 40
It looks
years?
like it's been patched though. I couldn't
Oh.
find any real good records on it, to be honest with you. I was looking the other day and John did have a lot of paperwork on it, but I couldn't find the actual date. That's the one
Oh,
troubled
wow.
area. That's the one that we just currently repaired. But there is a few more like that up there. The day that we took the pictures, we weren't able to get to it.
Oh, yeah.
We didn't have the harness with us to get out on it. So that, to me, is one of the main things that needs to get taken care of. Obviously, we don't want that. That's directly above the main session courtroom. So that's going to be,
And unfortunately, the roof doesn't always leak directly where the opening
Exactly,
is.
that's-
What happens is there's an undermining of the wall area if there's any conduit for water to go down into your foundation.
correct. I mean, this could be this is on that side of the building. It could leak down here by the time we go through the building. So
So this is the entire,
the entire
yeah,
roof.
Have
obviously
you
you
made
don't,
any temporary repairs on the obvious opening?
This one we do have patched now.
Okay.
There's a couple more that we're trying to get to. It's just due to like harness restrictions and stuff, we have to find a way to get to them. We can't just, because of the age of the roof, we can't just put a harness post on the roof to grab it, because the
Oh.
shingle will rip and it causes more problems. So we're gonna bring an aerial lift in to patch a couple more holes, which we're trying to do. I believe it's next Monday we're gonna do it.
I have a question. Is that something the state would help pay for?
Well, the way this works, that's a good question,
Since it's,
is we do the work
Mhm.
and we pay for it. And then on our subsequent submission for reimbursement, the state pays. So for example, if it's done on an operational basis, that is anything we spend yearly, annually in our operations budget, the state goes through a audit process. They're very thorough. If you don't have a light bulb that you didn't use in a state location, they'll take the light bulb off, as you know. But they'll reimburse us for those costs. If it's a capital related, we've amortized it over a certain amount of time, the state will reimburse us over that particular time.
Now, is that DCAM that has to approve that?
I believe it's the trial court that
Trial
does that
court.
directly. We submit the cost estimate, every year we do a cost estimate for our reimbursement. It goes to the trial court, and I believe it's the trial court that
So
reimburses.
do we need to get pre-approval from them? I mean, do we have to say?
No, the process is every year, we compile all of the costs that we have associated with court operations. So Eileen in his department, Joanne and Tricia in my department in finance go through that. We submit the cost reimbursement request to the trial court. They send out their auditors, go through everything. Over the past few years, they actually haven't found too many things. We're sort of very good about how we do this. We've gotten much better at it. And actually over the past couple of years, they've actually even included the reimbursement for the administrative fee that we've included. So, and then once their audit is complete, a couple months later, we'll get a quarterly payment. So you'll either get your reimbursement for last year, next year, and you might get 1 quarter in arrears, depending on how their cash flow situation is at the state.
So they don't get upset with surprises like this? I mean, all of a sudden, there's a $210,000.
If this is approved, I'll notify them. For
No,
example, one of the big ones we had not too long ago was 2nd District Court. We put in an elevator. Didn't have an elevator. So it's a very substantial cost.
That took an awful long time to get that in there.
It didn't take a long time.
6 years?
No, it didn't take 6 years, Bill. No. But anyways, that was one of those particular costs which they appreciate us letting them know.
Yeah, I would think.
That was ADA compliance, so.
Well,
The
it
elevator.
didn't take us 6 years.
Well,
I know that.
I bet you a nickel if you went back and checked when it first came to our attention and we finally wound it all the way through, because I seem to remember I saw it over and over and over again before it finally got done.
Yeah, I would have, for the actual work to take place.
No, the work itself went, I think it was like 9 months.
Exactly.
All right, but the build-up to that, you know, let's say it was on budgets.
Well, don't forget, we had some of that space that was going to be the elevator for the shaft was occupied by the district attorneys. You know, there was some work, preliminary work to do.
There's also a groundwater issue down there too, if I remember
Yeah.
correctly. We have to get that all planned out.
Yeah.
I guess my other question is, what is the best way to fund? Let's say we agree to all of this, which is a little over $500,000. What is the best way of funding this? Is it to go out and get and bond it for so many years? and
Yeah,
then-
we would do a capital.
We
For
would
a
do a
roof like
capital
this,
bond?
we should do a capital. Yeah, we'd do a bond.
And then, because the money is so short
Exactly.
right now, I mean, the interest rates are so low, just what I meant by
And
money is
I
short.
should point out, you're looking at the last page.
Yeah, I'm looking at, right now,
Of
I'm
his
looking at the
budget, or
last
next to the
page.
last page. What Stephen has done is, so those new ones you see there are only the ones that don't have a line item. So you actually have to go back and into the budget report. If you go back, turn one page back, you'll see roof replacement Superior Court. He's talking about $360,000 for that project.
Oh, I
alone.
see, so the 210
So
is
there's-
just,
The 210 is the
Oh, just-
columns out
Yeah,
here
That's
and the
my
front
next
facade.
one, sorry.
oh, I
the
see,
building.
okay, yeah, well, yeah.
So I think what we'll have to do as we go through the budget here is we'll have to make some priority decisions and sort of lay out a 5-year plan for
Of
this
how to get
building
these
and all
done.
the other buildings as well. assuming what the total
Right,
cost
and
is.
instead
But I
of
haven't
using
added them
cash,
all
if
up
we
here,
could
so I don't
bond it.
know.
Because then as we get reimbursed, it pays off the bond.
Exactly.
Which we would need a revenue stream in order to support the bond, I think. Bond
Well, you have to-
council would be in it, right?
What I'm saying is, so say you'd
We'd have to
issued
pay the
a
interest on it.
10-year bond, let's make it easy, for $360,000. So that's 36,000 principal and probably another 36 in interest, just to say. So every year, the courts occupy 50% of this building, somewhere around there.
Somewhere in there.
So every year on the court cost, we would assess the state 50% of the 36 plus the 36. So every year they would pay us back that
Pay us
amount.
Now that the lab is going to be moved up to the hill,
Mhm.
does the court have some interest in occupying more of the space?
Yeah, and
There's
that-
a lot of interest in
Yeah,
occupying
exactly.
space.
And that, of course, will change we'll have to go into a lease negotiation to redo that percentage. You're absolutely right.
And that would support more of the reimbursement that we.
Correct,
get,
that's right.
Yeah, well, eventually this will end up as part of a plan
Correct.
over a period of time
Yeah.
as to how it's gonna be paid for, how it's gonna be reimbursed, and
Right.
all of that.
Right.
Okay, so now,
So that
back
was
to
your number
you.
one.
That was my number one.
Okay, what's number two?
Number two, and we're staying on this building, it just brings up
Yes.
the next item that you were looking at, is the columns for the front part of
Right.
the building.
Oh, yeah.
Again, I
Those
have
are sort
some,
of be eaten away there.
Oh, yeah.
they've been, kind of destroyed over.
Funny that we're doing this, because I drove by here the other day for some reason, I don't know where I was coming from. And I drove by and I just stopped, because I parked across the street,
Yeah, I've
just
seen it,
parked
yeah.
and looked up at the building. This was like last week. And I said, wow, that building has been here so long, and look at the front of it. And I didn't even think about all the others, but I did look at the columns and
It
say,
certainly doesn't
This
reflect
is-
the elegance of a bygone
no,
age.
and I'm looking at this building and I said, wow, this is need a lot of work. So
Yeah.
anyway,
And for
Glad you saw it.
yeah.
That's just the front fascia too.
There you
Yeah,
go.
The problem that
Oh, yeah.
The problem that we're gonna have, I see going forward, is if we break this up into too long of a period, we have to stage the building, depending on the recommendation of the building inspector. Most likely, my gut feeling is we're gonna have to stage the whole building to do the roof. So the cost of that's probably gonna be close to 60, 70,000 to do that.
Yep.
So if we put the staging up, it would make sense for us to do the fascia at the same time, because it's a separate company that would stage the whole building. So it would be, so we're not paying 120 for something that can be accomplished with 60.
Right.
So again, it's the initial cost would be higher, but the overall savings would be
It's
greater.
greater.
So the 210 would do everything you need to do sort of all at once?
I believe so, Mark.
Okay.
The 210 number was a number that John had gotten, and I tried to contact the vendor that had given him that number. So I went with the number as a good faith, going off the number that John had left me. Again, I tried to make contact with the person numerous times and I haven't been able to do it, to secure that number. There is a limited amount of people who actually do that work nowadays.
So you're talking about the fascia stuff? What is it that needs actually to be done? Sort of from this looks like painting, but obviously that's not
It is a paint. It is like a form of painting. Basically, they put like a mastic on, and then they literally spit sand at it.
Oh, I see.
And they make it. It's like so you need
I
something
hate to say stucco, but it's sort of that type
yeah,
of thing.
kind of a stucco base. We'll run into an issue with the historical, as far as we have to do it a certain way. Obviously, just so we can, which I'd like to do too, maintain it so it looks the exact same as it can,
I spent some time in corrosion analysis, and it seems to me there are materials that would give the appearance that we're looking for and have a lot more durability. Are we allowed to use that as far as the historical
The
piece?
Historical Commission would probably not approve that, I would think.
I think we'd
They're
run into a
pretty
little bit of
strict.
issue on some of the materials that
Okay.
can be used. It would be definitely something I'd look into.
Okay, but we do have a resource in that we have an expert on historical preservation over the Cape Cod Commission.
Yep.
And you should communicate with her to find out what the range of allowability is, because anything that we are putting up that has the ability of retain the appearance, but could use more durable materials, epoxies, things that are not subject to, let's say, to continuous maintenance or rot, could be very important in terms of maintaining the life.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. No, I agree 100%. Again, it would be kind of in their range of what we can do as far as materials that we can put back on.
And she's been with the commission a long time.
Yeah.
She's a very valuable asset to anybody
Yeah.
dealing with historical structures.
Yeah, and
I
that
know
way-
she's working with Falmouth now as well on some of this
That
stuff
would
they're
help us a
doing.
lot getting through the, the village historical
Mhm.
commission, if
Yeah.
we'd already, basically had already, got say, an opinion as to what we could use, and then some examples of what it would look
Sarah.
like.
Sarah Korjeff.
Sarah, yeah.
Sarah Korjeff, Korjeff, that's
Okay.
her name.
I was basing this bill on, the studies that John had done.
Yeah.
This going back 3 or 4 years, he had a guy come and do a study on it. So I was using the materials that he had spec'd in
Right.
his study. He was on the Mass Board of Historic Preservation for a couple of years. There's a bunch, I have a whole package on it. That being said, I also have Darlene looking at grants for the money for this also. Hopefully, if there's anything out there, she was going to look
Oh,
for.
for Mass Historical, yeah.
Correct. So we're looking at that to see if there's any money we can generate to do, some of the work. She had, it was kind of an opinion that it was kind of tough to get monies for this particular type of project, but she was going to do whatever she could to find any resources that we had to see if we could, at least subsidize some of the cost on that.
Leo?
Steve mentioned going for the grant from Mass Historical. I was wondering if there's any consideration to going in front of the town of Barnstable's CPC funds, where they do have allocated monies for historical buildings. I mean, this is a jewel of a building of the downtown Barnstable here, and I'm not suggesting that we go for the entire amount, but certainly it's an avenue that we should explore to find out if we're in fact even eligible, number one, and even with the roof situation, we may be faced with replacing it with maybe not slate, but tiles that appear to be more slate-like than your conventional asphalt shingles too. Even if we're not required by them to do it, it might be something we might want to look into. This is a jewel of a building.
And the way that works is you get your whole plan together first. You have it all together and you know where all your costs are. And then you go to the CPC and you file an application with them. And then you're very specific about, the building itself. Their applications are pretty clear. And you just fill that out and then you go before them and then ask for everything and then see what you get. But it's better to get your whole thing done first before you go to them. But that's definitely a great resource.
And right now with the new president of the town council in Barnstable, Deborah Dagwan, she comes from an academic background and is very concerned about things that support the public education and the connection with our history. So there may be some support there. So when the plans get together, we definitely should go forward with that.
Yeah.
So, well, the first thing is to find out if we're eligible, I guess, is the first question. But
Eligible, you mean?
For the CPC funds?
Oh, well, you won't know that.
Question.
You would be, because it's an historical building and it's in the town of Barnstable. But from my experience with CPC is you apply, so you have to have your whole plan put together.
Well,
You
but
don't go back 2 or 3 times.
This
apply.
building doesn't have a historical designation. I don't believe.
You don't need one.
You don't need one.
No.
So that's the
Not
question.
CPC.
Oh, no, they do roofs on churches, they do lots of things.
I think they even supported putting there's a solar panels up in Dennis, as far as what Dennis did. I think that came out of their CPC money.
In Dennis, but not
Dennis.
Barnstable.
No, but what I'm getting at is there's a
Oh, yeah,
range
there-
of
well,
CPC
it's,
eligibility.
There's a certain percentage for historical preservation, a certain percentage for housing. I think it's 10% for recreation, 10% for historic preservation, and then the rest is,
Split between
the
housing.
other 80% is all,
The bonds for affordable housing.
right, exactly, affordable
CPA
housing.
under the
But
first-
historical preservation, I think, and recreation get 10% of the money. And they probably got a fair amount of money because of the size of the town. I don't know if
When the town went to replace their roof on Town Hall, they ran into the same issue that I just presented to you as far as the staging. I think theirs was a couple $100,000 to stage the building. They ended up going with asphalt though for their roof. They had looked at a cost analysis. The initial cost was double for going back to slate. But they just, obviously didn't have the funding to do it. All right, I'd gladly go and talk to whoever I can to get the.
Yeah,
funds.
well, Tom Lynch would be a good one to talk to about all of this stuff, just
Yeah.
even preliminary. you know.
Yeah, just let them know that this is what we're planning on, and then, but usually they do want a complete plan the first time
Yeah.
out, as to what you wanna do.
Well, I'd feel Tom out just about the whole
Yeah,
notion
yeah, well,
about
that, you can
us
do that, you
asking
could do that,
them,
yeah.
you know, if they're not asking for money, the
Right.
same, you know. That's,
Yeah.
you just wanna, before we stick our foot in our mouth, let's make sure they're okay with it, so.
Well, it don't hurt to ask.
No, it doesn't. Okay, so
What's number 3?
Number 3, just staying with this building, is the front wall on 6A.
that's the one out down there. It's not a wall on the building, it's the
Nope,
one out
it's just-
front.
yeah,
Okay,
sorry.
gotcha, all right.
Yeah, it just needs to be.
Oh, the stone wall, this
Yeah,
one
the
here?
front wall.
Were
Yeah.
they repointed?
It,
This-
resetting, I would guess, would be a better way to describe it
Okay.
than pointing, Bill, but basically pointing it. It's just coming up, and I'm just concerned of,
Is it getting pushed?
it's getting pushed out.
Yeah, well, there's
Oh,
a
grad's
there's a
moving?
natural torque in all
Sure,
in all
between the
earth.
frost heave.
You
Yeah.
know, that
Yeah.
would move it over, and then you've got the
This
spall,
section.
it's like a spalling effect where the water is entraining behind it and then freezing and expanding and moving it over.
Exactly.
So, yeah, so it needs to be pushed back and.
I think it has to be dug out. I think the proper drainage behind it would have to be put in and then reset.
Yeah.
Basically what it
And that
comes
would,
down
and
to.
that would essentially prevent that, be a preventive measure for what would happen in the future. I would hate to lose that, this piece here that, that our neighbor has been so kind to keep.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I think it would just be a matter of resetting, kind of digging behind it and resetting the block. They make a lot of different ways to divert the water behind the wall now, so you won't have that, the pressure of the water retaining behind the wall now. They have a lot of different technologies with, rubber matting that can divert the water away from the pressure on the back of the wall, prevent frost heaves and things of that nature. So it'd be something that has to be reset in.
Okay. Well, it's like any foundation wall, you might have to look at the footings
Correct.
because of the pressure of the earth.
The problem that you have is once you dig down, you don't know what you're gonna find with tree roots and everything else that's been over there. The fourth thing would be on a different building, which is deeds, the fire escape. Due to lack of maintenance, I guess would be the best word for it. It's starting to run out, so for me,
That's a problem with safety and ADA, it's ADA compliance too, isn't it?
wouldn't be ADA,
Probably safety.
it's just safety.
We don't use it
Yeah.
except for emergencies. Have you
So we
had a
don't-
structural guy out there to look at it?
We don't want to go back to the ropes, right?
Yeah, exactly. I don't think they'd let us anymore. Throw the ropes out the window?
Yeah, they used to be, used to be the fire escape in most, in buildings built in the
Yeah.
19th century. They basically had the knotted ropes.
No, we gotta stay with the,
So that's your fourth, all right.
so that's the
Have you
fourth
had
one.
somebody look at it now? Did John have somebody look at it?
No, John did not have someone look at it. I've had 2 contractors looking at it, just for a basis of price. That's what I have implemented. The structural steel itself is fine.
Yeah.
It's the rises of the steel, like the handrails and stuff
Oh,
like
yeah.
that. So structurally, it's sound. It's just some of the rises aren't sound. So,
They'd have to be.
correct. It wouldn't be a full replacement, we could piecemeal most of it together, repaint the whole thing with like a nice epoxy paint. So just a better maintenance product in the long run.
A lot of this, is this something you're anticipating doing yourself, bringing it in-house, or you having it all
No, you
contracted
just
out?
said-
That'd be contracted out.
Yeah.
And then I just want to establish for all the fire escapes, I'm establishing a better maintenance plan, so we can just paint them yearly or bi-yearly. Because these little rust things, especially being so close to the ocean, I mean, if we just touch them up periodically, it would save.
You'd have to be careful with epoxy, because epoxy tends to, once it seals, if you get any pinholes, it's like a laser, right at that point.
Yeah.
Because all the.
Can't use a different material?
But nowadays, Mark, there's so many, I mean, you can go to fiberglass. Fiberglass stairs, it's still fun, they would just fly rated, but for cost, we're better off staying with what we have, just to keep the cost down, and then just doing a better job of maintaining it as we go. But the problem is, with these never get used, thankfully.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's,
So
exactly.
they're just out in the elements.
Exactly, and so you don't notice it until, and now it's too late, is basically what happens to that one.
Okay. And then the sidewalk, is that the next one?
Yep, sidewalks is just,
Just,
again, it's just a general maintenance thing. At one point, some of it asphalted over the concrete sidewalks, so now we have gaps. We're supposed to maintain less than 1/4 of an inch on rise. So it just has to be brought back to the ADA code. So it's just kind of complex-wide, there's areas of the sidewalk that needs to be replaced.
The question comes up from time to time as to how good some of the permeables, materials are with regard to just using something that would contribute to stormwater concentration. I know that we've had this conversation, on the parking lot, and the fact that after you've sort of seen the first time you clear the parking lot, you sort of fill up all the pores in the permeable material, and you have a greater expense. But I am concerned in areas where we can use it, where we can, because stormwater is a national problem, that whatever we could do as far as what is available in terms of permeable material in order to, let's say, reduce the impact, from the water, because they're basically looking at a grade and all the water is flowing directly down. And if we were absorbed in some way on the way coming down, it would reduce the concentration that occurs at the end of the run.
So that'd be more for a parking lot issue than a sidewalk issue there.
Well, the sidewalks do contribute to it. I know that you could use, for example, if you had a brick sidewalk rather than an asphalt one, that by using a sand base and using the sand for holding the bricks in place, you do provide that opportunity for drainage that you don't have with a concrete or a paved over asphalt covering.
Yeah, my only concern with going to a brick, one would be cost and the other would be safety. Just to try to maintain, if you got a sealed brick, you'd have to seal the brick yearly, so it wouldn't crack. Because we have to unfortunately use a lot of salt for these buildings, just due to the slip and fall nature of what comes in here. So we're doing a brick. I'd love to put brick, obviously aesthetically we look great, but putting a brick sidewalk in maintenance-wise is a nightmare for us.
In looking at the sidewalks, then I think some consideration should be given for drainage, so that the issue of stormwater could have some way of diffusing, and then not just running off.
Right. We could pitch it towards the lawns, and then the lawn would absorb the water before it goes into the drain, something like that. I would definitely look at that. Okay. I've been aware of it in pavement, not so much in sidewalks, so we brought it up. Okay. But that's something we can definitely look at.
And then Children's Cove, the paving?
They have a back parking lot that,
The lower one.
We've been
You
in the
guys
lower
know
lot,
the lower
yeah.
one.
it's just something that needs to be done.
Mudfield,
There's- Yeah, it's, the amount of people, unfortunately, that they have out there. I mean, it has to have a nice base for them to walk on. Safety, and it's actually make our job easier cleaning up after it too. Trying to, like the other day when we had to plow out there in the little ice storm we had,
Yeah,
it's a nightmare. Because the ground wasn't frozen, but same thing, we'll do the first flush for our drainage, catch the water before it goes out anyway. So it's just a general, just something that needs to be done.
You're doing the maintenance out at the roadside stop?
The rest area.
Rest area, thank
Yep.
you. Is there any ability to use material, or use equipment that would be more self-cleaning? Because one of the issues is you're going out there on a regular basis to clean it up, and I'm just wondering if there's anything that could be used that would allow for more automatic flushing and things of that sort.
Well, one thing we're looking at is doing a contract.
What do you mean by flushing?
Well,
Well, there isn't really,
we have automatic
Are you
flushing.
talking about the toilets?
Yeah, the toilets, yeah.
Oh,
but you need,
you're talking
I don't
about
think that's
streets and
the,
roads.
no, it's,
I thought we were on roads, now,
well, you can get one of those German things that they have in
Just
Boston
Yeah.
that
Full
turns,
flush.
right? So then you have this one,
You
and the
can
other
do-
one's being cleaned.
you
and
can
then it-
install the composting toilets.
Well,
But somebody needs to go out and clean it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not just maintain it,
and
put
that's
the
what I'm
paper
talking about.
there,
Is there
blah,
any
blah,
way
blah.
of coming up with the German one that he's talking about, basically, it has a sort of a whole bunch of spigots that come out and just sort of wash the whole thing down, and then it rolls around.
But they had trouble with those in Boston, didn't they? People were like jamming stuff in the thing, and
They were sleeping.
they were
Jamming
sabotaging
sleeping.
it, basically. But one of the things I've asked Steve to do, and he's volunteered to do, is look at a contract so that we have a different sort of approach to the whole thing, rather than having a person go out,
Yeah,
blah, blah, blah.
the materials that are out there, it's stainless toilets, stainless things, so I mean, it's an easier place to clean. It's just the fact that we have to send someone out there, which was coming out of basically overtime. I do have an initiative to change that though, where we're gonna put a cleaning person on during the day. So it'd be just straight time so they can go out during lunch. It's kind of general cleaning for getting back to like cleaning windows during the day. We have a person on staff to be able to do stuff like that. That is part of my thing for putting on someone during the day. So we would take care of the day end of cleaning the rest area, so that would cut costs for the rest area, the initial cost for the rest area. We'd still have an issue, which I'm still looking at getting someone for a maintenance contract to clean it, because we still have to provide for the weekends. But the big nut of it was the middle of the week. It was they were getting overtime for, I think it was 3 hours of overtime, or 4 hours of overtime in the middle of the week. So bringing an ML2 in for the midday is going to eliminate that. So hopefully that will be an initial cost reduction of that end. It was an initial plan of mine on that one, so hopefully that works out.
That's basically all the stuff that I
Well, then,
The only one other,
wait a minute, what, the Cataldo Museum,
Oh,
Yeah.
Cataldo?
that's the other one, yeah. What about that?
What about the,
$85,000? What does that include?
Tell them what's it about.
Yeah.
it's we have to put a lift in we have to get handicap access to that side of the building. So it's going to be providing handicap access to that side of the building. So it won't just be for the Cataldo Museum, it'll be for that whole side of the building, the east wing. So it'd provide a lift for the east wing, new windows for the basement of the east wing, new materials for his space, and then also doing some demo on the east wing second floor, which will provide more space for the county going forward. Space has always been an issue, so to be able to clear out a space where we can look at using it for another department or for storage.
I mean, is this like an elevator you're talking about, or what?
You know how we have the lift, they have those sort of lift things, it's short of an elevator, but it's like sort of the platform
A chair?
outside of a stair.
Oh.
You know, and it goes up, and you can, I don't know how else to describe it.
Yeah, just,
It's like an outdoor,
It's like an outdoor lift.
right,
Yeah.
but it would be indoors. We just put one in the new conference room. We just got done with it last week. So basically all it is they're able to come in on a ramp, and then it'll bring them up or down to whatever level they need to go in.
oh, I see.
Where are you going to put it on the east side? I can't sort of.
I kind of mirror what I did on the conference room side. So
Oh, yeah.
right on the east wing, right on the front corner.
So where you go into IT now, it would be right there
No, on the left side.
on the left side.
Further
Okay.
left, like over by BCI. It'd be right on the left,
Okay,
the
alright.
northeast corner of the building.
Gotcha. Okay.
And so that'll allow people to go into the museum and access to the center of the building and to the east wing above on the upper floor.
Oh,
So to give access to the center building and both sides of the wing.
Gotcha.
And then that's also included with some windows. I believe there was like 24 windows that we had to replace still in that wing. So that it's part of that fund. And then just carpet, paint, lighting.
oh, I see, so it isn't totally just for the Cataldo Museum.
The bulk of it is just for the museum, but there's other things that have to be done in order for them to go in there. So I don't know how you really want to look at it. It is, to get them in there, I need that money
You
to
need
get
that money
that
to
to
get-
happen. But there is other things that it is affecting, so kind of countywide, it would help us out in the long run. It's not just 80 grand for one little room for them. It kind of helps us out all the way through.
So I guess what we have to look at is really like a capital bond bill or something, what it would be to include.
Well, this
Unless
is
there
not
is specific
any different than we've been doing year in and year out.
Yeah.
I mean, it maybe the magnitude is a little bit higher. I think last year, what was your budget for this year for capital? Maybe 6, 5?
Yeah, I think
somewhere around there.
somewhere in there.
Off the top of my head, I don't remember. But so it's a higher magnitude. What is it, Liam?
519.
519. So it's double basically.
Is
But it's
this-
not any different than what we've been doing.
No, I mean, is this like cash, or is this?
It's a bond.
It's a bond,
It's a
it's the
capital
bond
bond.
that you're referring
Yep.
to, okay, that's what I wanted
Yeah.
to be, yeah.
is there any possibility, since Lou had said that he had some people who were willing to support his interest in the museum, Is there any possibility that the
Some
people that,
fundraising
you know,
efforts.
that the fundraising efforts could cover some of this cost?
Well, Lou's not gonna.
I'm not talking about Lou, I'm talking about the people that said they would support him. And you wouldn't know because.
No, I do know,
You
actually.
do know.
I'm
Oh.
maybe the one who does know.
Oh, okay.
I know the history of this, and that's why I laugh.
Oh. Would you care to
I
share
will-
that with us?
No, not right now, no.
At one of your other meetings.
Yeah, no, not right
In the corridor.
I can give you the background, but I won't right now.
Okay.
So then, so that's that list. So then you should go a page back and start at the 30. See, it says ceiling improvements / restoration,
Yep.
30,000. So
Mhm.
what's that one, Stephen? I'm not sure what you're talking
A
about.
ceiling, yeah, ADA, new flooring and sewer line.
The ceiling?
And paving. Yeah.
That's, at First District Courthouse, they have, these 1x1 square tiles, and they're glued onto all the ceilings, they're falling. It's becoming a safety issue. They have to be removed and sprayed back with like an acoustical spray foam. It kind of looks, it's a lot neater than a parking garage, but like if you've been in a parking garage, it's kind of like, it's like a fire retardant on the bottom of the thing. It's an acoustical one, so it looks a little smoother, but it's a lot safer than having these one by tiles. Like these are all gridded together, so it would take a lot for these to come down. The other ones are just glued, stuck and glued. They're glued
stuck and
now
glued.
30 years. They're dropping. Whenever the climate changes, they drop. So
They used to put like a spike, you know, above in order to tie those, in order to tie them on when you were putting them up.
well, that's on a grid. That's on a
That's
grid
on a
pad.
grid.
These are just
Where they
glued right
slide
to the
into a
cement.
grid.
There's no
There's
grid.
nothing there.
There's nothing there. Just a patch of glue, a glob of glue in the back of it, and it's stuck to the ceiling.
What
Is
about
it
the possibility of putting up a drop ceiling?
Yeah.
We would be using, you know, using T-bars in order to put them in.
I think aesthetically, and I think the cheaper alternative is just to rip it down and have it sprayed. Just to take
Right.
the tiles that are there off, and then the
Yeah.
guy just comes in and just sprays
If
it.
you do a drop ceiling, then you gotta do the lights.
You gotta change the-
all of a
you have to
sudden
change the
you
lighting.
create
Yeah.
a big project, yeah.
This would, everything would remain the same. It would
Yeah.
it would just change from the one by tile to a sprayed on application.
So it looked like one ceiling,
Right,
as
exactly.
opposed to grids.
And where it's kind of a dome ceiling, you'd have to like kind of angle the tiles. It would change the whole.
Does it happen in main courtroom?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
happening all
Everywhere?
Yeah. So it's that's gonna be one of those things that just logistically, it's gonna have to be, you know, like 2 courtrooms at it, maybe in a year, and then next year go for a couple more. It just, because we have to empty the courtroom, so it's something that we have to work out with them. It's not, you know, just go in and do it on a weekend. We'll have to take the courtroom out.
Now, is that still the trial court, or is that a different court that pays for the district court?
Well, don't forget, the trial court is overseen, all the
Everything.
courts are overseen by the Department of the Trial Court, yeah.
With that,
We have a sort of comprehensive lease with the state that covers all
All
of these
of them,
buildings.
including Orleans.
okay.
Including Orleans, including this building, First District, Registry Deeds, all of those, yeah.
Does it include the Falmouth court too?
No, we do not own Falmouth Court.
That's,
State building, I
yeah,
believe.
state
DCAM
building.
owns
Yeah, it
that.
used
No,
to be a
it's an
National Guard
armory.
yeah. Used to
It's
be
a
an
former
armory.
armory.
Yeah.
It's former armory, but the county never had an
Oh, the
involvement
cover,
in
okay, county.
Falmouth District Court.
Okay, interesting.
Okay, so then you
The
have,
ADA improvements?
yep.
Well, that's not much.
Well, mine was
What'd you
30, then I got 360, which we talked about. Then it's 15, interior repairs, renovations, Superior Courthouse.
That's the cement stairs need to be just like recoated.
Which
They're all
ones?
just the ones in the center and the ones right out here.
Okay.
They just, if you walk up them, you'll see them. It's just, again, it's just a maintenance issue.
There's no steel rails, no, you know, steel toe tips on these stairs.
Yes,
is there?
there is. So it's basically what they do is they come in and diamond grind it out, and then they
Yeah.
put a slurry on it, on top of that, and then that's it, just walk away. That's the finish again, it gets waxed again.
Okay, there's no issues with high heels on this?
Currently, yes, there is.
Yes, okay.
Because of the way it's breaking down,
Right,
some of
yeah.
the rocks are being, you know, going through. So it's just a maintenance issue. It's gotta be just maintained after.
Yeah, this is really maintenance stuff.
Yeah,
This
okay.
is-
Yeah, unfortunately, maintenance tends to be the first casualty in a lot of stuff, and I hope that you know.
Well, that's true.
Well, these are the type of things that he hasn't listed. If you look over on the far left, you see that's an 005. account, that's a capital account. So some of these, we might decide, well, that's not really a capital item, that's something
Yeah,
that we
that's
just pay for.
maintenance,
We
yeah.
just put it in your budget.
Okay,
Right.
Yeah, no, I'm not, no,
Alright.
I'm not criticizing you, it's just, that's something
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
sort of I and we need
Yeah.
to
Right.
decide, you know what I mean? And I'll go through and say, well, that's sort of a maintenance thing, we'll do that with cash.
And is the next one the parking lot?
Now, I have,
Paving?
so
and paving?
say I'm looking at these numbers, which is
Well,
his
that's what I'm looking at.
2014 list. So then the 15, then I have window replacement, Superior Court, 7,900.
Yeah, oh, you're going up. Oh, no, okay,
I'm going-
ceiling improvements further up,
Yeah.
30,000, okay, I was looking at ceiling improvements
Are
further
we,
down.
are we on the ceiling, on the window replacement? That's always been a sticking point because of the unusual, let's say, the unusual non-standard size of the windows. Are we on any program where we replace like one at a time, or have we replaced any of these?
we haven't replaced any of these.
Yeah,
to
this
date.
has been another recurring
Right.
issue.
This $7,900 figure was to replace the area in finance, those
Okay.
windows there, to start with those. It has nothing to do with kind of the main part of the building. We're just gonna start there. It was something that we could get done. It will be one window at a time.
Some of them are leaking, or they were for a while.
Some are leaking, some of them are cracked. It just, they have to be done. Those would be easy to get approved through historic. These on the other hand, this is gonna be something that's gonna have to be addressed probably in a 10-year plan, the kind of the main building of these type windows.
Did these have glazing or something done fairly recently?
We've done some,
Some.
I've been here for 8 years, so we've done like some over the time, but there's a lot more extensive work that needs to be done.
So these look like, these 8x8s, they all look like pretty much original, or as original as
As far as I can
we
tell.
can
they're-
tell, yeah. Would you do them like that, or would you do it with a solid window with the fake 8x8? Is that what you do?
I'd have to look at it, Mark, to be honest with you. One, historic, and then cost, to see what we can get approved as far as changing the window
Right.
itself. There's a very tight restriction on what we can use for a window to replace it. And then, the cost of them would be probably a driving factor in it.
Yeah, it's wavy glass, and you look
Yeah,
at those.
Yeah.
leaded glass. I mean, it's really nice windows.
Yeah, they are,
Just-
at least in that window they are. Well, these two, yeah, they're all that way.
There'd be probably some money from like CLC, energy efficiency for that. I would think.
Oh, yeah.
There's opportunity at least. Okay.
But so to answer your question, Bill, the 7,900 is just for the downstairs and the finance. We'll start there and then go forward. And then the ADA county complex is just handrails, faucets that break, they all have to be ADA compliant, door handles. That just kind of covers complex-wise for 7,500 on that. New paving, new flooring
Flooring.
for 5,000 is just rugs replaced throughout any building. I mean, it comes up, they get torn, they get ripped, we have to replace them. Again, it's a safety issue.
I have a great concern about replacing rugs that is a maintenance issue, because over time, a wall-to-wall carpet does get pathways that get worn, so the whole carpet doesn't wear uniformly. And sometimes it's, in my opinion, it's worth looking at replacing the soft surfaces with hard surfaces. And that also, in my opinion, reduces the continuing maintenance cost once you've done that.
Yeah.
When-
The other way to look at that too, Bill, is if we go to like a 2x2 or a 1x1 square carpet tile, you can replace just the areas that wear out.
Yeah.
To keep down, they have a good, like, low to no VOC that you can put in and just rip up the pathways. You can rip up those tiles and replace them in a schedule, so the whole kind of carpet stays as a norm. The problem with these floors that are underneath there, to
Yeah,
go
what's
to like a
underneath?
high product, some of it's just concrete, some of it's an old tile, some of it's an old VCT tile. So it varies from room to room on what you're actually going to find. To go over it with a hard product like a wood or another concrete, the initial cost of it would be like almost too much to justify, I guess. So when we do carpet, we've been doing it in the jail now, is to go to like a 1x1 or a 2x2 square carpet tile. It wears out, you replace it. We did it in the Deeds building. We've done it in all the newer buildings that we've been putting carpet in. It just seems like it's a better solution because obviously you wear out, like you said, and like just pathways. So you can replace, if someone spills something in one area, you can pull the 2x2 up and put a new one right down, and keep moving on. So that's something that we'd be looking at when we go to do a room now. We're not going to just do wall to wall. We're going to be looking at doing a 2x2 or 1x1 copper top. And then the paving, the 120,000 for the paving. I had a conversation with Mark a while back about this, but a lot of the paving issues that we have, obviously just years of not doing anything with the pavement. The biggest issue we're gonna have is the drainage. A lot of the drain pipes have failed in the drainage itself. So we're gonna have to do, the 120 is gonna be, a lot of it's gonna have to go to a study of, one, catching the first flush, which is the initial, I believe, 1/4 inch of rain that falls on the pavement. Try to maintain that, which will help down the run where it pumps out to. So a lot of the 120,000 is gonna have to go to a study on the pipes that are in the parking lot. When we put the water main in last summer, we had come across 2 or 3 drain pipes that were failed. So we had to, we did some patching to make them work temporary. But going forward, rather than paving and then having them fail again, I'd like to look at the whole drainage, count it property-wise, and see what we can do to maintain and clean it, bring it to current standards, and then go forward, and then go with the paving. So the paving is probably a wrong way to code it, but it'd probably do more to the drainage than the actual paving. So for the 120, you won't see new blacktop, you're gonna see more infrastructure put in, then the blacktop to follow.
And in putting the blacktop, you're integrating appropriate drainage for diffusion into it.
Correct. I mean, we'll go with whatever the engineers, say is the latest, greatest thing. I don't know personally what to do on that, so we'll rely on the studies that are out there now.
We've already talked about the problems with permeability. The other issue is that there are no willow trees around here, right?
No.
Thank God.
Okay, yeah, let's,
And you're watching that as far as vegetation?
Yep.
Okay.
Leo?
On the drainage study, is there anything that the Cape Cod Commission can help us with? Because they have staff over there that aid on developments of super stop and shops and et cetera with their drainage.
Yeah, I'm sure there is.
Yeah, that and parking, sort of, because we've asked them to look at sort of what's the most efficient layout for the parking, so you get your biggest sort of car bang for your buck kind of thing.
Do we have, currently, do we have the
studies.
roof drains, especially over in the other courthouse, that go into a drainage system, or do they just go onto the surface?
They go into the current system that's there now,
So it's a kind of a whole comprehensive thing, not just the parking, but the
Correct.
roofs too.
Yeah. So the figure there was just, again, it was just to do, study and try to put as much pipe in as we can with the 120,000, because it's going to be very costly to do that.
There is an existing parking study, I think. Remember?
Oh, yeah, well, yeah, there've been a bunch of them, yeah.
And the main part of the parking study was to get some control over, or some encouragement of using parking spaces for people who were carpooling.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think we have 8 of them now,
Yeah.
carpool spots, or 6 of them, sorry.
And of course, we have the public transportation access with the kiosks, not the kiosks, the shelters we put in. Oh, that brings up a question from the RTA. In Dennis, they have electrical connections, so you have lights in the shelter. Is it possible that you could electrify, they could electrify that, the one over here? How close is the distribution point for connection?
We could probably, I think we could probably tie into the parking lot lights, because it crosses under there.
Okay.
So it'd be on when the parking lot lights are on. We might be able to do something with that. I have to check with the electrician.
Why, is it dark? No, so that's the question, if there's enough residual light, do you need?
I think there's a light on that corner there. We could probably reposition the light so it shines directly onto that.
I'd appreciate if you try that to begin with, yeah.
Because there's that, like right down in the corner there. I think there might be a way just for us to illuminate that, I would say.
I mean, I'm not opposed to putting light out there,
Yeah.
but if you don't need to, then
Yeah.
see if there's
Well,
another way to do it. You know what
I don't want to have somebody that, would be waiting there and be frightened because they're in a dark space.
Right, exactly.
Waiting for a bus.
I agree, yeah.
Although they have solar lights too.
That too?
They don't require sun, they just require light. but I don't know how long they retain the
Yeah, you have
energy.
it with a battery, so it charges during the
And
day and then.
Yeah,
It's
and
also
then
underneath
it's
the
on.
trees.
It's on.
Of,
I think to answer that question, though, the fire department also has a light on the back of their building.
Oh, yeah.
And I know I could talk to the chief, and he would raise it if it's not directly on, to
I
encourage.
appreciate you looking into
Yeah,
that.
I definitely will.
Thank you.
I just can't recall, to be honest with you now, like if it's lit or not. And then the only other one that becomes a concern to me after this last snowstorm, we have one plow truck that is not gonna pass the state inspection. And we just had the front of the plow frame attachment to the frame of the truck break. So we welded it back on the last storm. So we know going forward that we're definitely gonna need a vehicle.
Wells are only as strong as where they fuse.
Yeah, there wasn't much to fuse to.
So you have a vehicle in here?
Yeah, it was like 28,500.
Well, I think we have to compare that to what it would cost to contract out the plowing. Are you planning to use the truck for other things besides the plowing?
Yeah, trucks get common, they get used,
Yeah.
not only from our department, but from other departments. We loan them out to RDO.
So for the county complex, you guys do all the plowing and all the sanding?
Correct.
And all the salting?
Yep, for here, the farm, Children's Cove, and Fire Academy, when they need it.
When they need it.
They do a lot of their own, but we go out and stand for them.
Second, we contract out.
Second, we do contract out. For the parking lots, the sidewalks and other areas are maintained from us.
Okay.
and what about the,
Leo's got a question, I don't care. It's up.
what?
Leo's got a
Oh,
question.
Leo, I'm sorry, I didn't
I
see your
just,
hand.
rather than waiting to the end and then having to go jump back and forth, if you don't mind,
No,
Madam
go
Chairman,
right
I'd just like to jump in when questions that are relevant to what you're talking
No,
about.
we're glad you're here, Leo.
Well, I'm on just for the
I know,
record,
I
I'm on the
figured.
finance committee of the assembly, and this is helping me get a little heads up
Yes.
on everything. It's trying to put my little time in. On the plow truck, you said 28.5. What are you buying for $28,000? Every truck I look at is 35 and up.
Ford F-250?
With a plow?
Yeah, with the plow with it. Through the
You
state
shopping in the
contract
wrong place. Leo.
Really? That's a hell of a price.
list. Yeah, with the state contract list.
Yeah,
That
that's
was the
what
price
they-
we got. I believe George got one 2 years ago. He paid like 24 and some change.
Yeah.
So,
With a plow?
no, without a plow.
Yeah,
And
that's
then he
right.
had the
So
Ford.
you're adding the plow.
Yeah.
Well, that's good, that's a good deal.
Yeah.
Now, would you be getting rid of the current vehicle that you have?
Yes, that'd go to, I forget the auction list. I forget how we actually.
Well, it depends. Well, it sounds like it's in bad shape, so we would bump it. If someone else needed something or wanted something and it's in decent shape, someone's gonna scoop it up. But if it's a piece of junk and it's just, then it would go into a surplus. Yeah, we'd get rid of it. Elaine does a whole surplus thing now. You do it on the internet. You get people like in Indiana buying stuff. I don't need to denigrate Indiana, but we had a bunch of stuff that people just buy online and.
Do you have a kind of comprehensive vehicle replacement capital plan for the entire county, or do you rely on doing it by
More
department?
recently, we're doing it sort of piecemeal because we've just been through a few years where we haven't any money.
Right.
But we have a vehicle inventory and we know sort of when they need to be replaced. But more recently, yeah, we haven't updated that.
The money wasn't a problem. What you're suggesting is what
Yeah.
a preventive maintenance program is all about.
Yeah.
Well, we don't bond vehicles anyways. We pay cash for those operating money because
They're really not capital.
it's not really a capital item. They don't last that long, 5 years if you get.
Thank you.
You do have a couple of big ones here, Stephen, before we sort of
Yeah, the
get
jail.
finished. We do need to wrap up. Yeah, the old jail
Jail.
roof and the old jail
Jail
window.
windows.
Yeah, just a continuation. The roof on the old jail, if you look at kind of the two wings, the west wing side, which is now occupied with the new, that needs to be done. I mean, it is what it
And
is.
which one? On what wing? I'm sorry.
It's currently
The west
occupied.
wing. Oh, yeah.
The occupied side. I'd like to start there and then, go to the center and then go to the east. So kind of a 3-year plan. There are current leaks in that. We have them patched and covered the best that we can. That's just an ongoing issue. As far as the window goes, that was kind of just carried over from what John's plan was.
Right.
To just keep carrying through and replacing the windows as we go. It's something that we do in-house. It's just the cost of the window. I think it's about, $1,000 a window. And so we go forward and we do it that way.
While you're on the jail, there was some conversation about taking the space for the interior cells and converting them into usable space. Is there any activity on that?
On which section of the jail?
He's on the east side.
On the east side there is, in that 80,000 or 85,000 that I asked for the Cataldo Museum, there would be some of that would be taking some of those cells out to start, kind of get a broad overview of what we want to do for a finished product.
We need a long-range plan on what
Yeah.
to do there, and to have it really planned.
Because you have that whole
And then
sort
do
of
it, yeah. We don't
south
want to do
wing.
it piecemeal.
Yeah, and we have the whole back end.
South wing is empty, yeah, we have to figure out what to do.
Yeah.
Steve, one of the things, some people in sort of the harbor view have mentioned that if you sit too close to the window, it's awful cold, especially like in this kind of weather.
Oh, yeah.
Is that,
Like me.
is there any way to sort of deal with that problem?
Yeah,
I didn't want to
heaters.
mention you specifically.
Oh, that's okay, you can mention me. I sat there one day at a meeting from about 9 in the morning until 1:30 in the afternoon. I sat this far from the wall, because that's where the chairs are lying against the wall. And that's just brick or cement or whatever it is, and it's freezing
Yeah, once they
cold.
get cold.
You get cold, you have to keep a coat on over there.
The laws of physics are immutable,
So I don't
heating
know.
the radiator.
Well, I was going to say,
I
we have
just
to move
mentioned
the
it.
chairs away from the wall, I guess, huh?
I'll look at it. There might be some, the heat comes in from the ceiling, so there might
I
be some
noticed that.
diverters that we can force it kind of more out to the exterior of the walls, and then it would naturally come in.
Yeah, it
That was
did-
all engineered, and we did a balance act on it, a
Oh.
balance test on it, so
Yeah.
my assumption
It
is that
it didn't seem to me, because someone offered to increase the heat, but I thought if you increase the heat, maybe the people in the middle are gonna get too warm, and then those of us sitting on the edge.
Right, so if we divert it, I'll take a look at it. I mean,
Okay.
I wasn't aware of it, so what we'll do is see if we can divert it to the outside of the building, then it'll circulate back
Right.
through.
Diverting the convector so that it was washing the wall rather than washing the interior and then dry,
Yes.
when Pat was facing the heat, okay, her front was getting warm, but the back was acting as a radiator, giving it up to the wall. So if you change the convector so it was washing the wall,
Right.
then the heat would be coming from the wall. Or you could put a drape or a,
But
Some
aren't
type of
there these
insulation.
insulation pieces that you can put on a wall that would absorb some of that? Or no, I mean, I know
it
it
would
narrows
reduce the heat
the,
loss.
I don't know. I'm not no expert, it's up to you, you figure
I
it
mean,
out.
going forward, I mean, we could do numerous things to insulate the walls, or build the walls up, make the rooms, I mean, it comes down to cost.
The laws of physics
Yeah.
comply. He wants the convector to be between you and the cold in
Yeah.
some way, so figure that out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So I think what we should do is maybe Stephen and I should sit down and build maybe a 3-year, 2-year, 3-year plan
A
and bring
3
it
to
back to you
5-year
guys.
plan,
We have
yeah.
some time,
yeah,
maybe not over the next couple of weeks, but I think later in the month we have some time that we can come back in and say, this is what we're,
I think that's
Sort
an
of
excellent
prioritizing.
idea. 3, maybe 3 now, but with the idea of going to 5.
Yeah,
As a
I mean,
5-year
especially
capital
using, if we're
plan?
to see what we want to do with the jail going forward.
Yeah.
A 5-year plan is realistic up
Yep.
there.
so him and I, and we'll work on, at the same time, we'll work on sort of the lab renovation thing. We'll bring that back as well, so.
Okay, that sounds good.
Okay, but before you leave, you've got to know that the reports that we get from everybody that visits our facilities is that the maintenance, the cleanliness, and the appearance of our buildings is far superior to what people's experiences in other courthouses and other public areas, in the state. So, everybody that works for you should be congratulated for.
We'll definitely pass that on.
Yes, definitely pass that on. Yeah, that's good.
Yep.
Anything else you want to pick up with us? That's really
No, I'm good.
the big thing. Okay, great.
Thank you.
Right on time.
Yeah, well,
Thank
yeah,
you,
that's
Steve,
good, that's
very
right.
much. Oh, and your pictures.
You want me to take the pictures, Stephen, so I have them with my budget file, or you
could
guys
scan
want to
them.
keep them? You want them?
Yeah, you can scan them.
You probably have them scanned. Why don't you send them to me and I'll
Yeah,
send
we'll
them
do.
to them?
Alright.
That'd be
Just
great.
have them something.
Getting hungry,
Yeah.
yes.
Thank you, Steve.
Okay, we'll go into recess
We're gonna
again
recess for an
until
hour.
1:15. Order at 1:22 p.m.
Very well.
Very good.
So, Mr. Zelinski.
Okay, well, so we're looking at the finance budget, and I'm looking at the budget page like this.
Okay.
I would say on the goals and objectives, there's nothing tremendously out of the ordinary. I think you heard a little bit about sort of goals that we'll be working on with George, and that's the sort of septic betterment program modification to include these small commercial loans that we will do. I don't see those as being any burden outside of what we're already doing, because quite frankly, I don't think there's going to be very many of them. We have George said that we had about $300,000 in interest that we could use for some of these outside type programs. But, you know, that's not going to go very far, to tell you the truth. And so the first year you'll do quite a few, and the second year you won't do as many at all because you won't have the resources to do it. So something like that. And then also we are, as I mentioned before, we're working on a bond issue. We haven't done a bond issue in quite a while. And so we're working with Cape Cod 5 on that. We'll be putting together probably close to a $6 million issue, and we hope to issue it this fiscal year. So there will be a principal and interest impact on next fiscal year. We have been carrying a placeholder in the budget. You'll see that when we get to shared costs a little bit later. So that's the other sort of big thing that finance is working on.
Does Bill know about John?
He does not. I haven't mentioned it to him.
Should we, because I was going to ask a question about is it proper to mention it publicly at this point?
No? I suppose, yeah, I guess. Yeah.
John Morse has resigned.
He's resigned.
From IT, and he's taken another position in the private sector.
He's going to be on sort of temporarily for the next 6 weeks while we backfill the position. But yeah, he made the decision to move on.
I think the discussion would probably revolve around how do we organize the IT going forward.
Well, I just mentioned that now because at some point we're going to get to that. We have to really think about that.
Yes, we do.
And it reminded me when I saw the software hardware maintenance, 41,000. Is that
Right.
maintenance for finance?
It's for the Munis system.
Munis
yeah,
system.
That's for our Munis
Okay.
system, for the Munis system. It's maintained by the IT department, but we carry that cost on the
Right.
finance department. Yeah.
Okay.
That's the Munis system piece.
Okay,
And,
where is I know that the IT budget is a separate thing, but part of the IT budget was to provide some higher degree of facility with regard to our webpage, and the webpage, of course, would that be in here, or would that be in the commissioners?
It would be an IT.
It's
Just
an IT.
Okay. So that's
So,
I mean, I think in here you see the staff, and the
Visited
big
by-
staff changes, as you know,
by a
is
pet dog.
Joanne moved over to be sort of the county accountant. She'll be doing that. We're going to hire from within Tricia Rogers, who will now be the assistant treasurer, so she'll be doing that function. And we're looking at doing a little bit different with both Kara and perhaps Karen or Karen's successor at the front to carry some of the load that we have for benefits. Karen Boda.
Yes.
Karen's filling in temporarily. She's filling in temporarily.
retired.
She did retire.
I'm just temping.
She's she's helping us out
Well, of course, we'd
temporarily.
like to see you again. Yeah.
But we should be able to do those changes pretty much within the budget that we have, because we had some money in there for the benefits coordinator, and we're trying to do something a little bit different with that. So we should be able to do most of the things that we want to do with the salary structure that we have here.
And I
Now to
spoke
get back
to Mark and Maggie too about having a person that we can call upon to help us deal with some of our issues.
Yeah.
You know, who has a certain amount of time available to the commissioners. Like if we need, like when the mail comes in, you know, if we receive invitations to go somewhere, someone can check with us and respond. If there are letters that have to be written on our behalf, on the commissioner's behalf, the person can do that. And pretty much if we need something done, if we're working on a particular project and we need some project writing done or typing or whatever, that person could do that. So it would be a person that we could go to, a go-to person for the commissioners to help us with our clerical administrative support to the work we do.
Several years ago, many years ago, when I worked for Boston Edison, there was an issue on sharing administrative personnel. And part of the assignment on, I would say, the allocation was a particular time that they would be available specifically for you, for your use. And it became, I know that it worked out very well, because if you missed your time, it was gone. But if you needed to get a hold of somebody, that their time would be allocated for you.
That wouldn't work for us, because we have different things on different days.
Well, it's also pretty consistent that Wednesday is your commissioners, so Monday and Tuesday is sort of the prep for that, and Thursday is the undoing of the needs action. So it's fairly consistent. I think the coverage piece, Pat was very happy with sort of the previous person that we had in that half-time role, but she's since moved up the hill, so now she's working with George. Where Karen used to be.
She took my old job.
Yeah, she took
Oh, is that what she did?
Several iterations removed.
Oh, well,
So-
I note the absence of that at the municipal level, where selectmen have nobody, you're on your own. And all the mail comes in, and people write letters to you, and you have to respond to them, and all the emails come in, and you have to do all this work yourself. You spend a lot of time doing a lot of clerical, well, I don't want to call it clerical, because this isn't just clerical the way we used to know what clerical was. It's really a much higher administrative function for someone to do that. And the same thing happens with us. And now that we have liaison assignments, we have other things we have to do, and it would be extremely helpful to have a go-to person that would just be, if we had something, and it may be 2 or 3 weeks, we wouldn't need anything done. So you can't really allocate a time.
The other piece was that I spent...
Although I think if you had a permanent job, in a way, where you worked 8 hours a day, that might work, but not with us.
The other thing I might note, Bill, just for a second, is it makes sort of a good approach. We talked about sort of the pooled administrative services. The trouble is in most of the locations that we have here, most places have one administrative assistant. That's sort of what they have, like George, and then Bill, and us, and so there's not a whole lot of ability to share. We actually do when we can. When someone's out sick, or Kara has an issue with, her kid, or we'll call upon someone to kind of cover and stuff. But sort of on an ongoing basis, it's really hard to do here because we don't have a whole lot of administrative staff.
Okay, when I started as a county commissioner, our phone number wasn't even in the book.
Right.
Okay, so that was the first step. Second step is if I call that phone number, my expectation is that somebody would
Someone will
answer the phone.
Right, that was one of
That was
Pat's
one of
kinda
my
key
issues. When you
points.
call, there
Exactly.
should be a
Yeah.
person answering that phone.
Yeah.
Really? I mean, because,
And after that,
Right.
after the person answers the phone, there has to be a reasonable expectation that that person is equipped both in a skill level and let's say, from a point of view of a job description, that they are supposed to do certain things for us. And so perhaps, as a suggestion, that we have an outline of what our expectation
well,
is.
I don't think we even need to do that, because I don't think it's going to be a big deal.
I don't think so. I don't even think it's a
can't
budget
envision
impact, quite
when
frankly.
I might call on someone to do something. It could
Right.
be 2 months from now. But it's the idea that if you need to have something done, there is a specific person. Or when the mail comes in, if things need a response, then it would be nice to put on it, do you want to attend this or not? And you write yes or no and send it back, or you email it or whatever. Or you get an email and say you've been invited to this. If you want to go, I'll respond, that you'll be there. Things of that sort.
Well, Kara has, over time, my recollection is that Kara has done that. They sent me an email saying, so-and-so is trying to get a hold of you, or somebody's trying to call you.
Oh, that's a different.
Okay.
She has done that for me. Someone's called here, they asked for you, here's their name and here's their number. That's true. That's a given.
And as far as the need of that, I traveled nationally for 15 years and never had anybody helping me out as far as.
Well, I never have either, and I
So
think
you
it would be a great privilege to be able to have
And especially as being chair, because there are a lot more things that
That's
I'm
why you wanted
involved
to stay
in.
as chair, right then.
Well, we've sort of drifted into the county commissioner's
Anyway.
budget
Okay.
discussion,
Yeah, so
which is
this
for
is-
another day. I would say,
This is
I think you're
fine.
absolutely right. I don't think it's that big of a deal.
No.
And I don't actually even, I don't, not that I don't think, it is not a budget impact.
No.
Because we have in the county commissioner's budget, the full-time and the half-time slots that we have out front. Because we know that's what we sort of need
Okay.
to do all those coverage things.
All right, so if we're staying with the finance thing, the discussion about the administrative assistance for us, is secondary.
It's the county, that's in your county commissioner.
And, yeah, we
Okay,
can
so-
talk
so-
about
so
it.
So
But
sticking with this, I don't really see any questions as far as, this is just all administrative overhead.
It's nothing out of the ordinary. I think the software hardware maintenance line item went up a couple of thousand, went from 39 to 41. I'm just looking to see what else probably
On
went up a
access,
little
is
bit.
that what so-called license, so more than one person can use the software?
It's for the entire Munis operation, and yeah, and since we're decentralized, are we trying to decentralize even more with payroll and timesheets? It's for everybody in the county to sort of have access to what they need to have access to.
Then it would be difficult for me to question any of the things that are on there, because this seems to be a traditional outline of what we've been doing.
It's pretty much our typical finance budget. Yeah, I was just trying to look for things to highlight. We do need to replace the vault printer, as you see that noted there, so I've added $1,000 on the miscellaneous equipment line item. I don't really see anything outside the ordinary. Purchasing, obviously, costs are included in the finance department. Yeah, there's not really anything completely outside the norm.
Yeah, I don't have any questions about that.
All right, so that's finance, and then I did, let me see, what I have next is shared costs, I believe. And I don't think I was able to get you the shared cost budget, so let me give you that. That's one you guys might have some input in. So here's shared costs. I haven't finalized the numbers there. See, Maggie and I usually consult on what the numbers are in shared costs, so. You see, just to note what's in shared costs. So this is our kind of expenses that are due to various pieces that sort of impact all of the county. For example, you see our early retirement incentive payoffs and any hospital retirees. You see the
What's that?
amount of that.
Oh, the
We
Cape
had,
Cod Hospital?
before your time,
County hospital?
yeah, and we also had two early retirement incentives, and as you know from the retirement board, those are split off separately. So that's our cost, and that's based on the 2014 assessment. It's $100,374. The health, dental, life insurance costs for both county and hospital retirees you see there, and that's basically a 10% increase over last year. That's what we're figuring right now. That may be different. It may be lower. I certainly hope it is lower, but I don't know from Cape Cod Municipal Health.
Yeah, I saw a memo where they may be taking some of their surplus
They
and
may be using
lowering the.
to lower the rate,
premium
yeah, as a
rates.
rate impact.
But we
mitigation.
don't know that.
But I don't know that yet. They haven't set the rates yet. We'll know that. Hopefully we'll have a better idea in February before we have to submit the budget. So usually we do have a better idea.
On shared costs, the question that always comes to mind is the liability and public officials insurance.
Yep, you see that sort of 2/3 of the way down. You see general liability insurance, boiler machine, public officials right there. I just increased that, 5,000, a little bit less than 5,000 over the 90,000.
Well, the reason why it come to mind more, because in recent time we got I thought we were free of the exposure at the jail. I thought that once let's see, 2 years ago.
You're thinking workers' comp is what you're thinking of. Is that was the big impact when we had the jail.
Yeah.
So you are correct on that. We are free of all the exposures on the jail. But remember, for public officials, the jail always carried their own law enforcement liability policy because Maya they didn't have one for us. So that wasn't really an exposure for us. The sheriff always carried his own policy for that.
Okay, so
anyways.
what does this liability insurance covers for?
Well, general liability covers your property and casualty, so. if you
No,
have to
I guess
Okay.
I really mean the liability.
Public
for
officials. That's
Professional
action,
liability.
yeah, it's for actions for all of the professionals here at the county. And so if you do something, or if I do something as an official act, you're covered for.
As long as it's not a civil rights violation.
You're sort of talking about two different things. The civil rights violation is a specific allegation. For that, you need to be indemnified by the county. That's sort of a different thing. The county may choose to indemnify you, but there has to be a process that we go through.
Yeah,
Yes,
there's a
that's
mass
the
general
process.
law that you have to adopt
Yeah.
that indemnifies public officials.
Yeah.
Did we do that?
We've done it, well, you do it on a case-by-case
Individually?
basis. And in the past, when we've had cases,
Robert
remember a
Leary-
long time ago, this
Robert
was
Leary, when I was on the assembly, I remember we voted to save his house.
there was a specific instance where long ago, the sheriff came down, not maybe personally the sheriff, but the sheriff's office came down and said, here, county commissioners, this is just a rote act, sign this. And what it was taking away good time credits to an inmate. So they signed off on it. That inmate in turn sued them for a civil rights violation,
yeah.
and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
Long story short, at some point in time, through the process that we have, and that's basically we come to you, you guys approve it, then it goes to the assembly, and the assembly approves it, we indemnified that commissioner, happened to be Robert Leary, yes.
All right, so,
But
So there's a
professional
process that we
liability
have.
is,
but again, that all generated at the jail. And
Correct.
that particular source is not something we have to be concerned with.
Not that particular source, but anytime we terminate someone, that's where these things emanate from very often.
All right,
Take
well-
personnel actions.
Okay, so personnel, so I guess
and
that
it
would.
doesn't usually involve elected officials. It's
Usually.
very unusual. It usually involves a town manager or
Yeah.
you or
There would
the
be
human
department
resources,
head or,
right.
yeah, or something like that.
The only time we'd be involved is in an appeal basis, as I recall.
Yeah. So, just to note, the other one, so that's the insurance coverages, you see them listed there. The one that also you're referring to, Bill, is the workers' comp one, where we were self-insured
A long time.
for years and years and years. We had an excess coverage policy. Once the jail moved to the state, we secured, and we're with Maya, we have Maya as our workers' comp coverage. So basically on that, we pay Maya a premium, and they take care of the rest. They pay any claims that we have, they do the claims monitoring, they do all the reporting, they pretty much do everything, so.
And that's really based on payroll.
Yeah.
And since we don't have public safety people, then it doesn't really up your, and we don't have a DPW.
Nope.
It really keeps premiums pretty low.
Yes, no, it's a good premium, it's a great program, we don't have to worry about, I mean, basically, we're paying the premium that we used to pay for the excess policy to Maya, and we don't have any costs, so it's good.
And Myers, the primary insurer that we have.
Yeah, we have almost all of our coverages through Maya, except the Cape Cod Commission's zoning and land use policy, which we have through Cabot, which we got through Maya, just that, it was a branch that Maya just didn't cover under their policies.
We have munis. Some municipalities and public entities have something else. Do we periodically evaluate munis as to whether or not that's the best system to be using?
Well, the short answer to that is no, because changing your financial management software is not a thing you take lightly. So
I know.
So I think we've had Munis now for
A long time.
10 years.
At least.
Yeah. We've
I know we started
updated it.
updating
I think bottom line is we're satisfied with what we have right now in terms of the Munis system.
That ends the questions that I have.
In here's salary reserve amount at the very bottom for a 2% COLA, which I'm proposing for next year. I think a question came up not too long ago about what percentage our employees were who are at their maximum step. And I didn't run the numbers yet, and I will do that for you, but my knowledgeable estimate is about 80%, maybe even a little bit higher than that at their top step.
Do you ever take the step of investigating whether or not the towns are putting a COLA in?
We usually do a survey every year about what either we do it or one of the towns initiates an email survey saying, what are you guys giving?
For COLAs.
Yeah, for COLAs, and what are your settlements been?
Well, some
So
of,
we usually find out what's
We're pretty
going on.
consistent.
I think over a 3-year period, they probably average about 2 or 2 1/4.
I would say,
Because
yeah.
it's like 1 or 1.5.
We're right
and then
in, we're right
there's the-
consistent with the
Right.
rest of the towns.
Yep.
And I think, yeah, they're about,
And if a town doesn't give it one year, they make it up with 3s in the succeeding
Exactly.
years.
and
That's
they, yeah,
right.
they do it over a 3-year period.
We try to be consistent. You know, we look
Usually
at
it's
that.
lower the first year because we're still coming out of this recession and no one's really sure, and then it ups the second and third year to average out to be about 2 or 2.25.
We're doing shared costs, Maggie, and that was my shared costs list that I had put together from them. Nothing spectacular out of the ordinary.
Salary study in here or?
No.
It's in the commissioner's one.
Oh, it's in
It's in
ours?
the commissioner's one, yeah.
I was looking for it too.
Yeah.
Travel increase, the travel
I don't have any
mileage?
idea.
Oh, I'm glad, that's exactly what
What?
she wanted to, I'm glad Maggie mentioned that. That's one of the things I wanted to talk to you about, and that is proposing to increase the 2014 budget to increase our travel allowance. Right now, we're at 41 cents per
Oh, yeah,
mile.
it's gone up, I noticed
Which
that
is,
in the paper. It's 56 cents. now.
56.
Yeah.
So I think last time I looked, it was, when I did the calculation, it was 55.
It was, and
So-
I thought it was gonna stay there, but they actually
It
upped it
ticked
to
up.
56.
Yeah,
It was
it
in the New
ticked up.
York Times, that's where I saw it.
So I think, 56 or, whatever you wanted to set, I would set it.
It's 41 now.
It's 41 now.
41, yeah.
So it's a
been that way
significant
for what,
interest.
about 7 years?
Yeah, at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it. 10
Since
is
I'm
probably
probably the one
likely.
Is
that looks
there-
at it a lot.
Is there an
There's a-
estimate of what it
Yeah,
might cost us?
I did it at 55. And I did the estimate. It would cost about 50,000 countywide.
It's a lot of dough. We don't
There's
have
a lot of
to,
travel.
yeah, I know.
Regional entity.
I haven't done mine yet.
Well, it doesn't seem so daunting if you do it on a regular basis, but
How
if
do you
it
think, how
adds
many
up-
employees are eligible for travel?
Well, everybody.
Everybody?
Everybody, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
And we don't have a fleet that people can use because of frequent travel.
No.
Some places do.
We could borrow the electric car, right?
if it's available. See, part of the thing is we don't have a huge fleet, we don't have a pool car. That's one.
Okay, but nevertheless.
So that's the proposal.
Now, are you proposing to raise it to 56 cents?
You could raise it to 55.
You could pick whatever number you
Number you
want.
want.
What I would recommend is don't let it float, because then it becomes a bit of a budgeting issue. I would say as of July 1st, 2013, this will be the number. And then, what we really should do is look at it every year like this.
Right, exactly.
Of course, we've been in a period where we just didn't have the money to do it. Now,
Right.
perhaps we do. That's why I'm
It's
suggesting.
like a 30% increase.
Oh, yeah, it's big,
Yeah,
big number.
Well, it's just that we haven't, but look at what we've saved over the years. Well, not saved, we didn't have.
Well, you didn't have it, so you didn't spend it. So, yeah, I mean, really what it is you're sort of catching up in terms of, I shouldn't use that word, you're bringing in line your reimbursement, it's really a reimbursement to your employees, much more in line with what the actual
With other
cost of
cities,
using their
towns, and
vehicle
counties
is.
follow, which is the federal one.
Exactly.
And then you can do if we do it for this year, and then with the idea of reviewing it next year.
Every year, yeah.
And reviewing it every year as part of the budget, and if it goes down, it goes down,
What about Falmouth? What do they charge?
whatever the federal rate is.
Okay,
They're
that's
right up to
86.
the federal rate.
Okay.
That's I would say most towns are probably,
Yeah. At the
I
federal
would say
rate.
that they just, at the beginning of the fiscal year, they set whatever the federal rate is, that's what
Well,
they give you.
Although a 30% increase in anything get a lot of visibility. At the same time, it's a cost of doing business that's part of using your own vehicle. We certainly are not supplying, unless you're planning to change that, and you give everybody their own car.
No, I think that's not very wise.
No, because then you get into maintenance, you don't want to go there.
No, he's kidding.
Absolutely.
He's kidding.
Okay, then, I'd say 55 cents, and then we'll review it every year.
Okay, I'll go with that.
Okay,
If that's what you budgeted, we'll leave it at what you budgeted and then review it next year.
yeah, okay, that sounds like a good plan.
All right.
Because it was 55 for a long time.
It was
Yeah.
until
Until
yesterday.
just- Yeah, yeah.
And we were at 40 cents for a long time.
41 cents.
41. Good.
Okay.
Thank you for mentioning
Now we're
that.
going to July, right? July 1st?
What I do is each department has a line item for basically in-state travel, and most of that is, so I just go through and sort of do that 30% application.
And that
It
wouldn't
doesn't
go into
quite-
effect until July 1st.
July, it's for the 2014 budget.
Okay.
All right,
Okay, that's,
so that's shared costs. No excitement there. So then the next one would be the dredge, and that's why
the dredge, everybody's
Maggie's here
favorite.
as well.
Have we passed the, was it the spawning flounders and
The winter flounder,
winter flounder?
no.
Anadromous fish.
You know, I always view that particular impediment to using the dredge as being something that was invented by this one guy that was at the state for a long time, and absolutely nothing to do with what I'd call conditions at the site or the point of use. So, other than that, the dredge has wonderful visibility, in my opinion. I think that I hear nothing but good things about it. And the only bad thing I hear about is that periodically, whoever gets the dredge close to July 4th is concerned about where the spoils go.
Yes. As Mark told you earlier, the towns are still in the process of submitting their work. So that's what drives the budgets, the schedule. It's always a best guesstimate at the time the budgets are due and gets refined in the fiscal year. The only issue that I wanted to bring to your attention is that we are going to be building into the budget, or working with Mark, is to replace the dredge. The dredge is 16, has been operating for 16 years in a saltwater environment, and it's been repaired admirably by the crew. But Wayne's recommendation, based on the last repair that we just did, that it's time to replace it. It's not going to last forever. It's a marine equipment, and because of the limited windows, we cannot afford to be down doing repairs. So if you may remember that we have a replacement amortization fund, which has about $700,000 in that fund. It will cost anywhere between $1.5 to $2 million on the high side to replace the dredge. So you'll use your amortization fund, and then you'll have to borrow, the county would have to go out and borrow the balance, and the dredge rates would have to be raised to support that.
Right.
So that analysis will be done between now and whenever Mark.
Mid-February.
Yeah,
Right.
so that one's pretty simple. If
It's
you
an
borrow $1
enterprise
million
fund.
bucks.
Right.
Is
you
that part
can-
of the
capital-
package?
Yeah, the difference is
This is
since
this
they're
is
an
really-
enterprise fund,
Oh,
they would
that's
be
right.
responsible for the debt service.
Oh.
So this is
It
a-
would definitely be a GO bond, because we're the only ones that have the ability to
Correct.
issue debt,
So it'll have to.
paid off through the
Through
enterprise.
So the
the
the dredge advisory committee has to be involved. It's a very complicated process to get us there, because it involves the dredge advisory committee presenting, but the intent would be to hopefully go out to bid this summer for the dredge.
Now, the question comes up from time to time about the need for, or the value of having a second dredge. You've heard this
Well, you would
story
have
before.
a second dredge. It would not run forever. It would have limited capacity. So we would have, and it would also be used for spare parts, but it's not going to be a second full-time dredge.
Okay. In your analysis, is there any support for having a second new dredge? Because that's a request we've got.
We've never done
several times.
any analysis. The anecdotal conversations are no. And the issue, it's a little bit of a complicated issue because you have a very short dredging season. And we have a very, very good crew that we're able to keep on the payroll year round. Running two dredges or two crews with less work, you'll see this, there's always a high turnover in the marine industry. It's a very dangerous industry, as you know, just like fishing. So finding qualified, and this is not a Department of Public Works qualified skills. These are very unique skill sets, and they are not plentiful in this area. So it's an issue of running 2 crews for a shorter time and being able to maintain and employ these crews year-round. You know, the reality is everybody wants to dredge at the same time during the peak period of the year, and that's just not physically possible.
Well, the other argument I'd make, Bill, is so you'll have a brand new dredge, and you'll have the second dredge, and for at least a short period of
You'll
time,
be able to do,
that'll be operational. You know, it's not going to last forever, as Maggie says, but at least it'll work. So you'll be able to go in through a period of time where you have 2 dredges. Then you can make an evaluation. Does this make sense? Does it not make sense? Or does it make sense to maybe have a second dredge that you lease or that you do something else with for a short period of time rather than making the capital investment in 2? But and it may turn out, maybe it makes sense.
Analysis would precede any decision.
and remember, it isn't just a dredge. The dredge has an enormous amount of supporting equipment, pipe, booster pumps. So it isn't just
Secondary boats,
Right,
you know, the work boat.
The capital
Heavy
investment has to include all of the things that make the dredge work as a dredge.
Right.
It just can't be the codfish.
Right, it isn't just a piece of, it's a very,
And maybe this wouldn't be the time to, well, I like the idea of during that window being able to evaluate the need for a second one. But as towns get their wastewater plans together and start putting out to bid, dredging the outlets
Yeah.
of different estuaries, and then there's only certain times of the year that you can do that. So, and we don't know, that hasn't even peaked yet about how many towns are even at that point, but with all the estuaries we have,
Right.
there's going to have to be some kind of dredging of those if we're going to really improve the nitrogen.
and it also
loading and all
depends
of that.
upon the dredging. Some of these dredgings are not the type of dredge. It's a bucket dredge, it's
Oh,
mud.
that you would use
So
for
it
that.
depends upon, so they
Yeah.
might not all be applicable for the county dredge. You know, the county dredge work is a maintenance dredge, that was the intent. Right now, you know, in Harwich, they're using
Exactly,
private
yeah.
company because it's not, we don't have the equipment.
Ah.
So there is this is a,
Oh, to do
so
that.
it just depends upon the work. There is a need for, I think, a good balance of both public and private sector needs here that can be met. It isn't all just the county dredge. There's other work done by the private sector. The federal government also comes in, the Corps dredges. So there's lots of other, it's almost, there's the feds, there's the county, and then there's the private sector dredging and
State and
maintaining
local.
harbors depending upon the work that needs to be done.
I think
Like
that,
I remember that dredging project down in Woods Hole that had the feds, the state, the county, and the municipality
Right.
all involved
Yep.
in making that project work because it was
Different types of dredges, different types of equipment are needed, so it depends. There's not, it's not like an answer I can say that will fit everything.
well, it sounds like there's an opportunity for public and private sector to be involved. It doesn't, the fact that Harwich, for example, had a specialized requirement would not justify a public sector entity making a significant investment on something that had a very limited,
Right.
Right.
say, allocation. And so that gives an opportunity for a private company to, let's say, to get into low capacity but high intensity dredging.
And that's really based on project. This is based on routine maintenance that happens every year.
That was what the original intent and the analysis was for maintenance dredging.
Okay, well, we all get, as I said, this is one of our, very visible, and back in the day when Rob O'Leary was able to be part of getting this together, this has been something that has been going on and on and on. Nothing lasts forever. There comes a time when you have to make a decision as to when you can replace something. You don't want to get it to the point where it's an emergency.
Or that you've got too much downtime because
Right.
you're fixing it all the time.
Right.
Yeah, that's the thing we
Yeah.
want to avoid. I think Wayne's done a terrific job taking care of it, maintaining it.
Yes, he has.
But 16 years is 16 years of a lot
That's
of
a
hard
long
work.
time for a vessel like
Yeah.
that. That's a workhorse.
So-
Yes.
I mean, it's not a pleasure craft.
No.
No.
Okay, and so our exposure is basically, as far as the budget item is underwriting the bond, but the cost, the debt service on the bond it comes out of the enterprise fund.
Exactly.
And that would be adjusted based upon the
Dredge
rates to
rates.
support it.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't think we have a choice.
Mm-mm, no, I didn't either.
Okay. So Mark and I and Wayne will work on that for,
Yeah.
I don't know, when.
Well, we have some time at the end of January. We should probably bring back kind of the final
Yeah.
proposal for you guys. Facilities is gonna come back, so we'll sort of have a better picture of what the capital piece will look like then. So maybe the end of the month, we'll come back, the 30th, I think we're open.
Not the 23rd.
23rd, no, we can do it on the 30th.
Good.
They're open, I think, the 30th. I don't think we've done any budget schedules to that.
And then I just have these for your, if you want these for your signature, not
All
budget
right.
related.
Okay.
So I think we're gonna see all this again in its entirety before we vote on the budget.
Yeah, oh, definitely,
Oh, yeah.
yeah, because then you have to, like
Refund
Jerry
it.
said, you have to have the revenue picture too,
Right.
and we'll schedule that as well, so.
I'll have to have a double.
Good, thanks.
Good, that's.
Thank you, Maggie.
Thank you, that was quick. That's just the IT stuff.
Yep.
But like I say, there's some things you just can't beat to death.
Yeah, no, that's been running,
Sorry.
we've,
There's no rhyme or
It's
reason.
time. It's time. All right, thanks.
Price of galley slaves going up, so.
Yeah, yep.
Can I say something? I just think you have a wonderful opportunity, with your new website communication policy, in finding the best possible person for that department, for the IT department.
Oh, yeah, we'll have to
Oh, yes,
advertise.
yes.
I expect that we'll get an interested.
Really, yeah.
You've
Yeah.
got so much ahead of you in that department.
Yeah,
Critical importance.
And then we've been working anyway, the commission and us and IT together, we still need to do that and keep that going because we need to have that big plan. And that will certainly help us in terms of attracting qualified
Yeah,
people for the
and
position.
it's quite a position at this point.
so I think next you have at 2:15, you have Andrew coming in, is that correct?
Oh, that's right,
For the
yeah,
Water Protection Collaborative, not the budget, but he wanted to talk about the,
his contract.
Yeah.
oh, okay.
And then-
He was looking for, my recollection is that he'll be coming in to talk to us about an extension of his contract in order to,
Well, there's a provision to extend it.
Yeah.
And he is asking us to extend it now.
right.
So that they have more of a
Oh, some
defined.
continuity
And then
kind of
some
thing.
continuity, and defined end date to get
I
all
was gonna
this
say,
planning
yeah, I
done.
didn't think his
Yeah.
contract was up, so,
It's not.
No.
but
It's
there's
not
a-
up.
But there's an investment opportunity
Yeah,
that you have to make a judgment on.
I got you.
We should see it, though. I don't have it. Do we have, you have a copy?
I don't have it, no.
Who does?
I actually thought he was coming in to talk about something else.
No.
so-
And then at 2:30, they're gonna give us the report on the wastewater management.
Well, that's what I thought he was coming in.
No, he's coming in for both,
Ah,
to
gotcha.
extend the contract.
That's what I thought he was coming
At
in for, was the
2:15, then at
report.
2:30, he and Paul are
Can you give us a copy
coming.
of the contract ahead of time?
Yeah, I'll see if I can put my hands
We've
on
got
it.
15 minutes.
He and Paul are coming in at 2:30. And then from there, we hit the assembly.
Oh, the excitement never ends.
Another recess?
Yeah, we'll just take a 10-minute recess,
Okay.
15-minute recess.
Now we're back.
Sorry about that.
Can I
Before I
have a
forgot.
copy of that, or is it?
It's a proposal, so
Yeah,
it's
no,
not, it's just a
It's not a public
draft.
document yet,
Yeah,
yeah. we
it's
haven't
not a public document
Officially
yet.
accepted it.
Because, yeah, we have to, and,
Okay, when will we be discussing this?
when's the first meeting we have, next week?
We haven't set it
We
yet.
haven't set the
It was either
meeting
the
yet.
10th or
We
11th.
set some
I think.
days.
I mean, I'll review it, so I'll be prepared.
Okay, there was only, there's one area that I thought we should think very carefully about, and that is this one here. Normally, in a strategic plan,
Mm.
there's no public process during the drafting of the plan.
Right.
The public comes in at the very end.
After, yeah.
So I put that, and there's two areas where that's included in there.
Okay, well,
And I think it should come at the end, not in the drafting.
okay, well, let me. if
So
I
you
may,
take a look at it, and we'll
I'll-
put it on the agenda for next
We
week.
can talk about it next Wednesday.
Yeah, we'll put it on
yeah.
for next Monday.
Yeah, because whatever we do, we can do tentative, for either the 10th or the 11th.
Yeah.
Very good.
You're gonna try to find that contract?
I'm sorry, what?
You can
Yeah,
find
I'll
out.
ask Elaine for. a copy
Yeah,
of it.
just so we have some idea of what we're looking at here. I did that earlier and I didn't, shame on me.
Now we're in recess. We are now back in session after another short recess. And now on our agenda, we're going to discuss with Andrew Gottlieb his contract between the county and related to the Cape Cod Water Protection Collaborative.
Yes.
So Andrew,
What I'm asking you to do, I have a contract that was a result of a bidding process that was done last spring, in April. It was a 1-year contract with 4-year options associated with it. And what I'm asking the commissioners to do now would be to exercise those 4 1-year options so that the contract would toll in April 2017, I guess. So that's the request. Not changing any terms, just exercising the
Just
options as they
exercising
exist.
the options.
Just a question for you. See, you just got reelected, so 13, 14, 15, 16. So you would.
17.
17, okay, so you,
No, you're right. Yeah, my term would end the end of
All right, it's almost
2016.
coterminous except for 4 months.
4 months, okay.
Or 3 months and 11 days.
And as you know, I've expressed some concern that contracts that the commission sign be coterminous with
With the terms?
the terms. And since this is very close to that, I would say that would meet any reservations that I would have.
12/31/16.
I mean, it supposedly goes through April. but
April 11th.
April 17.
Oh, yeah, it's
No, I'm
April.
saying, yeah,
You go
saying
through,
it
when do you
is-
go through?
January 1st, 17 theoretically.
Yeah,
And he goes to
April.
April 11th.
Okay. To me, that,
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but,
I'm saying I have no reservations because of the closeness with which the term that he's asking for is coterminous with the you two commissioners who were just reelected.
oh, so that's right, both of us, our terms would
Right.
end.
Just before this one.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if we're planning ahead, we would make sure that something was done about it
Right,
by
you'd have to
December.
start the process
Right,
to
you have to start the
renew
process anyway,
anyways,
right.
yeah.
Yeah, you would
Exactly.
have to start the
Right,
renewal
at the end of that
process
time, it would have to
by
get rebid
Before
anyway.
the end of our term.
Right,
So I think that would work out
Right.
just fine. Is that,
that'd be fine.
that's reasonable?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I would move that we, let's say, grant his,
To exercise the 4-year options.
yeah, that we would support that.
Okay, and I'll second it. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Unanimous.
Thank you both.
So we'll just need a piece of paper that I'll do, or,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, with a different term and then on
Okay.
it.
All right, now Paul's gonna join me for the wastewater thing, but he's not coming up till 2:30, which
I
is why it's
know.
on the agenda. Do you want me to,
Why did we think this would take 15 minutes?
I don't know.
Well, the
Anything you want to
minutes
talk
are
about
public.
I
between
didn't
now
even
and
know what you
2:30?
wanted.
That's
Huh?
what I did it behind your back when you're on vacation.
Exactly.
I've learned, I've watched you, I've learned, Mark.
Sneak that in.
Were you getting another copy of this?
I don't know, what you were going to ask us about this report?
No, I was gonna ask if you had received, sometimes you get a separate copy and then I get a CC.
Oh, no, I have
But
not
you
seen
have
it.
not,
Okay, why don't you-
so you
Alright.
can take that, we'll pass it around. I don't think that any other copies came around, so.
Yeah. And I'm very familiar with the project
Right.
because I sat on the commission, Cape Cod Commission, when this was reviewed.
Yeah,
So, but I will take a look at it.
All right, I just sent him a note, asked him to just come right up, because he was gonna do the
introduction.
introduction.
Okay.
All right, sorry about that.
We should get our ducks in a row for next week.
You know, I had one more thing, and I must have taken it with me out of here, and that was you were invited to the sort of ribbon cutting at the Barnstable Senior Center on Friday, January 18th at 10 a.m. Eons ago now, we gave them some money when the county had extra money.
You talking about the gift shop?
No, the
They
senior
were going to
center's
do a
lobby.
cafe thing,
gift shop.
and they sort of changed their mind on that. So they used the money to do some renovations in their senior center, and they're doing the sort of grand opening, and they're inviting you to come by. So,
At
It was
10
4
o'clock.
years ago.
but it's 10 a.m. on Friday, January 18th. Oh, it's more than that. I think you were on the assembly maybe at that point.
No, I think I just showed up here.
Maybe. But that was a long time ago. So it's January at the Barnstable Senior Center on Route 28 in Barnstable.
January 18th.
I think it is a Friday, so and I'm pretty sure it's Friday, January 18th
What time?
at 10 a.m. at the Barnstable Senior Center to see some of the renovations they did.
Yeah.
I was over there for one.
Marilyn's very nice. I can't remember her last name, but
Yeah, that would be great.
Madeline. Madeline.
Yes, I saw some of the renovations while they were ongoing
Yeah.
because we had several meetings over there at the senior center.
Well, you could have taken credit for it. You said that. See that doorway? We own it.
So we gave them some money to help them do that?
Yeah. Way
Way back?
Long time ago.
Yeah. Remember when we had our
Another
surplus
galaxy.
funds, that nasty word surplus, and we were doing different things with it? That
You
was
were
one
just
thing.
trying to give it away and
No,
anybody
we
you could
weren't trying
find
to
to
give it away. We were
to?
trying to apply it where it was needed.
Anybody in need that had their hand out, how much do you want, huh?
It wasn't like that.
So can you
No,
attend,
sort of was.
Mr. Doherty?
I don't know. I don't
You
have
don't
my
know yet,
schedule.
but I can.
Yeah, so I think I'll try to come over, get over there as well.
Yeah, that would be nice.
So I managed to kill some time.
There you go.
Must be cold out.
It's just thin skin.
Anything else we have while Paul's getting ready?
No, I
We were
don't
gonna-
think
we
I
were
have
gonna
anything
say
else.
A couple of things we decided to add to our agenda next week. One is the protocol for handling ordinances.
Yes.
One is, there was something else we took up today.
Oh, I talked about a resolution for administrative management being assigned to staff as opposed to continuing with, the things that we signed.
Signing on right.
Oh, yes, that's right. We
It's,
were gonna
it-
take up
right.
the delegation of
Delegation, thank you.
administrative tasks.
Correct.
So we want that on there.
Yep.
And not the dredge, nothing concerning facilities.
The only thing we talked about was part of the budget
Yeah, let me
discussion.
see what I said.
There was another thing, but I just can't think of it.
Oh, a capital plan, but that's not for next week.
No.
The CPC funds, not the septic systems. Yeah, I think that those two, I
Right.
think we're gonna add on. Okay.
Okay.
And a cheerful good afternoon.
Good
Yes.
afternoon to you.
Well, yes, that was good. We might as well start 2:25. Time only is gonna happen anyway, so. So I want to welcome Paul Niedzwiecki, Executive Director of the Cape Cod Commission, and Andrew Gottlieb, our Executive Director of the Water Protection Collaborative, Cape Cod Water Protection. And we're going to talk about wastewater.
We are, I think we're here for our quarterly update.
Yes.
So we were here last quarter. And just to give you a brief update on that, sort of a carryover, as we've been working diligently on a regional wastewater management plan for several years now. And we're getting closer to operationalizing it. And in fact, the regional wastewater management plan itself went live electronically on December 31st. So you can access that through the Cape Cod Commission website. And-
Just one thing.
Sure.
And I happened to read the review of 2012, and in January of last year, right at the top was that you made the announcement that you'd be involved with solution-based
Yes.
planning. So the first part of the solution is, as of December 31st, we do have something on.
It's there, it's live, and it's a regional wastewater management plan. And the plan itself is really more of a policy framework that provides those tools that we were talking about. and other additional resources that we have developed there to identify potential solutions for each watershed. And so it's really all of the work that we've done, sort of building these tools, collecting this information, and then the public process that has surrounded this is reflected in this regional wastewater management plan, which is online. I did not want to do a two-dimensional narrative like most plans are, that would just arrive in draft form for your comment and then approval and then collect dust on some shelf somewhere. This plan is very different. It allows people to engage in a way that they feel most comfortable engaging with the plan is. If your issue is cost, you can get quickly to those issues. If it's environmental, you can get quickly to those issues. And it's a living document in that we're going to use this document as we go out in the next 12 months as part of a consensus building process. So that when people come to meetings and they have input and we discuss things, they should be able to log on to the Regional Wastewater Management Plan at the end and see that their input is reflected and that their fingerprints are on this plan going forward. So what is up and running today is very good and useful information. It reflects a lot of work that's been done at the Commission over time. 12 months from now, by the end of the next calendar year, it should be a much more robust plan and much more closer to a plan that can be operationalized or implemented. So we're very proud of the work that's out there now, but we really want people to engage. It also serves internally as sort of a work plan for staff too. They see their stuff going up on the web. And the analytics associated with it now will allow us to determine when people do interact with it, what pages are they going to most frequently, where are they most interested. So it continues to create this information feedback loop that will be helpful in promoting a plan and a policy framework that gets us closer to a solutions-based approach and actually starts solving the problem. So that's the big announcement from our perspective. Andrew and I continue to sort of make numerous appearances in order to promote the work that we're doing, but we are about to engage in this calendar year in a process that's much more structured and really is aimed at the general population. You know, not so much, we will continue to do our rounds with the decision makers, but we really need to get to average people in the watershed that they live in, near water bodies that they know and care about, and engage them in a constructive way about how to solve that problem. And so, and the part of this process will include a multi-stakeholder approach in these watersheds that involves the people in the areas that are impacted and affected in the decision-making process about treatment options. And so contrary to what, you know, I think we hear and read sometimes, this is the exact opposite of a top-down plan where we have decided after years of research that this is the optimal plan and the way to go. We have a lot of that information, and what we've been able to do is to develop the tools that will allow us to engage with the public and in a meaningful way, so that those particular treatment options, in my opinion, have yet to really be made. But we have accumulated information in a way that we will be able to, in a relatively short period of time, get to a place where we can show you a map of the Cape and the potential options that could solve this problem and do it in a forward way.
It's very important to have a fact-based solution process. It's very important to have identified as to where the work needs to be done. But the issue for the average person like you and I is, what is it going to cost me?
Yeah. And I think you're exactly right. But what we've been spending this time doing is setting the parameters on the discussion, accumulating a lot of information, and then encouraging people to engage within those parameters. And there is no one optimal solution. It all depends what your priority is. But this plan is designed to produce at least 3, and what I like to call the faster, better, cheaper models. So if your priority is to build it as quickly as possible to solve the problem, that would be the priority of, say, a federal judge.
then this is probably the way that you would go and do that. If your instinct is to do it better, and by better in this format I would describe that as the most sustainable way, then more time is needed. And we need to make the Cape a test case for a lot of alternative technologies that are out there to do the most sustainable way, which might not be the least costly. And the third is the least costly. Given what we know today and what we think is feasible, what's the least expensive way to solve the problem? And so it's not my job to pick one of those, but I think what we've done is construct a process by which we can engage the public in that discussion and see where we're going.
I was just thinking about when you were saying that it retains the information. So if I wanted to look at, say, my property, and I knew there were similar properties to mine, and I wanted to compare mine to 5 others, could I go in and see what other people have entered and see what their possible solutions were, or no?
Yeah, that's exactly what some of our folks are most concerned
Oh,
about.
that people will do that?
Yeah, the advantage
Well,
on a parcel-specific model is that it's parcel-specific. It is as granular as you can get. The concern is that you're only concerned about your parcel, and if you're one of the parcels that just has to remain on a Title V system, and part of the overall policy is to keep as many people on conventional Title V systems as possible, then you have less to care about how everything else. I happen to be more optimistic, and I think when people look at this like you do on a very individual level, and then on a Cape level, and part of what we have churning through this is an economic model too, a triple bottom line model. So it doesn't matter whether you're contributing directly to this problem or not. If you live on the Cape, you're going to suffer the impacts on some level. So that's what we talk about when we're pushing all of this information out there, so that you'll be able to answer that question and many others too. And I'm confident that if we give people the information, that collectively will make the best decision.
So even if I were to want to see how many properties, how many parcels had solutions that were retain a septic system, might give me a number of what that is without knowing each parcel?
There'll be some ability to aggregate information, but in order to answer your question, yeah, you'll be able to zoom in on your parcel and see exactly what your nitrogen load is, whether you're in a nitrogen-sensitive watershed, what your contribution to a particular estuary is. Yes.
Okay.
But Andrew has a presentation.
Yeah, let me run through. This is sort of bring some closure to the 10-month task you gave us to look at regional options. So I can email it around too. But we were tasked with doing that review and coming back to you with an assessment of what the options are for us and for the Cape to consider by the first of the year, so we're a day late. But we wanted to just run through that with you, all right? Just to remind people, and you've seen the first couple of slides, is consistent in previous presentations. What you wanted us to look at was, is there a way to get more timely cleanup, protection of our waterways, minimize the amount of infrastructure that we need to build in order to improve water quality, minimize the overall cost, and then lowest possible impact on taxpayers. And if there was, to tell you what it might be, so you can consider that as a direction for the county. And if there isn't, to say no, what we got is all we can have. And I think what we found is there are some things we can do to recommend some improvements in process. And this is really just a continuation of what's been a 10-year effort under your guys' leadership to deal with this question and to try and help the region deal with our wastewater problem and do it as cheaply as possible. So in the future, as Paul alluded to, we're talking about the wastewater management plan. What was posted by the commission the other day is a big step forward on that, and then further additional guidance to towns and individuals on how to deal with these issues. So we structured our analysis first around trying to determine what the problem was, and then to have solutions address the problem, as opposed to just come up with solutions that may or may not address the types of issues we are. And what we found was, and we told you this back in October, is that towns are not struggling with this because they don't want to do it. They're struggling with it because there are some institutional challenges that they bump into. money's tight, limited local resources. Some historical difficulties, as well as some practical difficulties around intermunicipal cooperation. These are complex problems. They are generally seen as noxious facilities that people don't want to host. And if they host them, they certainly don't want to take other people's wastewater. That's and then there's other more practical constraints about shared bonding capacity, how you commingle funds, hosting fees and the like that make it hard. There are resource constraints in the sense of towns tend to lack professional staff. There are a few, 4 towns in particular, that have facilities, that have expertise, that puts them in a little bit better position than the majority of Cape towns who don't have staff with expertise on wastewater. So it takes a while for towns to get up to speed, to know what they don't know, what they know, what they don't know, what questions to ask, how to set priorities, how to set policy. And then there are regulatory constraints. The state and federal regulatory systems were constructed not with the types of problems we have on Cape Cod in mind. And those are very real impediments, and they get in the way of towns taking on this issue. So what we tried to do was come up with a set of recommendations to address those problems. And so based on the analysis Paul and I did, and we, between us, did over 50 community-based meetings over the course of this process. Had countless other formal and informal conversations with people. We used the collaborative as a sounding board, as you directed. And we got formal input from a majority of Cape towns, written responses to an inquiry sent out by the chair of the collaborative asking for formal guidance from the towns on what they wanted. And we have tailored these recommendations to be consistent with the feedback that we got in person when we met with the towns, and that was followed up with in writing by the town. So the appropriate role for the county and the commission is to build upon, not replace, efforts that are happening at the local level, and that the county and the commission should assist towns in dealing with adjustments to their local plans to account for anticipated regulatory flexibility that we see coming down the pike as a result of some of the efforts we're going to describe to you in a moment, additional financing options that don't currently exist, and a recognition for the need for increased local cooperation. A lot of town plans were town only. They've been implemented to some greater or lesser degree in some of these communities. We see the need for us to help the towns sort of go back and revisit some of those questions and come up with solutions that address cooperation more fully. Secondly, and really importantly, and this picks up on an issue that Paul raised, our primary focus here is to stay local. We are not talking about subsuming all these local efforts into a county-run system. We're actually talking about supporting the local efforts and going beneath and further into the community than one would see from town by town efforts to date. We think that the most logical planning and management scale for the best solutions, and by best I mean the ones that are the least expensive, the least disruptive to the community, and at the lowest cost, is at actually the watershed level. And because watersheds don't respect town boundaries by definition, in the vast majority of our watersheds, that requires intermunicipal cooperation. And we think the county has a role in helping facilitate that. That segues into the next one, which is our collective responsibility and focus ought to be on facilitating watershed level local discussions. We should be able to help communities and local watershed groups and the residents who live in those watersheds identify appropriate solutions that result in the lowest possible impact on ratepayers, the lowest overall cost of management, and the best environmental solutions. So what you'll see is, and what follows in this next one, is a series of investments at the county and the commission level that are geared towards providing that kind of localized support. Additional planning and engineering assistance, guidance for local planning processes, and the regional plan has a lot of very useful, practical information to local folks that are looking to deal with this issue. We should, however, act as a collective entity, as a region, in the areas of regulatory reform and innovation. Individual watershed groups, individual towns, even towns acting together as a group of 2 or 3, are not going to, in our judgment, be able to come up with the types of regulatory reform requirements that would be needed to allow some of these innovative solutions to be put in place. But the county, working with all our resources and the expertise we've been able to assemble on this team, we can do that. We can do that in a more targeted, more effective, and more timely manner than the individual communities working and the individual citizens working on their own. So that's a key role for the county to assume a leadership position in. And then lastly, to advocate on behalf of state and federal contributions to cover half the overall cost of these management alternatives. We think again that acting as a county entity, we can provide a stronger basis for a fundraising campaign, if you will, to provide meaningful state and federal assistance to the ratepayers and taxpayers of the Cape than any one individual community can, going after whatever grants there are for a particular project. We're talking about something much larger than that. Our focus, again, as a region, as a county, ought to be on a continuation of the development, creation, and deployment of the types of analytical tools the Commission has invested so heavily in the last couple of years. Those types of tools that provide an assessment of realistic and viable options are the kind of things we need to put in people's hands. So that locally at these meetings, they can roll up their sleeves and talk about what's real. Not about fantasy options that can't pass regulatory muster, but what's real for a given watershed, what the conditions are, what the nitrogen removal requirements are, what technologies and approaches and methodologies can be assessed to be the ones that are most likely to make their way through the regulatory process and therefore give these people a pathway to succeeding. We think that you guys, acting in your role as commissioners, should make a resolution and direct the collaborative and the commission with the following guidance. You want us to work to support the wastewater, solving the wastewater problem with the least amount of infrastructure, retaining as many on-site systems as possible, which is the single biggest thing we can do to minimize infrastructure investment on the Cape. There are going to be ways with a creative thought, and this is a priority, to leave a lot, perhaps the majority of our on-site systems in place. And that's going to provide great relief to the taxpayers of the region. Adopt, and we have been doing this, adaptive management techniques so that we assess the progress that we make on our initial steps and adjust our plan accordingly based on how the resource responds. If we get what we think we got out of the initial investment, then we go to the next phase. If we got more, then we can trim back the next phase. If we got less, we have to increase the next phase. So, really what you'd be telling us to do is stop and think and measure along the way and make adjustments in mid-course, which is something that I think has been an assumption of ours in the process, the way we proceed, but I think it's valuable to make that an explicit guidance to your county agencies. Make a clear commitment, again, that we think we already have, to the use of alternative technologies and enhanced attenuation as meaningful parts of local strategies. In other words, this means that we're putting alternative technologies and wetlands attenuation and increased flushing where appropriate on an even par with the development of infrastructure, because actually that is reflective of what we have been doing and what we think. And then support the development and implementation of intermunicipal agreements for managing wastewater. Towns are going to need help with that. We think those are all important set of guidance that in a resolution from the county commissioners would make very clear where your preferences are, where your direction is, and I think finally lay to rest some of the assumptions that people have tried to layer onto county activities, that it's all just about sewers and big pipes. It hasn't ever been, isn't going to be under this framework, and this kind of resolution would make that clear. We think that you, as county commissioners, can very clearly assume the role of taxpayer advocates in guiding and assessing the alternatives that are being discussed with a clear direction and policy perspective of favoring those that lower the cost to the individual taxpayers and ratepayers of Cape Cod. And that advocacy role is one that is there to be taken and one that needs to be pursued, and we think that, again, that is on a county basis an appropriate approach for you to take. Lastly, or last two, just to make it clear again, we are not recommending any new entity to implement wastewater management improvements. We believe that the current structure as it exists now, for where we are right now, is an appropriate approach, and we can make progress. And lastly, no MWRA style reliance on large treatment plants is in our set of recommendations to you. So no entity at this point, no single or large focus on facilities. I think everything that came 1 through 6 supports those last 2 points. Unless you make it explicit, people say, you didn't say it. So we're saying it. And that's it. So that's sort of the conclusion of what we've heard over the year. And then maybe we could have a little bit of discussion about it, and there's a couple things I want to suggest maybe that you might take action on today that will help facilitate this. And I think we also want to talk a little bit about what's next for you in terms of public process to take these recommendations under consideration and maybe hold a public hearing that you guys would lead rather than sort of us being seen as the ones sort of getting public comment on our own plan.
I'd like to start at the end on the MWRA style of reliance. A cloud out there on the horizon has always been what action is the judicial piece, the stuff that's over the bridge. Do we have any update as to where that activity is?
They're in the briefing, they're all filing competing motions at this point. They haven't been scheduled for trial yet. The plaintiffs filed an amended complaint 6 to 8 weeks ago. We're having read the government's response. They modified their claims a little bit, and the argument they were making in support of their claims to address what they perhaps perceived as strong points in the government's argument or perhaps weak points in the government's response. And I believe at this point they're both in the process of briefing for summary judgment for dismissal and finding on behalf of the plaintiff, but nothing's scheduled yet.
So it's a fair statement that if an MWRA solution is imposed on us, it's imposed from the action that we have no control over.
At this point, we're not pursuing or recommending that you pursue the establishment of an MWRA type entity.
Nor am I suggesting that we should.
No, but I think that
But I'm very concerned
there
with-
remains a very, whatever prospect there was that the judicial process could result in the imposition of something like that, that has neither lessened nor increased over the last several months while they're winding their way through court.
On the infrastructure issue with regard to, let's say, individual decisions on on-site protection or on-site treatment, we recommended to George Hoyfelter during his budget discussion today that it might be useful if he made a presentation to the whole Cape Cod Commission with regard to the resources that he has, and from both the point of view of public education and also the availability of that for commission staff to use and support. So hopefully he'll follow up and be in touch with you to make that presentation. I think this might be a useful place that if the present Cape Cod Commission is in a position to be aware of what resources are in the health and environment section, that might be helpful. And then it would be my intention to ask Bill Clark to essentially offer the same thing for the cooperative extension. I can't help but believe that the time would be very well spent if you were brought up to, if the Cape Cod Commission members were brought up to date as to what was available.
I think that's a great suggestion. Andrew and I, over a year ago, sat down with Commissioner Kimmel and suggested as part of our push for regulatory flexibility in a new frame, that they consider the county's test facility for IAs out of the Massachusetts Military Reservation as a place where they might want to sanction an expedited process for testing these technologies and getting them certified for use in watersheds. So I see an expanded, George does a great job out there. He's got a national reputation and all that stuff. And we have a lot of the information that we have, we've incorporated from George's program. But I see a much closer working relationship going forward as it relates to alternatives. one of the grants that we were awarded from EPA last year had to do with providing technical assistance to help us identify 2 areas for pilot projects for alternative wastewater removal techniques in economic justice areas. And so we've selected those areas now, and we're moving forward. And I think George's outfit and the program that he runs and the information that he generates out there will be of great value in those 2 pilot programs.
I'll look forward to having that scheduled so that communication can move forward.
I thought your presentation was really good, and it was right on in terms of where we are, where we need to go, and the role of the county. Interestingly, I thought it was broad enough to cover a lot of different things and specific enough in certain areas. And I was thinking, as you were going through the role of the commission in terms of the tools that it has available, but also in the area of adaptive management. When a town works through their wastewater plans and they come up with a final plan that is adopted, say like Chatham, for instance, or and possibly Falmouth, we don't know yet. But when all that information becomes available, it would be so helpful for other towns to understand the process. How did they get from here to here? And obviously the commission's review of the wastewater plans would be able to allow the commission to put together those kinds of measures. Because I'm thinking so often that I see a town, from the beginning go through the whole process, and then I know of other towns who have gone through the same. And then when we heard from the Sandwich selectmen, when they talked about their wastewater plan, and they were talking about how they were hiring the same consultants that town A hired or town D hired, and here we're paying the same people to do the same thing in 3 different areas, and that's very costly. So how might the commission maybe be that source of information whereby a town may not have to hire that consultant to do everything, maybe only part of it or some piece of it. And then so it's kind of sharing some of the consultant information if that's possible. I know maybe some of it's proprietary and you can't. But then the third thing is was the role of the MMR. And I was thinking about that because for so long in Falmouth, it was never considered to pump waste to the MMR because of the distance in the pipeline. Now, it's so difficult to find a discharge site. If you add to the treatment plant, then where are you going to put it? And it increases the discharge. So where do you put it? Well, now you have land that you may not be able to use. Now it turns out that if you look at where the pipe in the town actually ends, it's not that far from the MMR, and it'd be cheaper in the long, or less expensive in the long run, to actually hook up to the MMR treatment plant than it would to discharge into the ground. So there's all this information that I think individual towns have come about as a result of their planning, that somehow, if certain pieces of that could be available for sharing, it would be, I would think that would be a really important role for the commission.
Yeah, a lot of the regional plan will provides the local information that was generated through the CWMP processes, but it also takes it from that and tries to knit it together too. And the tools that we're developing at the commission now, is that's dense information. It's, if you read through CWMP, we're trying to make it easier to use, especially in shared watersheds, so that people can understand this and interact with it more readily than is available to them. So not only will it be available, it should be available and usable much more readily, in a more readily understandable way that should facilitate the decision-making process. And the issue about the MMR and the transport issue is a good one, because people will come to understand that most of it, if your selection is a centralized system, most of the costs are in the collection, those pipes that goes to the home. And then there's a significant cost in the treatment and disposal, especially if disposal areas aren't readily available. The fixed cost that seems to be most manageable is that transport cost. It doesn't necessarily cost that much to move it. It costs a lot to collect it, and then it costs a lot to dispose of it. So those are are issues that should be clarified through this regional policy framework that we've established. And those are the discussions that we look forward to having. On alternatives or adaptive management, though, I do want to say, it has always been our goal to pick that low-hanging fruit first. And really, that's a lot of what adaptive management is about. And Andrew primarily really led an effort through the collaborative with 3 different towns to look at culvert widening projects and to try to get an expedited regulatory process with the state to get 3 of those projects approved: Parker's River in Yarmouth, Mill Pond in Barnstable, and Bourne's Pond in Falmouth. And we ran into so much bureaucracy on the state level that it couldn't get there. But I mean, Andrew really showed a lot of sort of personal leadership and knowledge of the system and the collaborative too, in picking those 3 pieces of low-hanging fruit and trying to run with them. Because we know if we get more natural flushing, fewer parcels will be impacted by any treatment solution. So part of it, what we've had to do is sort of double back and look at the whole regulatory process now. And we're going to have to advocate as a region for the kind of regulatory reform so that we can get expedited ENFs done to get those projects that are common sense projects done now.
When Barnstable expanded its use of the town Barnstable, and they used that leach, the field on the other part beyond the 4 Cs, are we learning anything from the discharge activity that's going on there?
Yeah, they're not discharging out there yet.
They're not?
No, what they did is when they tore up 132, they put a pipe underneath, and they had acquired the McManus property on the other side of 132 for the purpose of wastewater discharge. That was forward thinking on the town's behalf. They had the road open, good construction prices. They put the pipe under, but they haven't been using that for discharge yet, so we don't really know.
So an existing project like that with an area that's been identified as a possible discharge area, the question comes in, since it is a fairly dense residential area that's on the other side of 6A, I guess.
Yeah.
I wonder whether or not that would be a place where, from a sub-regional solution, that might be some place that we might learn something from.
Yeah, the area of West Barnstable that involves the community college, the YMCA, the Exit 6 rest stop, is an area that should be focused on. We're doing some more specific studies of hotspots. And more importantly, as part of the tools that we're creating now, we're looking at, for example, how much of the road surfaces on the Cape are owned by the state? How many state-owned roadways are there? And then where are the catchment basements and easements associated with that as it relates to stormwater runoff? Because to the extent that we're under any sort of state pressure to fix the problem, they should probably fix their contribution of it.
Well, my recollection on the entrance to Hyannis was that the Cape, the state was very selective in what they choose to hold on to because of the vegetation issue, which is part of it. But I live on a state highway, and one of the issues with regard to the flood zone that I live in is who owns it? Does it Howard own it, or does the state own it?
Well, one of the places where I think innovative alternative approaches are going to work best is in the area of stormwater runoff. So we're hopeful. And the state's been a very cooperative partner in this. They've been extraordinarily supportive. The governor, Secretary of EOEA, Secretary Sullivan, Commissioner Kimmel have been incredibly supportive of what we're trying to do here now, because they know that we can do things differently in a way that is as effective and less expensive. And so I think we'll begin to solve those problems in a new way, and we'll have a willing partner.
And part of the solution has to do with our own facility management budget, because one of the issues is looking at our own parking lot. And one of the concerns that I have is how do we get the kind of diffusion in terms of entry when we're using a non-permeable surface in order to support the snow removal and things like that. So hopefully Stephen LeBeau, TiVo will be in touch with you about that.
It's an easy name to remember.
I did have a question too. It seems like one of the key next steps, which we're trying to get back to focusing on a little bit, is the development of a regulatory reform package proposal and a legislative package. How do we sort of go about developing those? Because one of the things George said this morning too in his budget review is one of the impediments, especially to having all these individual systems, is they're not eligible for the septic betterment program until their system fails. So if we all sit around waiting for the systems to fail, we'll be here forever. So
Right. He's right.
you need to get to a point where we change that legislation to allow people to do innovative alternatives before their systems have failed.
Yeah, I mean, my hope is that this spring, we'll see support from the state and the federal government in terms of resources. For the first time, to open the door, to have resources from the state and the federal government come to help us deal with this nutrient problem on the Cape. As part of our being out in the community and coming up with an implementation plan, I think a legislative package that is aimed at common sense regulatory reform, especially for the Cape and measure sensitive areas, is overdue. So I think you'll see that as part of the process and part of the final product that we put together.
We do have a handful of regulatory things that don't require legislation in the works. In particular, you know, this whole idea of setting up specific classification for boat basins that are highly altered, that are not otherwise going to meet water quality standards, notwithstanding nitrogen inputs. And Mike Domenico and I will have that done by the end of the month, and be presenting it formally to DEP for consideration and adoption. We've got the ongoing changes around the MEPA process with the 3 projects Paul mentioned. I mean, it's funny how these things work. You know, we tried to work through the process. We did it the way they asked us to do it. They didn't do their part. We kind of got pissed off and withdrew. And now everything they said they'd do, they're doing. But it's not in response to any specific filing. So county has staff and commission has staff that are participating in those reg reform processes at MEPA around these attenuation projects. And once those get resolved, then we'll be in a position to refile the projects that we had filed and withdrawn, and there'll be an expedited process that'll come out of that. And then there's some alterations to Title V that we've been talking about. And, you know, there's some thought to be given about whether the changes that George needs in order to increase eligibility for existing systems through the betterment program necessitates legislation. We can do it administratively. So there's a series of reforms that are already being proposed and driven by us on the county's behalf that'll benefit the towns in general, and then certainly those individuals who might be able to access the financial assistance from the Commonwealth.
Does that include looking at the amount of dredging that we do is changing the characteristics of many boat harbors, for example? Is part of what you're doing going to incorporate needed changes in regulatory?
In the dredging side?
Yeah.
No, not yet. The other piece that we're working on is what has become, I think, a cooperative discussion with both DEP, the Secretary's Office, and Marine Fisheries around regulatory changes that would facilitate the type of large-scale aquaculture that's being pursued by Wellfleet, and then has some applicability to Falmouth, Mashpee, and some of the other communities. What Wellfleet's doing up there is a little bit different, but we've, I think, turned the corner on that discussion in a way that everybody's going to get what they need, and it's going to allow Wellfleet to do some work. Now, we've also, you know, and you'll see when we have the opportunity to come back and meet with you about the collaborative budget request, we took into account a lot of these recommendations in creating that budget request. And so we're trying to begin to align how money is being set aside starting in next fiscal year, assuming that there would be some degree of satisfaction with these recommendations. So we can have that in the course of the budget conversation as well. But we've already begun to do some of the things that made sense within the package to begin to implement those things. In terms of next steps, though, I think there's a couple of things at play. One is, you know, we've I think collectively in these discussions left it open, but created an expectation that once we delivered this recommendation to you, that you guys would do a public process. And I think maybe setting a timeline, and I don't know how, I know it's a very busy time of year for you with the budget stuff, so how you want to do that. But I would suggest maybe a time certain set for public comment period. We can distribute and post this and do some briefings for people, whatever meet your needs on that. But, you know, maybe hold 1 or 2 comment sessions yourselves, just to give people the opportunity to have some feedback in it, and then maybe set a date that seems right to you to act on this, refine it, accept it, tell us to go back and clean it up, whatever your conclusions might be once you're here on that. That would be one useful thing, I think, to create some certainty about going forward. In addition, I think conveying the status of this to the Commonwealth, and we could do that if we're authorized to do it on your behalf. We could send the commissioner and secretary a quick letter just saying, these are the recommendations we delivered to the commissioners, this is where this is, because we're engaged with them in some good conversations, and I think continuing to drive the agenda and drive the schedule and show that, you know, there's top to bottom buy-in on the need to do this will help and support some of the conversations we're having with them. And then lastly, we have been having discussions about potential funding opportunities, and actually think that one of the things that would help us to shake loose some funding would be the ability to say to them where money's going to go. And to that end, we're going to suggest to you, and I've got language here for you to take a look at, creation of a wastewater planning fund within the county. I don't think it changes very much, but it lets us go back and say, you know, we're looking for money, and we have, you know, county's committed to this, and we have a place where these funds are going to go. And the creation of this, and we're at a very sensitive point with some conversation we're having now. If you were to agree to this today, I think it would be very helpful and something we could convey in a letter to the Commonwealth that might help kickstart some substantial resources to our communities.
It seems to me that we have approved something like this in a regular budget process where we've allocated funds to support, you know, the ongoing process of this. So I personally don't think
But
this
these
is.
are
I don't
not
think we have a
funds.
separate fund.
These are not our funds,
You're
these
talking
are
about a separate
other
fund.
funds, state
Right,
funds.
this would help us in the
federal funds.
fundraising side.
Yeah, this is more in anticipation of state and federal funds that would flow into, that they would want to see put into a separate account, not commingled with other funds.
Right.
They
If we
don't
could-
want you to use that to buy pencils
Right.
for
Right,
the
if
health
we-
department.
Right, if we
you know,
can just
that
say, look, we've got a dedicated source where this is gonna go in,
Right.
and it makes it easy to track. Not that we couldn't track money otherwise, but it just, it helps with the pitch, to be honest with you.
Well, one thing I would say is we would need to put this on our agenda for next week.
For a vote, yeah.
For a vote, yeah, because we can't do that.
All right.
I would say to the commissioners, anytime we would get grant money that had a specific purpose, we would do this anyways. So it's not anything out of the ordinary that we would do. I think what Andrew and Paul are asking is to establish much more of a broader fund, more like the energy efficiency fund, you know, where we have those monies coming in that are used for a specific purpose. But it makes perfect sense to me.
And me
So I
as well.
think, yeah, like maybe you should describe it for us for next week so that we know exactly what it is we're
Yeah.
doing.
And
And
next
how the
week's
money will come
timing
in, how it's
will work
managed,
for what we have
who provides
in
the
the works.
Does it
oversight.
work?
It does.
It does.
It'll be okay. If we can say this is something that's gonna get done
Yeah,
on the 9th,
yeah,
that'll work.
And as a practical matter, you'd have to reformat this so it's in an appropriate form.
Okay.
This is more of a memo
yeah.
Yeah,
than
then a motion.
But,
a
yeah.
motion.
There's a couple other things I wanted to mention too is, you're probably aware, it was in Tuesday's paper that the Dr. Ivan Valier is now applying for this big grant through, I don't know if it's through MBL, I think it might be through MBL, on coastal resources. And I don't know, it just didn't get into any much detail what it was all about. I figured you probably know about it anyway.
Yeah, it's an EPA grant, they're known as
An
STAR
EPA grant.
grants.
A what?
And they're known as STAR grants.
Star grants?
And they are, government entities are not eligible because they are primarily there to feed the private sector in an innovation space that EPA is focused on. So for example, EPA has a big water cluster in Cincinnati that has they gave a $5 million STAR grant to promote the participation of private ventures in developing new technologies to promote safe drinking. And so where that's more of a drinking water base up there, really looking at, I think, in this area, I think they've taken the $5 million that they have available and split it into two pieces. So there's $2.5 million that I think Dr. Valier is looking to write a grant for that would feed institutions like HUI and MBL and others and other institutions of higher learning and private ventures that spin off from them in promoting the kind of alternative technologies that we'd like to see employed on the Cape to solve the problem.
Yeah, some of the coastal resource scientists have really been pushing
Yep.
the town of Falmouth to do a whole lot more with coastal resources, and they think we just don't do enough. And I mean, this is all part of
Yeah.
managing coastal resources too, but it's just another step in the process.
There is also an effort underway. It was a federal earmark by Senator Reid from Rhode Island
Yes.
to look at a cooperative plan or study with the state of Rhode Island and Southeast Massachusetts and the Cape to look at expanded coastal resource issues and coastal resource marine restoration efforts. And really the discussion, I think there'll be an advisory council appointed soon. And the discussion preliminarily has been to expand the definition of restoration to include issues like nitrogen in the watershed. Because it doesn't matter how many fish ladders you put in the Mashpee River, how many fish are going to use it. So I think that, and there's a theme running through those discussions to date has been how to get the federal agencies, NOAA, EPA, and the rest of them that have these coastal foci to collaborate and pool their resources so they can get really meaningful stuff done.
Yeah, I just thought it was something we need to keep on our radar screen is,
It's there.
yeah, it's there, okay, I figured that. Another thought I had was, now I'm talking like a person from a town. I'm a town and I'm working on a committee with wastewater and all that. And I know now that the commission has these tools and all that. But I'm thinking also back to what the Sandwich Selectmen had to say. If we're a committee and we're working on wastewater, what kind of guidance can we expect from the commission or from the collaborative? What resources do you have out there that as we develop our plan that we can call upon you to fill in a lot of the blanks and actually help us put the plan together? Is there some type of guidance document or something that a town could have that would enable them to know that these resources are there?
Yes.
Besides the Cape Cod Commission Act.
Yeah, well, no, more specifically, the Regional Wastewater Management Plan that just went online Monday enumerates a lot of that.
Oh, okay.
And so it talks about policy changes also going forward, because the commission does play a role as a regulator in reviewing these comprehensive wastewater management plans. And so there are tough decisions that have to be made. There's no question about it looking forward. The towns are going to have to be open on some level to maybe revisiting some of the prior decisions that they've made. Not because they got it wrong, but because they were operating in a regulatory framework and a limited context. And it forced them to think certain ways about how they were going to design the system. But it also doesn't make any sense to me as the executive director of the Cape Cod Commission to approve a comprehensive wastewater management plan for a community that has a shared watershed, that it has no agreed upon enforceable joint plan to deal with the problem. So the collaborative has been helpful on looking at intermunicipal agreements and memorandums of understanding, and I think we'll continue to develop that concept as we go forward. But we are going to be looking hard at towns that come in to have agreements with their neighbors about how to deal with and implement solutions in shared watersheds. And so that's a major policy change in that direction. All of that is available online. The resources and the tools are there. We would come and make a presentation, work with any sort of committee that's out there working right now. Bottom line is that the towns are in charge. I mean, it's really the town's choice on whether they're going to do something or not at this point. And so, all of our efforts have really been to support that. And the only area that it's been lacking, and it's understandable, is the participation in joint watersheds. Mm-hmm. But I think we already see in Chatham and Harwich right now the first real serious consideration of an intermunicipal agreement for wastewater, and it's incredibly promising.
That's good. I mean, I see towns just eating up money,
Well, there's a
planning
lot
to
to be,
eat up money.
there's a lot
They
to
don't
be
have
saved,
enough.
and we've got the
And there's-
resources
Exactly,
with,
and
with Dominica and Seolic and Paul Stapp to go in and help towns skip through the early learning stages, bring all that information that's relevant to the table, and say, all right, these are the types of questions you need to ask. That whole process typically burns a year in a town.
That brings up a question you brought up earlier, which is you want a discussion led by the commissioners. There had been some conversation about having a focus group with regard to the kinds of, that would frame that kind of discussion. The important question is, in your opinion, in your professional opinion, what would be the right date to shoot for to do such a presentation that would be useful?
To get feedback on this?
To get feedback on
I mean, I think if you know, if it fits within your budget framework and at the time, I would suggest, say, you want to act on this by middle of February and have have 1 or 2 public meetings that you would host, last week in January, first week in February. Hear what people have to say, have a meeting, chew on it, decide what you want to do with the plan.
And would it be better to have that in the evening rather than in the daytime? A lot of people can't come in the daytime.
I mean, frankly, if you have it in the day,
One in the day and
you
one
should
in the
have it in the
evening,
night.
maybe.
You had it in the night, you should have had it in the day. And if you hold it
You
on
went
the
through all that,
we've
didn't
been
you?
through all that.
Yeah.
Whatever you pick will not be quite right.
I would pick 4 o'clock. That's,
Yeah, I would lean towards a late afternoon
Late
meeting that
afternoon.
would draw people who had an interest that would be willing to take some time.
We did a couple where we did the same meeting twice at one end of the Cape, morning and after, or at daytime and evening. So that you were there, because people will say, well, you hold one in the day in Chatham and you hold one in the evening in Falmouth, and I live in Harwich, that does me no good, because I couldn't make it to the one that was near me because it was the wrong time of day. So, you can turn yourself inside out on that. I think that making this generally available electronically, so people have the opportunity to comment electronically. You hold a couple of meetings that are scheduled as best you can, and you've made a good faith effort to try and get people's input.
that's a good point about electronic comment. That's really true.
Oh, you'll get it whether you ask for it or not, so you might as well facilitate it.
Right.
Is there any value, instead of going to a particular site, is to use some of the cable TV access that we have?
Yeah.
Let's say to hold a meeting in that kind of a place and have a call-in that basically people could do it that way. There's a logistical issue with regard to getting up and going to a place
Right.
to participate, and if we had the availability to, and I think we could get, we could set it up.
I mean, you could structure a meeting where you go through the plan, accept comment from people who are there, have it recorded, distribute that meeting through other local access channels, and on the bottom put a scroll on how people can convey their comments to you as a way
I
of.
think what's in front of you right now is are the reflections that you asked Andrew and I to engage in 10 months ago about what the county's role should be. And that's somewhat limited. It's not, I don't think we should confuse that with a much more intensive community consensus building process that's going to happen over the next 12 months around these watershed-based issues. But it deserves a public hearing, because I think there are some important things that we learn about what people's understanding are and what needs to happen next. And I think you saw it in the presentation. The county's role, because it doesn't have a lot of authority to fix these problems, but it could play an incredible role in making sure all the towns get to the same point in their thinking, planning, and their access to resources, so that they can begin to move. Because if they're moving forward in parallel at the same time, this issue of shared watersheds is less of a big deal. It's when one town is 10 years ahead of the town next to it that it becomes an impossible one to solve. So that's an important role the county can play. And then the other one, and I don't think that we can stress this enough, is that I think the county, Barnstable County, is in a unique role to play the role of taxpayer really advocate. And some points in the presentation, Andrew used the term ratepayer too. We do have ratepayers on the Cape, and we have taxpayers, and whether it's going to be ratepayers or taxpayers are decisions that towns make. We have tools, tools that we're developing to help them, assist them in making that decision. But that's it, taxpayer advocacy and making sure by efficient use of the technical assistance resources that you have, that all the towns get to the same point in their thinking about this problem and how to solve it.
And since we can't get everybody in the same room at the same time, then I think we need to rely upon technology in order to get that across.
So I think on our agenda next week, in addition to this,
Yeah.
but we should actually set the times and dates for these public sessions.
Right.
I think you
And-
guys should maybe try to get on the assembly agenda, maybe a couple weeks from now too, if that's possible.
Them or us?
I've been trying for a year.
Them?
But I'll try again.
Yeah.
Try again.
It'd be good to get the assembly, you know,
Yeah.
at least aware of this, especially if they're gonna be doing some, you know, policy resolutions from our perspective.
Well, in about 35 minutes, I could let them know that they're
I
going to
think you
be
should,
asked
I
to
think we
provide
should
some
bring that,
time
copy that
to
over
hear
and say, you
this.
know, this is
Fine, if you
really
wanna break the
important
ice
stuff.
for us, we can.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and so I would just suggest to them that they contact you and set up a time for you to make that same presentation to
Yeah.
them.
Right.
Unfortunately, Leo, who was here this morning, should have been here right now to hear this, since he
Well,
always
he
accused.
didn't have all day and all evening to,
That's
I
true.
guess.
And
They
there
must-
seems to be that disconnect that where there's much conversation and piety about how important it is to, let's say, to have all this information, that there doesn't seem to be a willingness to assign time on an agenda in order to hear it.
Yeah, I've made many requests over the course of the last calendar year to appear in front of the Assembly on what I think is our most pressing environmental issue and have yet to be scheduled.
I hope it doesn't end with only being heard during the budget period, because this is not something that needs to be addressed during budget
The
time.
budget process
Something-
doesn't lend itself to this kind of conversation.
Yeah,
It really doesn't. It really doesn't. So for next week, then, you'll take up this motion
We'll take
on the
On
fund.
the fund and
And the
we'll-
schedule
and
for
take
public
up the schedule
hearings.
for the public comment, yeah,
Right. And
public
is it
comment periods.
appropriate, from your perspective, for us to convey this to the Commonwealth,
Yes.
this report,
Mhm.
and the intention to adopt a fund at next meeting?
yeah, sure.
Yes.
Okay, we'll do that this week.
Great.
Very
Good.
That's
Thank
good,
you.
thank you so
Very good.
much, that is really good. Thanks, really appreciate that. And your timeliness too.
You gave us a deadline.
Yes, we did.
It helps.
Okay, I think we've gone through all of our business.
I think
haven't
I think we have, just to reiterate next week, so I have on the agenda protocols, delegation of authority to me to sign all that stuff, the new fund, the discussion of scheduling a public process, and your budget
And our
review,
budget
which I just
review.
want to make sure I have the right ones, because there's been some
Oh, has there been a change?
just a couple minor changes, and of course I lost that piece of paper. Oh, here it is. So at 9:30 we have registry of deeds. At 10:30 we have resource development. At 12:30 we have human services. At 1:30 human rights. And 2:30 children's code.
Why is human rights separated from human services?
They
Human
usually
rights,
come in
'cause they're
and
two
do their
different
own
things.
little thing, remember the...
What's after
the-
human rights?
Children's
Children's code
code, yep, 2:30.
at 2:30.
Okay, so human services, then human rights. Do I have
Okay.
to be present for the Human Rights Commission?
I could just give the times again for each.
Sure.
Nine.
9:30 registry of
What,
deeds.
9:30?
9:30.
Mm-hmm.
We'll start at 9.
Right.
But we'll, 9:30 registry of deeds,
Yeah.
10:30 resource development,
Mm-hmm.
12:30 human services,
Mhm.
that should give us some time for lunch. 1:30 human rights, 2:30 children's code.
Okay, so information technology is gone as well.
Right, they moved, there was a whole
Well,
series
yeah.
of sort of movements that ended up
Okay.
happening.
And you're gonna give me a copy of that so I can paste it in.
But yeah, I'll send you a copy, yeah, sure.
Is there any other business?
You want,
Any little extras there?
yeah, you can take this one, you can do your cut and paste.
Any other business?
I have none.
Do you have any other business?
No,
Hearing
other
none,
than,
I'll
other than to
entertain a
congratulate
motion
you
to
on, let's see.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm so pleased you wore a suit in my honor. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much.